The 9th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Huril Suk-Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the UNGA. I wish you every success in your important work during this session. Every time when I participate in the General Assembly, I find great pleasure observing this sculpture entitled Consciousness, created by a renowned Mongolian artist and located in the garden of the UN headquarters. This sculpture inspires deep contemplation, reminding us of our responsibilities, awareness, and dignity in the context of humanity's history and our obligations to future generations. This profoundly meaningful work symbolizes the historic moment when countries around the world embraced the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on climate change. During my visit this year, the monument stood solemnly, as if urging us to reflect on the goals and commitments we have made for the future generations. Unfortunately, as we approach the time to assess the implementation of this document, we recognize that our efforts and the progress we have achieved are insufficient. For instance, although we are halfway through the timeline for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, progress on nearly half of the SDG targets remain inadequate, with 35% showing stagnation. In response, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has initiated the Summit for the Future to reassess our realities, revitalize our commitments, and amplify our collective efforts. At the summit held just 2 days ago, we engaged in discussions on policies, objectives, and avenues for cooperation concerning sustainable development, science, technology, innovation, youth, and governance transformation. I'm pleased to note that Mongolia actively participated in the negotiation process for the Pact for the Future Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact, all of which were discussed and adopted at the summit. The countries of the world, including our own, must work diligently and cooperate to implement these proposed actions. I'm pleased to see that heads of state, government, and their representatives have wholeheartly supported these commitments and actions, voicing their positions from this esteemed podium. Distinguished delegates, our lives are rapidly evolving and integrated in this age of technological progress and digital advancement. However, tensions, armed conflicts, and wars continue to escalate in many parts of the world, fueled by geopolitical tensions stemming from prejudice, extreme ideologies, mistrust, misunderstanding, and disrespect. Mongolia believes that strengthening multilateral cooperation based on international law and the UN Charter is essential for ensuring international peace and security. Dialogue, mutual understanding, and trust are the foundations for sustainable and peaceful coexistence. To sustain peace, combat climate change, protect public health, reduce economic inequality, and establish justice, the international community must seek optimal solutions and foster innovative cooperation that address the evolving dynamics of our era. This year, presidential and parliamentary elections took place in over 60 countries, with nearly half of the world population exercising their right to vote, making a year of significant choices. In Mongolia, parliamentary elections were also held, and I would like to highlight that both domestic and foreign observers, as well as international organizations, have commended the elections for being successfully conducted within the legal framework. Mongolia has always consistently sought to contribute to the international community's efforts for peace, security, and sustainable development. In this regard, Mongolia has established diplomatic relations with all member states of the United Nations and is dedicated to strengthening and developing friendly relations and cooperation with all countries around the globe. As a nation that consistently pursues a peaceful, open, independent, and multipolar foreign policy, Mongolia respects the pluralism inherent in the diverse histories, cultures, civilizations, religions, national interests, and development paths of countries around the world. We strive to develop international relations based on multipolar principles. Therefore, my country upholds the principles of the UN Charter, particularly the commitment to refrain from using force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state. In addressing this agreement and conflicts, we call upon countries and nations around the world to prioritize diplomatic dialogue over confrontation, promote unity over hostility, and pursue collective goals rather than divisiveness in order to consistently cooperate in strengthening international peace and security. As Mongols, we have a rich history of valuing and seeking amicable solutions through dialogue. For centuries, Great Mongol Empire engaged through political and diplomatic means in its relations with neighboring, distant, allied, and adversarial nations. This included sending and receiving envoys and ambassadors, concluding agreements, fostering friendship, and negotiating, which are the practices that remain as the cornerstone of Mongolia's current foreign policy. The Guerege serves as a historical evidence of this legacy. It represents the origins of credentials handed to envoys or modern diplomatic passports, having been used by Mongols since the 13th century in their relationship with other nations. The Guerege is displayed as a historic artifact at the United Nations headquarters. In 2000, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan remarked that Guerege is an invaluable heritage gifted by Mongols to the international community, emphasizing that we have a lot to learn from the wisdom of Mongolian ancestors. The principles of maintaining peace and harmonious coexistence championed by our ancestors reflects the progressive ideals that underpin our current collective effort to sustain peace and stability. At present, humanity is alarmed by the deepening global geopolitical tensions which ignite the fires of war and heighten the nuclear threat. The collective efforts of countries around the world towards non-proliferation, disarmament, and the total elimination of nuclear weapons, as well as the expansion of nuclear weapon-free zones, must not be overlooked. Mongolia has made significant contributions to the elimination of nuclear threats by having its nuclear weapon-free status recognized at the international level. We reaffirm our commitment to continue pursuing and supporting nuclear weapon-free policies and initiatives. Mongolia calls upon all countries to collaborate in ensuring peace and stability, particularly in creating a world free from nuclear threats. We propose the convening of a special gathering on this issue within the framework of the United Nations. Mr. President, Mongolia deeply appreciates the role of UN peacekeepers, the Blue Helmets, who serve tirelessly and make significant contributions to international peace and security. Due to various factors, such as international terrorism, brutal acts of extremism, and the growing number of refugees, Blue Helmets are confronted with increasingly complex tasks under more challenging conditions. We must not forget that over 4,370 UN peacekeepers, including military, police, and civilian personnel, have lost their lives in the line of duty. Although Mongolia has a relatively small population, over the past 20 years, more than 20,000 peacekeepers have been deployed to hotspots around the world to contribute to peace and security of humanity. In particular, in alignment with the Women, Peace and Security agenda of the UN Security Council, we aim to increase women participation in UN peacekeeping operations. Currently, Mongolian female officers make up to 11% of our peacekeepers. To ensure the competence of our peacekeepers, it is crucial to improve their psychological well-being. Therefore, Mongolia initiated and developed a pilot project for supporting peacekeepers and their families, which was submitted to the UN DPKO, Mr. President, and distinguished delegates. In recent years, the rapid development of information and communication technologies has significantly impacted the daily life of people, and is seen as a factor that may fundamentally reshape the development of civilization in the future. In line with these intensive discussions on information and communication technologies and artificial intelligence have arisen in the international fora, and the recently adopted Global Digital Compact is a timely and essential step. Our country aims to keep pace with the development of information technology, placing great importance on UN resolutions, documents, and other international legal frameworks related to this issue, and keenly participating in their discussions. In March of this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling on member states to ensure the reliability and security of artificial intelligence for the first time, which is a significant step forward to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Countries around the world are focusing on policies that promote economic diversification, energy and digital transitions, reduce the negative impacts of climate change, enhance adaptive capacity, and increase access to essential social services, particularly education and health, while also prioritizing employment and food security. On the other hand, global debt accumulation has reached unprecedented levels, with debt service payments in developing countries exceeding the amounts borrowed, further constraining the budgetary space needed to implement sustainable development goals. Mongolia fully supports the international community's efforts to not only ensure debt sustainability, but also fundamentally reform the international financial architecture under the initiative outlined in the UNSG's report, Our Common Agenda. Distinguished delegates, in the early years of the 21st century, ideological conflicts that divided the world became history. While traditional military threats receded and not traditional threats such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, cybercrime, and refugees gained increasing attention. However, this situation has changed drastically in the recent years, with traditional threats resurfacing and negatively impacting international security and sustainable development. In other words, the overlap and expanding scope of traditional and non-traditional threats requires countries around the world to pay special attention and strengthen their collaborative efforts. In particular, global warming and climate change have transcended natural and economic boundaries, exacerbating sensitive social issues and disputes over resources and triggering migration that bring numerous direct and indirect dangers and risks. If this situation continues, humanity will face not just a choice between development or stagnation, but rather a choice between existence and non-existence. Therefore, we must carefully assess the situation and recognize the need for smart solutions based on the advancement of our era, as well as implementation of new technologies, and share good practices while collaborating to overcome challenges posed by climate change. As descendants of nomads, we Mongols have preserved and honored our unique cultural heritage and traditions to this day. The origin of our nomadic civilization is, in fact, The philosophy of green development, which emphasizes caring for and protecting nature while responsibly utilizing its benefits. This indicates that we have substantial traditional wisdom and initiatives regarding the future of green development, thus in line with the goals of sustainable development, as well as Vision 2050 long-term development policy of Mongolia has successfully been implementing national movements and programs such as Building Trees, Food Security and Safety, Healthy Mongolia, and Digital Mongolia. These initiatives represent our contributions at both international and regional levels in achieving the sustainable development goals. I'm also pleased to announce that Mongolia is actively working to implement the resolution adopted by the UNGA, declaring the 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. Furthermore, we are also preparing to host the 17th conference of the parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. I'm confident that the international community and member states will support and collaborate with us in these efforts. Mr. President, Mongolia, as a landlocked country with its unique location on the Central Asian Plateau and extreme weather conditions, has consistently paid particular attention to the issues of countries in similar special situations. We have already collaborated with them to safeguard our interests and make tangible contributions to amplify our voices on the global stage. Mongolia and Austria co-chaired the preparatory committee for the 3rd United Nations Conference on LLDCs for 2023-2024 and successfully facilitated discussions on the draft outcome document among member states. We're pleased that the draft of the action program to be adopted at the upcoming conference in Botswana next December includes innovative content outlining specific goals and measures to guide the development of LLDCs over the next decade. Therefore, we urge all LLDCs, transit countries, and all UN member states and development partners to engage at the highest level in the 3rd conference on LLDCs and to contribute creatively to discussions for the successful implementation of the program of action. Mr. President, at the 4th World Conference on Women, held in Beijing in 1995, it was proclaimed that women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, setting forth the significant goals of eliminating barriers to gender equality on the global stage. We Mongols have a long-lasting culture and tradition of honoring and respecting women with a history of Mongol queens and women who played crucial roles in governance and social affairs throughout our nation's history. This rich traditional and cultural heritage have continued to evolve, positioning Mongolia as one of the leaders in promoting gender equality in Asia. In its first constitution, Mongolia became the first country in Asia to safeguard guarantee equal rights for women, including the rights to vote and to be elected. This year we celebrate the centennial anniversary of the establishment of the National Organization for Women, the Mongolian Women's Federation. As we approach this historic anniversary in 2023, we have implemented legal policy reform designed to enhance women participation in both social and political decision-making level. As a result, in the recent parliamentary election, 25.4% of elected members were women, exceeding the average rate of 21.2% in Asia. Moreover, in August this year, our country successfully hosted the World Women's Forum under the theme Towards a Green Future in Ulaanbaatar in collaboration with the United Nations. This forum brought together women leaders and from governments, international organizations, and influential representatives from diverse sectors, social, economic, and cultural, across 5 continents. They proposed numerous creative initiatives to enhance women's role and contributions toward achieving sustainable development goals, including economics, environment, climate change, food security, education, sports, culture, and the arts. I'm pleased to highlight that the Ulaanbaatar Declaration towards a sustainable future was adopted as the forum's outcome document. Building on the momentum of the World Women's Forum, Mongolia will continue to actively promote gender equality and the empowerment of women. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the General Assembly of the United Nations is the most important and honorable podium for amplifying the voice of ideas and aspirations for international peace and security, well-being, and development of humanity. Mongolia has consistently supported the efforts of member states to reform the UN Security Council into a more equitable, accessible, transparent, effective, democratic, and responsible system. We also strongly advocate for further strengthening the United Nations' central role and coordination in global affairs. Our country believes that any international challenges and misunderstandings should be addressed through mutual understanding, trust, respect, and dialogue, and resolved within the framework of international legal norms. Therefore, I call on you, heads of states, governments, and distinguished delegates, to demonstrate exceptional leadership and make meaningful contributions to strengthen trust, mutual respect, and cooperation among the nations of the world in the crucial pursuit of global peace, security, sustainable development, and the well-being of humanity. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like first of all to extend my words of congratulations to Ambassador Yang on your election as President of the General Assembly for this 69th session. I wish also to thank Ambassador Francis for his diligent leadership during the 78th session. Mr. President, as the highest representatives of the peoples of the world, we meet every year in this institution, which promises to deliver peace, progress, and prosperity for all. We must be frank in our assessment of what we are doing for the people that we represent and their interests that we serve. For my people of the Seychelles, we must be critical of our approach to the challenges of today and plan for the challenges of tomorrow. The world is less secure than even just 1 year ago. Where we hoped that existing conflicts could be resolved, we find ourselves in a situation more tense and precarious. Flames stoked by competition and distrust threaten to engulf those who have no part in these conflicts, leaving us gripped by a fearful atmosphere of instability exacerbated by the worry of expanded warfare. We are in danger of losing sight of the values that bring us together, that transcend borders and cultures, that are understood in all languages and present in all ideologies. We must revert to our foundational principles of dialogue and cooperation. Without a stable foundation, we cannot build our vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Our focus is diverted from the challenges requiring our urgent and undivided attention. challenges affecting the core of people's lives and equally requiring solutions with people at their center. The climate crisis, ending poverty and hunger, ensuring that all have the indisputable right to a decent and dignified life. Our people have entrusted us to work together to find solutions. Mr. President, 79 years ago, the permanent members of the Security Council conferred upon themselves the great responsibility of ensuring international peace and security, to cooperate in good faith to save future generations from transgressions of the past. With this great responsibility comes the expectation that gross violations of the UN Charter be dealt with resolutely and impartially. We place our trust in them to act in the common interest to prevent conflict and preserve human dignity. The consequences of conflict are felt beyond the direct and intolerable suffering of victims in war zones and those displaced by fighting. In such an interconnected world, we are all subjected to inflationary pressures, elevated commodity and energy prices, and other disruptive effects. Widened and prolonged conflict risks affecting smaller states like Seychelles, trying not to get caught in the crossfire. It is not our intention to lecture the world powers, nor attempt to prescribe solutions to complex issues. We simply wish to remind you of your duty and be reassured that geopolitics will not supersede human rights and international law. Since its formation in 1946, the Security Council has remained largely unchanged. Most of Africa was under colonial rule then. Seychelles joins the call for the UN and the Security Council to deliver the reform being appealed for by so many, with the objective not to hinder its work, but to bring inclusivity and perspective. It is time to correct one of the many injustices to which Africa has been subjected. Permanent membership of the world's primary peacekeeping institution is a necessity. The consideration by the Council of critical issues, such as sea level rise brought by Malta last year, and the broader climate security nexus, has proven that it is capable of reflecting new realities. The proposal of the United States to include a rotating seat for small island developing states is a welcome and progressive one. Mr. President, climate change remains the foremost challenge facing humanity, and failure to address its effects will devastate current and future generations. As a small island state, Seychelles understands what it means to be vulnerable, a vulnerability that cannot be ignored in the future we see for ourselves. We are on the front lines of the climate crisis, which poses irreversible threats to our people, our economy, and our way of life. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the degradation of our oceans are stark reminders of the urgent need for global action on climate change. We have all made commitments, pledges, and promises to achieve large-scale reductions of emissions, to keep the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, to boost adaptation, to deal with extreme weather disasters, and build resilience to address future impacts. But words are nothing without deeds, and we have to act urgently, in unity, to make the necessary transition to a more sustainable future. It is a choice, conscious and intentional, to continue down this path and decide that business as usual in pursuit of short-term goals is acceptable. Mr. President, world military expenditure has increased for the 10th consecutive year, reaching $2.5 trillion in 2023. This makes even the highest estimates of the funds, $100 billion needed for loss and damage, seem modest and insignificant. This is a worrying reflection of the world's priorities. It is unfair for SIDS to suffer the consequences of these choices. We simply do not have the means to cope with the disastrous effects of climate change. Here I want to thank those who have contributed to the Loss and Damage Fund. The pledges made following COP28 should not be mere attempts to pacify us who have been calling for remediation. We hope to take it as a token of ongoing commitment and continued action given the expected rise in costs of dealing with climate change. As the Secretary General said yesterday, those who shoulder the blame should foot the bill. The international community cannot hope to advance sustainable development when some race ahead while others are left to struggle. No one should be left behind, lest we forsake future generations to a bleaker world. The obligations outlined in the Paris Agreement are the lifelines that give us a chance if all states did their utmost to adhere to them. Our reliance on fossil fuels is unsustainable and detrimental. We must accelerate energy transition towards renewables and mobilize investment in the technology and infrastructure to give us any prospect of real energy security. Seychelles' focus remains on nature-based solutions to combat climate change while ensuring economic sustainability and environmental preservation. Our blue bonds demonstrate the potential to harness capital markets for financing the sustainable use of marine resources. Mr. President, ambitious and innovative strategies of securing long-term economic development are futile without finance that is accessible and sustainable. The average debt to GDP ratio in SIDS exceeds 70%. It is crippling and impedes our development by diverting critical resources away from where they are most needed, in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Our vulnerabilities have been expounded, yet our borrowing costs remain high. Instead of concessions, we are penalized for our vulnerability. It is time to move beyond discussion and implement real reforms in the international financial system to address the preclusion of some vulnerable countries, regardless of income status, from opportunities to meet development needs. We must also recognize the humanitarian consequences of economic policies. Our work in the multilateral system is undermined by unilateral coercive measures that are intended to leave economies crippled and governments unable to advance dignity for their own people. Mr. President, the multilateral system remains our best hope for addressing the challenges we face. As a small state, Seychelles believes in the United Nations, for we fear of a reality with no alternative. In a world more interconnected than ever, multilateralism is the network that links our shared values to achieve the vision that we have for our world, one that is defined by our common interests and not by our differences. We are here to solve problems, not exacerbate them, to listen and not to dismiss. We put our faith in this institution because we must prove to the world that we can work for it. but it is up to us to make it work. In 2023, we adopted the BBNJ agreement, and this year, Seychelles became the 4th state and the first in Africa to ratify it. We urge other countries to hasten its ratification so as not to delay its entry into force. This year's 4th SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda shone a timely light on the challenges that we face in a global economic landscape for which we are ill-equipped to navigate. The Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS provides the blueprint for action over the next decade, and we call on the international community to commit to its implementation. The MVI resolution adopted here last month also represents a triumph of the multilateral system to consider new approaches to complex and evolving issues. Its data and findings deliver the empirical grounding for what we know to be true, that a single-layered approach to development is no longer accurate nor adequate. A better understanding of precisely these multidimensional vulnerabilities will be crucial for the decisions that we take, and more importantly, those taken on our behalf. The Pact for the Future, just adopted, should rightly usher in a new era of engagement based on mutual interest and mutual respect. We must use it to bridge divisions between nations on critical issues of human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law. One that accelerates the implementation of the SDGs and shapes the international financial system more fairly. One that adapts responses to global crisis in a more coordinated way, and one that restores peace with a promise to preserving it in the future. For Seychelles, the Declaration on Future Generations should signal our commitment to safeguarding the rights of all people who will be born by the end of this century, most of whom in developing countries. People who should not be born into hardship. We must envision a world where survival is not a struggle, a world that ensures everyone's rights to prosperity. Basic rights should not be difficult to provide. Mr. President, I firmly believe that these are the foundations on which our cooperation and progress should be built, the things that our people need the most, and what should guide us to building a world that is more secure and sustainable. Let us strive to be the architects of a world where no one is left behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor for me to address you today. Much to my regret, since the last time we met here 1 year ago, the world has not become any safer. On the contrary. To start with, let me recall that the United Nations was created to save humanity from the scourge of war and destruction, and to promote peace, justice, and better quality of life for all humankind. Together, we have managed to build a global system of rules and cooperation with the ambition to advance security and human rights instead of conflict and suffering. Fostering economic development instead of overlooking mass destruction. Aligned around the UN Charter, we have subscribed not to repeat the mistakes and disasters of the past. Unfortunately, we still do. The world and its citizens need and deserve an effective UN that can respond quickly when needed and deliver better on our shared global commitments. Without a functioning multilateral system, alternative and exclusive structures would lead to more fragmentation and less predictability. It is our duty as national and global leaders to find common solutions to the most pressing problems before they get out of hand. Finding a compromise is never easy. It requires time and patience. Only if we realize that together we can achieve much more than when antagonized can we make our nations and the United Nations truly united behind common goals. A comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council is long overdue. Making the Council more effective, inclusive, accountable, and better reflecting today's realities by strengthening the voice of underrepresented regions is crucially needed. In the face of unjust and unprovoked Russian war against Ukraine, we must realize that Security Council membership is not a carte blanche. No one has the right to abuse power and bully other members of the international community without sanctions. Together, we must exercise more pressure on Russia to end its unjust and brutal war. The Peace Summit in Switzerland clearly confirmed that peace in Ukraine must be based on international law and principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The cynical nature of Russia's policy and its disinterest in genuine peace talks has global consequences. These include impairing nuclear safety, diminishing food and energy security, and damaging rules-based international order. Czechia calls on those who have not yet supported our common effort to evaluate the possibility of signing the joint declaration agreed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland. So far, many with the aspiration to become respected regional or global actors have remained silent. But respect cannot be forced. It can only be earned. Let us not forget that hesitation strengthens the aggressor. If you remain silent to injustice and aggression, soon there will be others waiting in line to see how far they can go in bending international rules as they please. Some of you might think that Russia's actions against Ukraine are just another regional conflict and both sides need to go halfway. But there is no such thing as just a regional conflict. Conflicts in one part of the world cause food insecurity and create refugee waves in others. With globalization, our security and prosperity starts way beyond our own borders. Being fully aware of that, Czechia is committed not only to security of Europe, but also in Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. I applaud the fact that many nations, including African, spare no effort to achieve and safeguard peace and security in their own regions and far beyond. Czechia will continue to engage with African countries and closely listen to their views and needs. I believe that despite political differences, together we can create mutually beneficial partnerships based on the principle of equality, mutual respect, and without any historical burden or future material demands. Africa is a continent with huge economic potential, which is waiting to be unlocked. We want to see Africa flourish, enhance its capabilities, and create opportunities and jobs for young people. The last topic I want to touch upon is cybersecurity and technology. With progressing digital transformation and our increasing reliance on advanced technology, the gravity and scale of cyber threats are increasing and respect no borders. Cyber espionage and attacks against our hospitals, media, infrastructure, national institutions and businesses aim to destabilize our democratic system and undermine its principles. Just as offline, we cannot allow the cyberspace to become a lawless criminal world. The agreed framework of responsible behavior of states in cyberspace should guide us in our effort to strive for a safer online world. The security of cyberspace will depend on the capacities and effort of all responsible states to enhance their own cyber capabilities. Czechia is taking its commitment to the protection of global cyberspace security very seriously. We will continue providing assistance to our partners in Africa, Asia and South America so that together we can improve our resilience and to protect our citizens even better. Foreign interference and disinformation continue to present a challenge with a serious impact on democracy, security and the rules-based international order. With rapid development of new technologies, protection and promotion of human rights continue to be vital for our societies. Emerging technologies will have an undisputable influence on the nature of our future conflicts, but also on peace. It is our duty to ensure that innovations, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, biotech or quantum computing, fully conform to our ethical and human rights standards. Last year, Czechia, together with Mexico, the Maldives, the Netherlands and South Africa, submitted a resolution on human rights in the context of digital technologies. Furthermore, last month, during the GlobeSec Security Forum, I sat down with top managers of global tech companies at the Prague Geotech Summit. I was glad to hear that they are fully aware of their responsibility and fully committed to contribute to the resilience of democracy. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we are facing are global, and we can only succeed if we fully commit ourselves to collective action and more cooperation. The quality of our governance will be judged by our actions and whether we leave this world in a better condition for future generations. I would like to thank everyone who is tirelessly working to make our planet a safer and more secure place for all. That is what really matters. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Czech Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelenskyy, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Dear leaders, Your Excellencies, today I want to tell you about a day that has already passed and a day that must never come. On the night of March 4th, 2022, I received one of the most terrifying reports since the beginning of a full-scale Russian invasion against Ukraine. The report was about Russian tanks firing directly at the buildings of our Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe, 6 nuclear reactors. The Russian army stormed this facility just as brutally as any other during this war. without thinking about the consequences, possibly disastrous. This was one of the most horrifying moments of the war, when no one could know how Russian strikes on the nuclear facility would end, and everyone in Ukraine was reminded of what Chernobyl means. Now, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains occupied by Russian forces, unfortunately, and it's at risk of a nuclear incident. This is the major source of radiation danger in Europe, possibly in the world. That's why, in the peace formula I presented, the first point is about nuclear safety. In Ukraine, we know exactly what we are dealing with. And I want to thank you, the General Assembly members, for adopting a resolution in July this year on the safety of nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Most in the world understand what's at stake. The General Assembly demanded that Russian return control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine. Only then real nuclear security will return to Europe and the world. And now about the day that must never come. Since Russia can't defeat our people's resistance on the battlefield, Putin is looking for other ways to break the Ukrainian spirit. One of his methods is targeting our energy infrastructure. And these are deliberate Russian attacks on our power plants and the entire energy grid. As of today, Russia has destroyed all our thermal power plants and a large part of our hydroelectric capacity. This is how Putin is preparing for winter, hoping to torment millions of Ukrainians, ordinary families, women, children, ordinary towns, ordinary villages. Putin wants to leave them in the dark and cold this winter, forcing Ukraine to suffer and surrender. Just imagine, please, your country with 80% of its energy system gone, with such a destroyed part of the system. What kind of life would that be? Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and the infrastructure, aiming to disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, satellites of other countries. Russia is getting images and detailed information about the infrastructure of our nuclear power plants. But what does this really threaten? Any missile or drone strike, any critical incident in the energy system could lead to a nuclear disaster. A day like that must never come. And Moscow needs to understand this, and this depends in part on your determination to put pressure on the aggressor. These are nuclear power plants. They must be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, in the fall of 2022, I proposed a comprehensive strategy to end the war and to ensure security, and I presented the peace formula at a highly inclusive political platform for world leaders, the G20 summit in Indonesia, representing billions of citizens from all parts of the globe. And it's important for us that all these people can understand us, understand that Ukraine wants to end this war more than anyone in the world. War always poses a threat to many. You all see in the media and read in reports what is happening in Ukraine because of Russia's war. It's something many are imagining happening to themselves. And yes, the smoke from fires in war-torn cities can reach other countries. And if, God forbid, Russia causes a nuclear disaster at one of our nuclear power plants, radiation will not respect state borders, and unfortunately various nations could feel the devastating effects. Many are concerned, but the deepest understanding of war is always found in the home it destroys. It's the Ukrainian people who feel the full pain of this war. It's Ukrainian children who are learning to distinguish the sounds of different types of artillery and drones because of Russia's war. It's our people who are forcefully separated by occupation because Putin decided he could do whatever he wants. It's our heroic soldiers who are giving their lives to defend our country from invaders trying to steal our land. That's why we say, rightfully so, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. And I thank every leader, every country that supports us in this, that understands us, that sees how Russia, a country more than 20 times larger than Ukraine in territory, still wants even more land, which is insane, and is seizing it day by day while wanting to destroy its neighbor. And Russia found very special bodies for that. North Korea and Iran, telling choice of friends. And now every neighbor of Russia in Europe and Central Asia feels that the war could come to them as well, and just think what kind of losses that would mean for the world. And I thank nearly 100 nations and international organizations that have supported the peace formula. It's truly a global community: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, North America, the Pacific region, all united by the peace formula. And I am glad that the first peace summit was so reminding of the UN General Assembly. Everyone was equal. All nations that participated in the peace summit, large and small, no veto right, no blocking authority, those that have been independent for ages and those that have only recently gained independence, those that have gone through wars themselves, and those accustomed to peace, all were equal. That is what Russia hates the most and cannot control. That's why Russia says the peace formula doesn't suit it. Here at the UN, I've already met with leaders from India, Guatemala, Japan and Italy, Turkey and Finland, Canada, Paraguay, Slovenia, Germany and others, and my meetings will continue. These are different, absolutely, parts of the world and various political waves of life, but they share the same understanding. Peace is needed, and it must be a real, just peace. Unfortunately, at the UN, it's impossible to truly and fairly resolve matters of war and peace because too much depends in the Security Council on the veto power. When the aggressor exercises veto power, the UN is powerless to stop the war, but the peace formula can. Once again, there is no veto power in it. That's why it's the best opportunity for peace. Everyone is equal, and it's effective and comprehensive. When some propose alternatives, half-hearted settlement plans, so-called sets of principles, it not only ignores the interests and suffering of Ukrainians, who are affected by the war the most. It not only ignores reality, but also gives Putin the political space to continue the war and pressure the world to bring more nations under control. Any parallel or alternative attempts to seek peace are, in fact, efforts to achieve a lull instead of an end to the war. As a global initiative, the peace formula has already existed for 2 years, and maybe somebody wants a Nobel Prize for their political biography for frozen truths instead of real peace, but the only prizes Putin will give you in return are more suffering and disasters. We must restore nuclear safety. Energy must stop being used as a weapon. We must ensure food security. We need to bring home all our captured soldiers and civilians forcibly deported to Russia. We must uphold the UN Charter and guarantee our right, Ukraine's right to territorial integrity and sovereignty, just as we do for any other nation. We need to withdraw the Russian occupiers, which will bring an end to the hostilities in Ukraine, and we must hold those responsible for war crimes accountable. We need to prevent ecocide and stop the destruction of nature caused by the war. And we must not allow a second or third phase of this Russian invasion. And we need to make it clear the war is over. This is the peace formula. What part of this could be unacceptable to anyone who upholds the UN Charter? If someone in the world seeks alternatives to any of these points or tries to ignore any of them, it likely means they themselves want to do a part of what Putin is doing. The point they ignore reveals the desire they're hiding. And when the Chinese-Brazilian duo tries to grow into a choir of voices, with someone in Europe, with someone in Africa saying something alternative to a full and just peace, the question arises, what is the true interest? Everyone must understand you will not boost your power at Ukraine's expense. And the world has already been through colonial wars and conspiracies of great powers and the expense of those who are smaller. Every country, including China, Brazil, European nations, African nations, Middle East, all understand why this must remain in the past. And Ukrainians will never accept why anyone in the world believes that such a brutal colonial past, which suits no one today, can be imposed on Ukraine now instead of a normal, peaceful life. I want peace for my people, real peace and just peace. And I'm asking for your support from all nations of the world. We do not divide the world. I ask the same of you, do not divide the world. Be united nations. And that will bring us peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot help but reflect on the significance of this moment, as this will be my final opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly as I enter the closing months of my presidency. Over the past 8 years, I've had the privilege of speaking on several variations of the essential themes that quite properly dominate the deliberations of this global assembly: the condition of humanity and the state of the planet. Serving the people of Ghana and by extension those of West Africa, Africa, and the world, has truly been the greatest blessing of my life. Indeed, being here this morning fills me with both pride and humility. Pride in the limited progress we have made together as nations, and humility in recognizing the challenges that still remain. My time as president has been deeply fulfilling, and I'm profoundly grateful for the trust placed in me by my fellow Ghanaians. It has been an honor to serve them and to contribute to advancing peace, security, and development on the global stage. Madam President, I'm here with a heart full of hope, yet mindful of the great challenges that still confront us. As President of the Republic of Ghana and as a citizen of the world, I'm acutely aware of the shared responsibility we carry. Our work here is nothing less than shaping the future of humanity, a future that will affect generations long after we are gone. Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, reminds us that the decisions we take here will define whether we rise to meet the hopes of billions or continue to let inequalities and injustice persist. We owe it to those who look to this body for leadership, to act, and not just to talk. The world we live in today is a stark, unfortunate contrast of privilege and hardship. For too long, the voices of those marginalized, those left behind, have been drowned out. They constitute the bulk of humanity. These are the voices of the poor, the displaced, the vulnerable. We cannot, in good conscience, leave them behind. They should be at the center of our discussions and our decisions. Africa, in particular, knows the cost of being left out. Yes, we're a continent rich in potential and resilient in the face of adversity, but we have also been disadvantaged by a global system that has generally treated us as an afterthought. We've been viewed merely as passive recipients of aid rather than as equal partners in global progress. The well-meaning promises of assistance have failed to materialize to bring about the long-term change we so passionately need. Such aid as is offered often comes with strings attached, limiting our ability to shape our own futures. Africa is not a continent of despair. She's full of great possibilities. She's required, however, to chart a new course of development. Our young population is filled with energy, creativity, and ambition. The people of Africa are not asking for handouts. They're demanding opportunities in a new global architecture so they can have access to education, healthcare, and jobs to be able to build better lives for themselves, their families, and their descendants. In Ghana, we've taken bold and decisive steps to ensure that no one is left behind in our national development, and we have shown that it is possible. Our flagship free senior high school policy has benefited 5.7 million young people, many of whom would have been denied the opportunity to learn, to dream, and to succeed. This initiative has transformed the lives of millions, positioning the next generation of Ghanaians to take their place as leaders in the global economy. But this is just the beginning. We need a global commitment to ensure that every child, no matter where they are born, has access to quality education. A world where children are left unprepared for the challenges ahead is not a just world. Beyond education, we've also prioritized health care for our people. Through Agenda 111, my government has embarked on the largest ever healthcare infrastructure project in Ghana's history. This initiative is constructing 111 hospitals across the country, ensuring that even the most remote regions have access to modern healthcare facilities. This is part of our broader goal of ensuring that no one in Ghana is left without the basic right to health. We've also taken significant steps to boost food security and economic growth through the Program for Planting for Food and Jobs. This initiative has improved food production, created jobs, and enhanced incomes for millions of Ghanaians. It is a clear demonstration that with the right policies and investments, we can transform our agricultural sector and ensure that no one goes hungry. In the same vein, our one district, one factory policy is transforming the industrial landscape of the nation, generating the structural transformation of our economy, which is our major strategic objective. And in addition, Ghana has embraced in full the teachings of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and is actively pursuing an agenda of digitalization. Under my administration, we've revolutionized public service delivery by integrating technology into governance. From the introduction of the Ghana card, which has streamlined identification and access to services, to the digitalization of the country's land registry, these reforms have enhanced transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Digitalization has improved the lives of ordinary Ghanaians and has also laid the groundwork for sustainable economic growth in the digital age. And let us not forget the strides we have made in enhancing the rule of law and governance. Through reforms in the judicial system, strengthening our democratic institutions, and promoting transparency, Ghana continues to be a beacon of good governance in Africa. We have enacted laws and implemented policies that uphold the principles of accountability and ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their background, is protected by the rule of law. Madam President, it is impossible to address the challenges of today without speaking of the contradictions that exist within this global institution. We gather here to discuss peace, but wars continue to ravage nations. We speak of justice, yet justice endures. Take the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for instance. Millions of lives have been uprooted. Thousands have lost their lives, and yet the Security Council has struggled to respond decisively, just as it is struggling to make a decisive intervention in the tragic ongoing war in Gaza and the Lebanon. The structure of the Council reflects a world that no longer exists, and its failure to act in times of crisis raises a difficult question. What is the purpose of the Security Council if it cannot intervene when the world needs it most? Reforming the UN Security Council is a matter of fairness and necessity. The current structure, created in 1945, no longer reflects the realities of today's geopolitical and economic landscape. Africa, Latin America, and South Asia remain underrepresented despite their significant influence on global affairs. This lack of representation undermines the legitimacy of the Council's decisions, and the use of veto power by a few permanent members often paralyzes its ability to act effectively during crises. Reform is essential to ensure that the Council is more inclusive, democratic, and responsive to the complex challenges we face today. The world has changed, and the Security Council must change with it to maintain its relevance in promoting global peace and security. For years, I've championed the need to reform the Security Council as per the Eswatini Consensus, the common African position on UN reform, which calls for Africa to have permanent seats on the Council. It is incomprehensible that a continent of 1.4 billion people has no permanent voice in shaping decisions that affect global peace and security. The time for half measures is over. We need a Security Council that is fit for purpose in today's world. It is heartening, however, that finally the demand for reform has found acceptance by leaders of 2 of the 5 permanent members, President Joe Biden of the United States of America and President Emmanuel Macron of France. Hopefully, the others will soon follow suit. We must also recognize that the fight for peace goes beyond government actions. It is a fight for humanity itself. In Africa, we have often borne the brunt of conflicts, sending our troops to peacekeeping missions with limited support from the global community. While I'm pleased to see the UN now taking steps to finance peacekeeping in Africa, an outcome of Ghana's presidency of the UN Security Council, we must go further. Peacekeeping alone is not enough. We must address the potential causes of conflict, poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. True peace comes from investing in education, healthcare, and economic development. However, peace cannot be imposed from the outside. It must be built from within. African nations must take ownership of their security, and the African Union needs to strengthen itself to be able to respond swiftly to threats. Madam President, as I speak today, ongoing developments in West Africa are deeply troubling. Military coups in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Niger threaten the democratic progress we have worked so hard to achieve within the ECOWAS community. These coups are stark reminders that democracy is indeed fragile and must be continually nurtured. In Ghana, however, we will remain resolute in our commitment to democracy. As my presidency draws to a close, I want to assure this Assembly that the upcoming 2024 elections in Ghana will be free, fair, and transparent. Ghanaians have demonstrated time and again in the last 3 decades their strong attachment to democracy, which they will not permit to be undermined. The Electoral Commission, supported by Ghana's security services, is well equipped to ensure that the will of the Ghanaian people is respected. Ghana has long been a beacon of democracy in Africa, and we intend to keep it that way. The 2024 elections will be proof of our enduring adherence to the rule of law, transparency, and the principles of democratic accountability that have guided our nation in recent decades. Madam President, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. The decisions we make today will shape the future of our world. We can choose to act with courage, compassion, and a commitment to leave no one behind, or we can choose inaction and allow the suffering of millions and the degradation of the planet to continue. Let me end by reminding us all that the future is not something that simply happens. It is something we create. We have the power in this room to change the course of history. Let us not shy away from that responsibility. Let us act now, and let us act together. I wish you God's blessings in all your current and future deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang for his elections as a President of the 79th UN General Assembly session. I believe that under his leadership and through his vision, the international community will move forward on the agenda of strengthening the values of the UN Charter, an effort that the humanity now needs the most. Our world faces a range of complex problems, from the unprecedented challenges to the global peace and security, to the escalating climate crisis and the persistent inequalities. We are confronted with a complex array of issues that require our immediate attention and concerted effort. We need to light the spark that ignites change. With this in mind, my country approaches the 79th session of the UN General Assembly with renewed determination to promote multilateral and workable solutions achieved through negotiations and based on the UN Charter. We must follow the path for the sake of the survival of humankind and the future generations. Taking this into consideration, we praise the Pact of the Future as a move towards a vital transformation. It becomes increasingly clear that our success hinges on a firm commitment to upholding multilateralism and the respect for international law, which are the cornerstones of our global order. This order that has been forged in UN by you and your predecessors is now under severe threat. Bulgaria has been always committed to the values of multilateralism and will continue to be, using the accumulated experience from the successful Bulgarian presidency of the UN Economic and Social Council and our current mandate as a constructive member of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, in 2015, all UN member states adopted with unanimity 17 Sustainable Development Goals, providing a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the whole planet. Nowadays, they remain more than ever topical and requiring full mobilization of international efforts. However, we must admit that the sheer deterioration of the international peace and security environment in the last years is threatening the fulfillment of our Sustainable Development Agenda, undermining the rules-based international order. Restoring and preserving the peace must not be seen but as the ultimate goal of the international community and is a basic prerequisite for the SDGs fulfillment. It has been 2.5 years since the Russian Federation unleashed a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. From the very beginning, Bulgaria strongly condemns this war, which led to hundreds of thousands of victims, enormous suffering and destruction. Every single day of this war increases the risk of escalation in intensity and geographical scope, posing a substantial threat to the global peace and security. The side effects of the war are already gravely affecting the economies and social systems of many countries worldwide. That is why the international community should seek ways that lead to de-escalation and dialogue. We should support every diplomatic effort that pursues comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in conformity with the United Nations Charter and the international law. Since the last year UN General Debate, we have witnessed a significant increase in instability across the Middle East. The conflict between Israel and Hamas after the Hamas brutal attack on Israel triggered a major deterioration of the security in the region with global projections. We must not forget the consequences which followed: tens of thousands dead and injured civilians in Gaza, the total destruction of vital infrastructure, and mass displacement of people. We call for immediate ceasefire, free access of humanitarian convoys, as well as release of all hostages held by Hamas. We are also deeply concerned about the recent development in Lebanon, bringing a qualitative, new and dangerous dimension in the conflict and increasing the risk of its regional enlargement. We call for refraining from use of force, for wisdom and de-escalation. The spiral of violence and the human suffering must come to an end. The only way to achieve sustainable and lasting peace in this region with its very fragile security landscape is the two-state solution. Amid the ongoing destabilization around different regions, the collective global goal for a world without nuclear threat remains more critical than ever. In line with the new agenda for peace, Bulgaria will maintain its commitment to uphold, protect, and strengthen the multilateral framework for disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. We remain dedicated to the universalization and full implementation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, recognizing it as the cornerstone of the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, which serves as the essential foundation for pursuing nuclear disarmament and plays a crucial role in the development of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. As we address these challenges, prioritizing regional stability becomes vital. My country actively engages in political dialogue with Southeast European countries, driven by the conviction that the region's security, stability, and prosperity are crucial for the broader regional and international resilience. Bulgaria is a strong supporter of the European path of the Western Balkan countries. Our main priorities vis-à-vis the region are fostering good neighborliness, improving connectivity, protection of human rights, and combating ethnic discrimination. However, a serious challenge on this path are the new outbursts of incitements of hatred. Fighting and curbing the aggressive nationalistic rhetoric all over the region and concentrating on positive agenda on strengthening multi-ethnic societies and the rights of the constituent communities will prevent the evocation of the reminiscence of the troubled past of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is the greatest investment for the benefit of the present and future generations. Bulgaria keeps on contributing actively to this common effort through the steady implementation of the National Development Programme Bulgarian 2030 and of sustainable projects for development cooperation with partner countries, through supporting projects in education, healthcare, public infrastructure and services, as well as renewable energy solutions. We face a growing number of places around the world where worrying dynamics in terms of governance, democracy, and human rights emerge. As a present member of the Human Rights Council, we reaffirm our commitment to this noble cause. Bulgaria has never looked the other way, and this speaks up through our domestic policies, our membership in the Human Rights Council, our work as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Children and Sustainable Development Goals, Vice President of UNICEF Bureau, member of the Executive Board of UN Women, and through our support for initiatives that empower the General Assembly and aim at accountability. Our advocacy for meaningful participation of civil society, youth and women in decision-making process across the United Nations system and domestically have already yielded results, and our youth delegate program inspires more young people to choose the path of active citizens. Bulgaria advocates for a human rights-based approach to sustainable development and looks forward to the inclusion of all stakeholders at the upcoming World Social Summit. Excellencies, we have focused on the peace among nations, but it is equally important to reconcile with the nature. Climate change is a threat multiplier for the implementation of all sustainable development goals. We urge enhanced action based on the global stocktake, more ambitious climate objectives, including the new finance goal at the 29th session of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Earlier this year, Bulgaria hosted the 61st session of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which gave impetus to the panel's 7th assessment cycle, including the production of the special report on climate change and cities. Through various panel events, we were able to invigorate the science and science discussion, paying due attention to the climate risks in the Black Sea region, as well as to the urban environment, the role of cities, and the need to adapt to changing climate. Another challenge that brings a lot of opportunities as well is the need for an effective digital governance, based on a multi-stakeholder and inclusive approach, aiming for a human-centric digital transformation and a safe and open digital future. In light of growing challenges to the principles of international law and the rules-based order established by the United Nations Charter, Bulgaria remains committed to strengthening the effectiveness and accountability of the United Nations Security Council. We support efforts to enhance transparency and accountability within this body, co-sponsoring the key UN General Assembly resolution on veto use. Bulgaria emphasizes the need for greater effectiveness and prioritizes securing an additional non-permanent seat for the group of Eastern European states in a reformed Council. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reaffirm our commitment to addressing these global challenges with firmness and determination. The action we take today will define the future, and with courage and unity, we will rise to meet the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandri Kapesad Santoki, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Madam President, this General Assembly is of historic significance as we embark on a process of recalibrating international relations and establishing a more effective multilateral framework. I therefore extend my heartfelt congratulations to the President on his election to preside over this esteemed body, and allow me to congratulate the outgoing Chair of Trinidad and Tobago on a job well done under difficult circumstances. Madam President, this organization was founded after two devastating world wars. Its original purpose remains relevant today to save current and future generations from the disastrous consequences of wars and armed conflicts and foster peace and political stability for sustained prosperity for all. We, however, observe instead that the world is marked by a complex political and security crisis, weakening our global multilateral framework of collective solidarity, international law, and respect for humanitarian law. The conflicts that divide us are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of deeper systemic challenges, rising inequality, environmental degradation, and breakdown of global trust. The time has come to dare to make bold decisions, revisit our global governance architecture, and to recommit to the original goals of the United Nations. Madam President, with statistics showing that countries are off track on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, while projections estimate that almost 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty in 2030, that is incumbent on us to close the gap between aspiration and financing. I wish to emphasize the urgent need for accelerated reforms and coordination within the international financial architecture, especially the international financial institutions. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, offers a comprehensive and inclusive framework that goes beyond traditional metrics to capture the true complexity of the vulnerabilities of small islands developing and low-lying coastal states. We urge that the MVI is embedded in the operations of the international financial institutions, especially the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Apart from the MVI, we see other financial obstacles in place that have a major negative impact on our ability to generate development, especially de-risking measures of international banks, which are based on general assessments, do not consider the country's reality and the severe impact on development objectives of the country. This must be addressed head-on if we want to be inclusive rather than exclusive. My country, Suriname, can attest to the importance of urgent need to reform the global financial and political system and to build greater trust in the multilateral system. Because of our ranking, we are not eligible for several global financial instruments to the detriment of my people. Since taking office in July 2020, my government has successfully started a policy of financial economic reforms, including restructuring the debt portfolio supported by an IMF program and international financial institutions. The impact of the various crises and national efforts to reform the economy has not been easy for the population, but we are on the road to recovery now. Macroeconomic stability has been achieved. We established a social safety net and increased several social benefits, all meant to make sure that we did not forget or excluded that part of our population from restoring a healthier economy. Madam President, 2024 statistics reveal that progress in the area of climate action is inadequate, with global greenhouse gas emissions still rising. Despite the need for reductions, climate action can no longer be postponed nor ignored. Soon, we'll meet in Azerbaijan for COP29. Madam President, will we be repeating ourselves with empty promises and pledges, or will we take decisive action to save this planet from extinction? Madam President, Suriname is committed to the Paris Agreement. Suriname has also submitted ambitious nationally determined contributions and has recently started the process of carbon credit trading. Suriname aims to remain a carbon-negative country with a high level of biodiversity and more than 90% forest coverage. With this conscious choice to limit deforestation, we sacrifice economic development for our people. For this, Madam President, we are not compensated while everyone benefits from our decision. Carbon negative and carbon neutral countries must be supported for maintaining that status. We are in favor of a just transition to a carbon-less economy for the coming decades, but we also expect to be allowed to develop our natural resources in an environmentally friendly and balanced manner in compliance with the international standards and practices. In fact, we have already embarked in such a development path by introducing more renewables to our energy grid, utilizing technological innovations to reduce our carbon footprint even further. Madam President, Suriname has had, over the past 100 years, industrial development of bauxite industry, onshore oil production, gold production, as well as agriculture production and other industries. And despite these activities, Suriname is among the 3 carbon-negative countries in the world. At the same time, Suriname is among the 7 most vulnerable countries with respect to the effects of rising sea levels. Madam President, not only have the international pledges for climate financing not materialized in the way pledged, but access to the available resources is an enormous challenge. Simplification of the application and appraisal procedures must be put in place to have the required impact at local level. Regretfully, we also observe that a large part of these funds finds their way in time-consuming and expensive studies, consultancies, and advisory services. In the meantime, the situation on the ground in the affected regions and countries is deteriorating. Often the requested assistance comes too late. Madam President, to transform the well-being of our communities, we must embrace diversity and work towards social justice and inclusion. That is what responsible leaders do, making sure no one is left out or excluded. We must practice what we preach, Madam President. While the humanitarian and security situation in the Republic of Haiti remains of concern, we are pleased to note also through leadership of the Caribbean community, a roadmap towards free and fair elections has been initiated and a transition government with a clear mandate has been installed. We cannot leave Haiti and its people alone and behind. Haiti fatigue is not an option. We urge the international community to financially and technically support Haiti on its path forward. Suriname will contribute to the MSS with security personnel and remains committed to assist in whatever way we can. We urge and call for a more effective, coordinated, and coherent approach and the transparent sharing of information regarding the different initiatives to serve more effectively the objectives of facilitating peace, security, and prosperity in Haiti and the Haitian people. Madam President, leaving no one behind should also include lifting the long-standing economic embargo against Cuba and its people. Adopting the Pact of the Future represents an opportunity to redirect a new path for humanity to address current challenges while laying the groundwork for sustainable solutions. We need to foster collaboration and strengthen partnership to address the long-term global issues as climate change, social inequality, and access to affordable health care and quality education for all. Small nations need the support for digital transformation, providing the tools and capacity building initiatives needed to fully integrate into the global digital economy. We must, Madam President, utilize technology in a positive and constructive manner to facilitate financial inclusion for all, access to general education and skills training, but also telemedicine and treatment, as well as instant government services. Madam President, 2024 marks the 5th time for me to address the General Assembly. In 2020, I made my maiden address virtually through the optimal use of modern technology. At that time, I remarked that multilateralism came under attack on several occasions. And 4 years onwards, we still have a long way to go. We must work collectively and with a sense of urgency and positive attitudes towards a renewed commitment to a multilateral framework that is more inclusive, more equitable, more accountable, with the ultimate goal to create a better, safer, and more productive planet for our people now and in the future. In conclusion, Madam President, the theme, Leave No One Behind, is a call to action, but is also a challenge. For smaller countries like Suriname, the global system often continues exclusion, sometimes a new version and new style. As we continue our renewed commitment to building a more just, inclusive, and equitable international system where accountability is important, and together, Madam President, we must ensure that no nation, no community, no individual, no woman, and no children is excluded or left behind from the promise of peace, prosperity, and dignity. Let's live up to the spirit of one for all and all for one. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I wish to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Philemon Yang for his election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Rest assured, Mr. President, of Cyprus' steadfast support for your mission. Your Excellencies, I humbly stood at this podium for the first time last year. My main premise then was that the UN Charter is not a reality. It is a promise, a sacred pledge that we inherited from our predecessors, from those who had the remarkable courage, the clarity of vision to put pen on paper, vision to action, and to solemnly declare never again. These great visionaries who had the audacity to build peace upon still burning ashes of war assumes the tremendous responsibility to look beyond the horrors of the past, to learn from history, no matter how painful, and to lay the foundations for a world anchored on peace and stability, respect for international law, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. A world that leaves no one behind, that ensures prosperity and human dignity for all. Burning like a torch lit from those ashes, this promise was passed to us. Their voices are echoed in the halls of this building, which stand as a beacon and a symbol of the only path to the fulfillment of the UN Charter, which each and every state, each and every one of us undertook to uphold: multilateralism and respect for international law, diplomacy, peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation over use of force and aggression, laying down arms. A world order that does not appease the aggressor, the violator of international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, only a few weeks after last year's General Assembly, on October 7, the world was shocked by the unimaginable, horrendous brutality of the terrorist attack against innocent civilians. No one was spared the blindness and cruelty of terror that Saturday morning. Women raped, children killed and abducted, the elderly witnessing the burning flame of their loved ones, their future extinguished before their eyes. Their screams penetrating the hearts, forever changing the landscape of their lives, penetrating the conscience of humanity. There is never, ever any justification for terror. There is never, ever any justification for such blatant disregard for human life and dignity. No matter where it comes from, no matter whom it concerns us all. When rape is used as a weapon of war against women and girls, when children are abducted, our voice needs to be loud, clear, united, and unequivocal. Those are our daughters. Those are our children, and we failed them. Let me be clear. Ours is a mission for the innocent. Innocents know no country, age, race, nor religion. Human pain and human dignity is equal for all, and it must be upheld always in each and every context. Dear friends, in the immediate aftermath of the October 7 attack, and as the humanitarian situation in Gaza deteriorated, my country, the Republic of Cyprus, acted. We acted on our moral responsibility to help the innocent civilians of Gaza, men, women, children, suffering abhorrent conditions no human should ever endure. As a country that is an integral part of the region, Cyprus built on the long-standing bonds of friendship and trust with our neighbors. Fulfilling our duty as an anchor of stability in the turbulent sea, as the European Union's lighthouse in the Eastern Mediterranean, we delivered the Amalthea Maritime Corridor to the international community, a lifeline of hope and humanity. The Cyprus Humanitarian Corridor is a manifestation of the spirit and the letter of the UN Charter, cooperation and multilateralism. It aptly demonstrates the power of diplomacy, one of our most powerful tools. Cyprus worked closely with regional and international partners, with the United Arab Emirates, the United States, with the concrete support of the European Union, the United Nations, united by a shared vision. These guiding principles are the beacon of our engagement in international relations, the power of diplomacy as a force for good. We have consistently manifested this commitment and will continue to do so. Cyprus has acted time and time again as a regional evacuation hub at time of crisis, a safe bridge, a safe haven for civilians. Dear friends, the Palestinian children that have been orphaned, forced to live in tents with no access to the most basic items of existence, food, shelter, education, safety, are also our children. No child should ever endure such nightmare. They didn't cause this war. They do not deserve it. They suffer in silence. Their cries are haunting our conscience. We have also failed them. The situation in Gaza is a desperate cry for us to act decisively. We must do all that is in our power. We must act as leaders, as states, as international and regional organizations. My country has emphatically stressed the need for the respect of international humanitarian law, the protection of civilians, the rapid, safe and unhindered flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. This war must end now. The suffering must stop now. We have also consistently underlined and acted on the imperative of avoiding further escalation and destabilization in our region, and of the vital importance of preventing regional escalation. We are deeply alarmed by the recent developments in our neighboring Lebanon and stress the need for restraint. A step back must be taken from the brink. Excellencies, the wider region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, our neighborhood, is no doubt a turbulent region faced with a multitude of complex challenges. And yet, this neighborhood is so much more than the prevailing narrative. I will never accept the linear narrative of a region in turmoil. It is a narrative that ignores the complexities, but also the immense promise of the region and its people, the dynamics of opportunity and change that are unfolding. I have seen this journey closely, witnessing the full cooperation in the region, experience firsthand what countries of the region can achieve when they come together behind a common vision for the future, committed to multilateralism, always in respect of international legality.
And I'm convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East can move decisively beyond the prevailing narrative of being a region in turmoil and become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation. For the region to fulfill its promise, there has to be a path for lasting peace. There is an urgent need to reinvigorate the Middle East peace process and reach a political settlement in line with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. There is no other path to walk. Out of tragedy and suffering of the last year, let us exert every effort to ensure there is lifeline to peace. There are no shortcuts, no alternatives or substitutes to a lasting peace. There are no frozen conflicts. The vacuum created in the absence of a viable peace becomes a breeding ground for crisis and conflict. We can never be complacent. This is a painful lesson recent history teaches us over and over again. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation, came as yet another stark reminder of what is at stake if we don't defend and uphold the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Cyprus strongly condemns any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. My country has stood in an unwavering manner since the first day of the Russian invasion on the right side of the history. Cyprus, my country, itself a victim of invasion and continuing occupation, has steadfastly supported the unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of Ukraine. Madam President, Your Excellencies, the torch for peace in Cyprus awaits to be lit. This year, on July 20th, we mourned 50 years since the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Through use of force, Turkey occupies a sovereign European state. It violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an EU member state. 50 years, half a century of continuing Turkish occupation of approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, of continuous violation of the UN Charter, international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. 50 years that the displaced stoically await to return to their ancestral homes. 50 years that the mothers of the missing stoically await the remains of their loved ones, to lay them to rest in peace. Half a century of blatant disregard of UN Security Council resolutions, resolutions that have also called for the return of the fenced town of Varosha to its lawful inhabitants and its transfer to the administration of the UN. And yet, 50 years of resilience and hope by Cypriots, hope for peace, a burning desire and a deep belief by my people, by all Cypriots, that this cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future of our children and of the generations to come. They deserve to live, to thrive in coexistence and co-creation in a reunified country in conditions of viable peace. I'm often asked, dear friends, if I'm optimistic about peace in Cyprus after 50 years. Let me recall the words of Jean Monnet, one of the inspired founders of the European Union, when he proclaimed that this is not the time for blind optimism or paralyzing pessimism. Now is the time to be determined. And so the answer is that I'm determined to work tirelessly and bravely for peace in Cyprus, to reunify my country and its people in a modern, viable European state with no troops of occupation, no foreign guarantees. I'm determined to provide for all Cypriots all rights and fundamental freedoms that other Europeans enjoy. They deserve nothing less. I'm determined not to fail them. To my Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot compatriots, I hear your call for peace. It has not faded over time. It has grown louder, more determined. We look to the UN Secretary General, who understands the imperative of reunification, to fulfill the promise of peace, to deliver on the pledge of the UN Charter. I'm determined to continue exerting all efforts to resume negotiations for a viable solution to the Cyprus issue with the only framework, the relevant UN Security Council resolutions that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and fully in line with EU law, values and principles. Your Excellencies, since the last time I stood before you in this hall, we have exerted every effort to resume the peace process. There is no alternative to the path of peace. I'm committed and I'm ready to sit at the negotiating table today, not tomorrow, today. I have clarity of vision for the future of my country, for the future of our children in a unified, prosperous, viable European state. To Mr. Erdogan, history will judge us, and history is unforgiving in the light it casts on leaders who have an opportunity to deliver peace and instead choose the path of revisionism and disregard for international law. Those who want to lead must lead by example. The voice of morality, Mr. Erdogan, cannot have selective historical amnesia or selective sensitivity to violations to international law. The aggressor, the violator of international law, cannot be the advocate of legality nor point the finger to others. On this podium yesterday, we heard Mr. Erdogan call for the disregard of the UN Charter, the violation of the UN Security Council resolutions and international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And my response, the response of the international community, is clear. Illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and use of force cannot be recognized. International law is not a la carte. Its interpretation does not change depending on who is the violator. It applies equally to all contexts, to all countries. It applies to Turkey, a country that 50 years ago used force in violation of the UN Charter, invaded the sovereign state, and is an occupation force in Cyprus. It is an affront to this plenary to name an invasion a peace operation. Revisionists cannot change reality, not now, not ever. To Mr. Erdogan, I also say now is the time to deliver on your proclaimed commitment to international law and to peace. No country that believes in the moral superiority of its position refuses to sit on the negotiating table. I adamantly believe that we can carve a new path, one of peace, cooperation, and collaboration. We cannot change geography. It is an opportunity, not a curse. Turkey and Cyprus will always remain neighbors. Let us change the narrative. Let us transform our proximity into a promise. Let us build together a legacy of peace that can be transformative for the whole region. Ladies and gentlemen, in our common agenda, the Secretary General remarked that humanity faces a stark and urgent choice, and break down or and break through. I welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace and support multilateral efforts towards peace and security. Collective action is urgently needed to address the changing nature of conflicts, including challenges posed by new technologies, the climate emergency, rising inequalities, and backtracking on human rights. Halfway to the deadline, it is alarming that our world is off track to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Despite some glimmers of hope, action, transformative solutions and comprehensive reforms are urgently needed. The agendas and resolutions are in place. We don't need more words. We need action. Human rights constitute the backbone of the multilateral system, and it is a top priority for Cyprus' foreign policy, guided by our long-lasting commitment to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling all human rights, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations. Cyprus has announced its first-ever candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27, with elections taking place this fall. Our candidature stems from our deep dedication to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling basic human rights for all, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations system. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is at an inflection point. Our children, the generations to come, are watching, and they will hold us accountable. The decisions we make today, the courage and vision we transform into action, have the potential to change the trajectory of the world. We have an opportunity to come together and through multilateralism, by upholding the primacy of the UN Charter, to build a safer, more secure world. The nature of the challenges we face is such that no country can address it on its own. We need to come together. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determine. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to address you from this place. It's the first time for me in my capacity of President of Slovakia. The United Nations organization, which we helped to found with our brotherly Czech nation under Czechoslovakia's flag, has been here for almost 8 decades. We could spend hours discussing its imperfections or flaws. We have a legitimate right to ask how the UN delivers on its core mission, and that is maintaining peace, guaranteeing international law, and protecting human rights. And most importantly, why it fails to do so quite often. Despite all its faults and failures, the UN is the only truly global forum we have. It is the backbone of the world order based on rules and international law. The cornerstone of the world as we know it. The UN is a vital international ecosystem for most countries in the world, including Slovakia. The sovereignty of the majority is, to a great extent, based on our ability to cooperate, show solidarity, and look for points where our often different interests meet. It builds on our readiness to reach a compromise and respect our diversity based on shared universal values, rules, and obligations. Especially in today's uncertain times, it is a powerful pillar of sovereignty, just like its classic features, territorial integrity or independence of action. The way we cooperate tells us a story about us, where we do belong, what do we reach for, and eventually who we are as people, community, humanity. Our joint confidence in the existing system of international relations with the UN as its key element is what separates us from chaos and arbitrariness. In other words, from war and violence. There are countries and entities among us that believe that the absence of rules will be the breeding ground for their future success. They believe that the force is above the law. In reality, however, the collapse of a rules-based system would eventually get back at those who desire it the most today. In Slovakia's immediate vicinity, in Ukraine, a war has been going on for almost 1,000 days already. As a result of Russia's aggression, which violated such basic principles of international law as sovereignty and territorial integrity, it is worth reminding that our neighbor, Ukraine, legitimately defends its country and its people according to international law, including the UN Charter. Every day, this war continues to destroy the lives, the infrastructure, and the future of Ukrainian men and women. And it is of no good to Russia's people either, as they die too, and the war has come to them as well. The escalation grows. It is high time to start looking for a peaceful, sustainable, and just end to this conflict, based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Looking at the world's geography for parts of the globe, it might seem like a local and by far not the only serious conflict the world faces today. Let us recall the suffering of the people in Gaza after the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas against Israel and the casualties on both sides. Or the state collapses in Haiti or Sudan, both followed by humanitarian disasters. However, from the international community's point of view, what we see here is an existential struggle for the nature and future of international law and adherence to agreed rules. None of us today can think that the UN can fully prevent all wars and conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, or elsewhere. The reason, however, isn't some kind of alleged dysfunction of the organization and its agencies. It is rather the lack of joint political will in its highest body, the Security Council. On the other hand, it's a fact that the UN was born with powerful and exclusive checks without effective balances. For years, there has been a general understanding that the UN needs a deep reform, and Slovakia stands ready to continue assisting this legitimate effort. We see that we must rather look for effective prevention, management, and eventually solutions to conflicts within local or continental alliances. The role of the UN remains central, but the need for partnership with regional organizations is growing. For us in Europe, it is NATO and the EU. This is the only way for the UN, with its foundations laid in the last century, to withstand the threats and challenges of the current one. I don't find it appropriate or useful to divide the world into global north or global south, east or west. Much more important is to look at who respects our shared rules and obligations and who doesn't, who is interested in making them stronger and acting by them, and who is rather undermining them or applying double standards. All of us are far from perfect. However, it fills me with hope that those of us who respect our shared values and rules form the vast majority here, and those who despise, systematically ignore, harm, or apply these rules only when it comes in handy are only a few. It's often those who try to take apart not only the rules but also the meaning of words. In the flood of information and misinformation that we face today, we must not renounce the truth. The reverse is still the reverse and not the face. A lie is just a lie, not a fact of an alternate reality. Aggression is no defense. Occupation is no brotherly help, liberation, or some mythical togetherness. Likewise, war remains war, no matter what euphemism they call it. We must not forget that words and those who speak them, including traditional and social media, remain the most powerful weapons, determiners of good and evil. They can both fortify or disrupt unity and trust in our societies and communities. They can promote tolerance or spread hatred. It is of utter importance that we speak out against those who abuse words by giving them alternate or even opposite meanings. Promoting information integrity should be high on our priority list. The global debate on climate change is a good example proving we can do this. The denying of climate change and its evidence by renewed scientific teams around the world, quite common until recently, is in the face of increasingly destructive climate conditions and disasters, now obscure even in the most marginal opinion groups. Our emissions are already beyond the imaginary line of our Paris commitments, before which we could still significantly slow down what we, humanity, have caused through our activities. Blaming each other won't help either. We'd better do what we can. Let's invest part of our personal and political activity into what is already happening with our climate, mitigating the consequences of hurricanes, floods, and extinguishing fires, both figuratively and unfortunately also literally, is today's urgent climate agenda. Protection of freedom, human rights, and human dignity for everyone, efforts to reduce poverty, strengthening food security, upgrading health, hygiene and vaccination standards, environmental protection, preservation of ecosystems and diversity. Here, along with the climate change mitigation, I see a huge area of action for the UN and its specialized agencies too. Practical and well-directed policies, coordination of different national development and assistance programs into regional synergies and successes, as well as comprehensive and expert evaluation of green transition efforts. That is what I expect from the UN of today. I am proud that Slovakia belongs not only in Europe, but also globally to the leaders in compliance with the joint climate commitments. I believe the UN should also pay much more attention to the technological and digital aspects of our lives. Today, it's almost equally important as our physical identities. What I have in mind is no global regulation. That is a task for regional actors. I rather think of the widest possible involvement of new technologies into everything that the UN has been working on. My point is that the whole world should more evenly benefit from technological progress. It should become one of the main engines of social progress and a way to level differences and promote gender equality. All of this is also a part of the basic mission of the UN. Another pressing problem in front of many countries and the entire international community is migration. It is a phenomenon that divides us rather than unites us. An agenda, elections are won or lost today. However, we should never forget that the most of our ancestors across Europe were refugees too, when they fled before war, poverty or persecution during Nazism or communism. There is no magic formula for addressing illegal migration. It is, however, clear that many aspects of migration need clear rules, transparent procedures and effective policies, measures which will help the source, transit as well as target countries. And it is also legitimate to appropriately address all security risks that in particular the illegal migration brings. But what we need in the first place is a calm, pragmatic and realistic dialogue leading to the cooperation of all concerned parties, which not only deals with the consequences, but above all with the causes of illegal migration as well as those who aid and profit from it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia has a long-term been an active member of the UN. In the spirit of all these issues, priorities and challenges that I mentioned today, Slovakia is preparing as a candidate for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council in 2028 and 2029. Our diplomats and experts are sitting in executive boards of several specialized UN agencies. The roots of Czechoslovak and today's Slovak diplomacy are closely linked with international cooperation. Names like Milan Rastislav Štefánik, Štefan Osuský, Ivan Krno or Jan Papanek are well known in the diplomatic community, and some of them left a strong footprint here in the UN corridors too. The last one, Jan Papanek, was Czechoslovakia's delegate at the San Francisco conference and was one of the 14 people who formulated the final text of the charter that gave birth to this organization. All these prominent Slovak diplomats had one thing in common. They all were true and convinced multilateralists. And it is to multilateralism that we, to a large extent, owe our modern statehood and identity. It's therefore up to us, the leaders of this world, to stress in communication to our citizens that the building blocks and rules of the international community, which we have been lying together for almost 8 decades since 1945, have no sustainable alternative. It is our task to say and repeat that we must not bring them down, but on the contrary, fix and bolster them. Multilateralism, just like the world around us, is complex and has many diverse and often opposing layers. It requires a lot of patience, and it often brings frustration and bitterness. However, it's also the most precious generational wealth that we can rely to our posterity. It's up to us in what condition and how well or ill prepared for the future we will jointly pass it on. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Deputy President, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, delegates, Namibia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly. I also extend my appreciation to his successor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for successfully steering the Assembly through trying times. It was during the 78th session where the relevance of the Assembly's work repeatedly came to the fore through reaffirmations. The theme for this general debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, aligns perfectly well with our shared aspiration for effective international cooperation. In this regard, the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes on the 23rd of this month, 2024, is encouraging. Namibia is proud to have served alongside Germany as a co-facilitator of the Summit of the Future. I congratulate all delegates for their commitment that brought the pact to fruition, all of you. Namibia's interest in the Pact for Future is grounded in the understanding that multilateral institutions, including the Security Council of the United Nations, do not represent African needs and aspirations. The institution created in 1945 must better respond to today's challenges. At the core of the pact is this recognition and the urgency for profound global transformation. At the heart of our quest to rebuild trust in multilateralism is a legitimate demand to be recognized as equal partners. Partners who can be trusted. Partners in the fight against war, against poverty, against global injustices and inequalities. Mr. President, Namibia is particularly concerned about the impact of climate change. Changes in ocean temperature have affected our fish stocks with potential long-term consequences for our livelihoods, ecosystems, and tourism. Namibia and the rest of SADC region are going through an El Niño phenomena which has adversely impacted our food security. In this regard, Namibia has to declare a state of emergency to address the severe effect of drought. As we approach the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, we are presented with a renewed opportunity to strengthen gender equality. Namibia remains among the top 9 countries globally that have close to 80% of gender gap. In the past 12 months, we have achieved perfect parity in the National Assembly, where 50% of representatives are women. Namibia is preparing for the 8th Presidential and National Assembly elections on 27 November 2024. Political parties, including the ruling party, which I represent, have nominated female candidates. We hope that the United Nations will have a female Secretary General in the near future. Namibia is working to develop a sustainable energy mix to support its ambitious industrialization agenda and to contribute to the world's efforts to combat climate change. We are establishing green industrialization ecosystem for decarbonizing industries that find it difficult to lower their greenhouse emissions. Investment in these key sectors is critical in Namibia. And Namibia is urging developed nations to scale up support for developing countries to facilitate gradual energy transition. Turning to international peace and security, there is an urgent need for this Assembly to support the modalities to actualize the adversary opinion rendered by International Court of Justice regarding the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Prolonged occupation does not justify or make acceptance the hardship and injustice endured. This is particularly true for the people of Gaza, who continue to be brutally massacred. As a country that has endured genocide, Namibia believes that Israel, by intent and by action, is committing genocide. Namibia continues to call for a ceasefire and humanitarian assistance to flow unhindered into Gaza. On economic matter, economic hardship continue to affect the sister Republic of Cuba in stark contrast to the ideals of inclusivity and the goals of leaving no one behind. Namibia calls for the end of economic, financial, and commercial blockade against Cuba and calls for removal of Cuba from states that are accused of sponsoring terrorism. Namibia also reiterates its call for the immediate and unconditional lifting of illegal sanctions against our neighbor Zimbabwe, which hinders the country's capacity to achieve sustainable development goals. Further affronts to the United Nations Charter, its purpose and principle is the continued disenfranchisement of the people of Western Sahara, who are denied the right to self-determination. The 79th session of the UN General Assembly must do more to change that situation. In conclusion, Namibia is a child of international solidarity midwifed by the United Nations, and therefore remains its firmest of proponents. The United Nations system can be strengthened if we hold hands and work together as bridge builders to illustrate, as illustrated by the Summit of the Future, by choosing the way of collaboration over enmity, peaceful dialogue over war and conflict, and de-escalation instead of escalating things, we can achieve our shared goal of more peaceful, just, and prosperous world. And I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
السيد الرئيس
Mr. President,
سيدات والسادة الحضور
ladies and gentlemen,
في البداية
at the outset,
يسرني أن أتقدم لكم بخالص
I would
التهاني
like to
على
congratulate
انتخابكم
you
لرئاسة الدورة
on
79
your election
للجمعية
as
العامة
President
للأمم
of the
المتحدة
79th session
متمنيا
of
لكم
the United
ولفريقكم
Nations General
النجاح في
Assembly.
المهام
I wish you
الموكلة
and your
إليكم.
team all the success.
كما أتوجه بالشكر
I would also
والتقدير
like to
للسيد
express my thanks and
دينيس فرانسيس
appreciation to
على
Mr. Dennis
قيادته
Francis
المميزة
for
خلال
his
الدورة
excellent
السابقة
stewardship of
والأمين
the
العام
previous
السيد
session.
أنطونيو
Thanks are also
غوتيريش
due to His Excellency the
على
Secretary
جهوده
General Antonio
المستمرة
Guterres
في
for his
تعزيز الأمن
continuous
والاستقرار
effort to
الدوليين
promote international peace and
ومساعيه
security, as
الحميدة
well as his
بتحقيق
good
الأهداف
offices
السامية
to
للأمم
achieve the
المتحدة
noble objectives of the
ودوره
United
في
Nations
تعزيز
and
حقوق
his role in
الإنسان.
promoting human rights.
السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة،
Madam President, ladies and
عانت
gentlemen,
ليبيا على مدى
Libya
أكثر
has
من عقد من الزمن
for over more
مراحل
than a decade
انتقالية
from
متعاقدة
successive
شابتها
transitional
العديد من الصراعات
periods
والحروب
tainted
غير
with
المبررة
unjustified
بين
conflicts and
الأشقاء
wars among
والتي
brothers.
غذتها
They were
تدخلات
fueled
خارجية
by foreign
تسعى إلى إضعاف
interference aimed
الدولة
at weakening the
وتعميق
state,
الانشقاق
deepening
والسيطرة على
divisions,
مواردها الطبيعية
and controlling its natural
وقرارها
resources,
السياسي
as well as
والاقتصادي،
its political
وهو
and
ما
social
يتطلب اليوم
decision.
وقفة جادة
This
لاستعادة
necessitates
زمام
a
الأمور،
strong stance
فلا
today
تزال
to regain
التحديات
control.
أمامنا كبيرة
Challenges
ومعقدة،
are huge
ولا زلنا
and
نسعى
complex before
لخلق
us.
حلول
However,
توافقية
we're still trying to
لتوحيد
reach
الكلمة والصف
consensual solutions to
وجمع
unite our
الأطراف على
words and
طاولة
ranks and
واحدة
gather all
والعمل
parties
على
around
إيجاد
one
حل
table
وطني.
to find a
إلا أن
national solution.
الانقسام المؤسسي
However,
الناتج
this
عن
institutional
العرقلة
division
الممنهجة
that
لبعض
is a result
الأطراف
of
السياسية
systematic
وما
obstruction
تبعها
by some
من
political
نزاعات
parties
حول
and
الصلاحيات
the subsequent
والاختصاصات
conflict over
أدى
privileges
إلى
and
تفاقم
prerogatives
الأزمة
led to
السياسية
the
والمؤسسية
escalation
بشكل ملحوظ، وزاد من تعقيد المشهد السياسي، بداية من خلق أجسام موازية إلى تجميد وإلغاء الالتزام بالاتفاقات السياسية المبرمة وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وصولا لاستخدام موارد الدولة كأداة للضغط السياسي، وآخرها محاولة العبث بالقضاء الليبي، الأمر الذي يجعل من واجبنا أن نتحمل المسؤولية الملقاة على عاتقنا ونتدخل عندما يتعلق الأمر بأمن المواطن وقوته. السيد الرئيس، أن الحل السياسي الشامل بمساراته المالية والاقتصادية والأمنية، إضافة لمسار المصالحة الوطنية، هو السبيل الوحيد لتوحيد المؤسسات وضمان الاستقرار وصولا إلى الانتخابات وتجديد الشرعية لجميع المؤسسات وتقرير الشعب الليبي لمصيره. ونثمن في هذا الإطار الجهود الوطنية والدولية الرامية إلى دعم الحوار بين الأطراف الليبية، ونؤمن إيمانا راسخا بأن الشعب الليبي هو صاحب الحق في تحديد مصيره واختيار من يحكمه ويدير شؤونه وثرواته، ويجب أن يعطى الفرصة للبث في مستقبله من خلال تجديد الشرعية واستعادة سلطته التي تسعى بعض الأطراف إلى إقصائه. فالليبيون هم الأقدر على تقرير مصيرهم، والشعب هو الفيصل في اختيار من يمثله والعودة إليه عبر الاستفتاءات النزيهة، وعقد انتخابات شاملة هو الحل الأمثل لإنهاء أي انسداد سياسي. السيدات والسادة، إن مشروع المصالحة الوطنية الذي يرعاه المجلس الرئاسي يسير بوتيرة بطيئة نتيجة للتطورات الأخيرة التي شهدتها البلاد ومحاولة بعض الأطراف السياسية عرقلته بكل السبل، وإننا نجدد التأكيد على أهمية تسريع هذا المسار لإرساء وتوطيد الثقة، وإننا في هذا الصدد نشيد بجهود الاتحاد الأفريقي وندعو لخلق حوار ليبي لأجل إنجاز ميثاق وطني ومؤتمر مصالحة شامل، ونؤكد على ضرورة مشاركة كافة الأطراف بطريقة بناءة للوصول إلى تسوية سلمية تعتمد على الحل الليبي بعيدا عن الإملاءات والتدخلات الخارجية، إذ لا يمكن التوصل إلى حلول دائمة من دون حوار صريح وجاد بين الليبيين أنفسهم، ومن غير تدخلات خارجية يضمن وحدة البلاد وسلامتها المجتمعية وسيادتها. السيدات والسادة، يصادف هذا الشهر الذكرى السنوية الأولى لدمار الزائل من مدينة درنا ومحيطها بسبب إعصار دانيال، والذي يعد حدثا مؤلما لا ينسى، حيث ترك خلفه دمارا واسعا وخسائر بشرية ومادية جسيمة. ورغم الآلام والحزن إلا أننا أيضا نتذكر تضافر وتلاحم جهود الليبيين والتي أعطت درسا حيا على قدرة الشعب الليبي للتغلب على الصعوبات والأزمات، إذ ما قرر حل مشكلاته داخليا من غير تدخلات وإملاءات خارجية. كما نجدد الدعم للجهود الصادقة التي بذلت للتعافي تمهيدا لإعادة الإعمار في كافة ربوع البلاد. السيدات والسادة، ما يرتكبه الاحتلال الإسرائيلي من جرائم إبادة وتطهير عرقي ضد الشعب الفلسطيني واللبناني يمثل انتهاكا صارخا للقوانين الدولية متمسكين بمبادئ المحاسبة وعدم الإفلات من العقاب، ونشير في هذا الصدد إلى انضمام دولة ليبيا إلى جنوب أفريقيا في القضية المرفوعة أمام محكمة الجنايات الدولية بخصوص الكيان الإسرائيلي وانتهاكاته الجسيمة للقوانين والقرارات والمواثيق الدولية، ولتعزيز المساءلة على الانتهاكات والإبادة الجماعية التي يتعرض لها الشعب الفلسطيني، كما أننا نؤكد أن إبعاد شبح نشوب حرب إقليمية في المنطقة يكون من خلال معالجة الوضع في غزة وإيقاف الانتهاكات والاعتداءات الجسيمة في فلسطين، ونؤكد على حق الشعب الفلسطيني في تقرير مصيره وإقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، أما على صعيد القضايا الإقليمية والدولية فإننا نؤكد على ضرورة تضافر الجهود في مكافحة الهجرة غير الشرعية والإرهاب، حيث أن هذه القضية تمثل تحديا كبيرا ليس لليبيا فحسب بل للكثير من الدول، وخاصة الدول الأفريقية ودول المنطقة وليبيا، كونها دولة عبور تتحمل عبئا كبيرا في هذا الشأن. ونحن نؤمن أن حل هذه المسألة يتطلب تضافر الجهود مع ضرورة مراعاة التشريعات الوطنية والجوانب الإنسانية وحماية حقوق المهاجرين. أما فيما يتعلق بالإرهاب فقد عانت ليبيا بشكل كبير من هذه الآفة، ونجحت في القضاء على تنظيم داعش بفضل تضحيات أبنائها وجهود المؤسسة العسكرية وتضحياتها ودعم المجتمع الدولي. ونحن نواصل العمل على تعزيز الأمن الداخلي وحماية الحدود من خلال التعاون مع المجتمع الدولي لإنشاء مراكز أمنية للتنسيق الجهود بين مختلف القوى الأمنية والوطنية ودول الجوار، وأن محاربة الإرهاب ليست مجرد مواجهة عسكرية بل هي ظاهرة متعددة الجوانب تتطلب تضافر الجهود المحلية والدولية ونهجا شاملا يعالج مختلف أبعادها. ورغم أهمية جهود الأمم المتحدة في هذا الصدد، نرى ضرورة تطوير آلية وطنية لمواجهة هذه التحديات بعيدا عن التدخلات السلبية. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، أقول لقد آن الأوان أن نرص صفوفنا وأن نمد جسور الوحدة لنجعل من تضامننا حجرا لأساس لوطننا، هذا الوطن المعطاء وشعبنا الكريم المحب للحياة. أقول لكم إننا لن ننعم بخيراتنا وثروات وطننا طالما بقيت بذور الفتنة والشقاق تنمو بيننا، وإن وحدتنا هي المفتاح لاستقرارنا، وهي الأمل الذي سيحمل أبنائنا نحو مستقبل أفضل. وأدعوكم للتشبث بوحدتنا الوطنية ونفض التدخلات الخارجية التي تهدف إلى تقويض مساعينا. إن التاريخ يشهد على عظمة هذا الشعب الذي ألهم أمما وشعوبا عبر العصور، ويبرهن على أنه رغم كل ما يمر به من تحديات يعود دائما أشد قوة وصلابة وبأسا. ولا ينسى الليبيون من وقف إلى جانبهم في لحظات الشدة، وسنظل على عهدنا نعمل من أجل بناء مستقبل مشرق يليق بطموحات شعبنا وآماله، ولن نبخل بأي تضحية في سبيله. شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor Philemon Yang, presidente de la 79ª sesión de las Naciones Unidas, excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, secretario general de las Naciones Unidas, excelentísimos señores jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, honorables jefes de delegación, señoras y señores. Ante todo, deseo en nombre del pueblo dominicano felicitar la elección del señor Philemon Yang como presidente de esta Asamblea y a la vez agradecerle su trabajo junto al secretario general por la exitosa organización de esta 79ª sesión y en particular de la reciente finalizada Cumbre del Futuro. Este ambicioso esfuerzo ha enfatizado la necesidad de fortalecer el financiamiento internacional para lograr el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible ODS y muestra la voluntad sincera de trabajar por un presente y un futuro de paz, bienestar ciudadano y respeto a los derechos humanos y a los valores democráticos. Quiero resaltar que en el caso de República Dominicana hemos logrado avances considerables en los ODS, en la reducción de la pobreza, en la seguridad alimentaria, la sostenibilidad energética, seguridad ciudadana y acción climática, por mencionar algunos ejemplos. A título de ejemplo, la pobreza monetaria se redujo del 25.8% en el 2019 al 23% en el 2023, a pesar de la pandemia y los efectos de la guerra. Y en el primer semestre de este año bajó al 18.9%, el nivel más bajo en nuestra historia. En estos 4 años de gestión, hemos más que duplicado el gasto destinado en la protección social. Nuestra política agrícola ha sido clave para garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y mantener la rentabilidad de los productores dominicanos. A pesar de ser una isla con recursos limitados de tierra cultivable, hemos pasado de un 88.5% de autosuficiencia alimentaria en 2019 a un 90.6% en el 2023. Hemos logrado en gran medida la autosuficiencia de este sector. En cuanto a la generación, transmisión y distribución de energía asequible y no contaminante, hemos logrado avances significativos, así como importantes mejoras en las regulaciones eléctricas. Iniciamos la construcción de 2.000 nuevos megavatios de generación térmica, de las cuales ya hay 400 megavatios instalados, y contratamos 1.674 megavatios de energías renovables, con 647 megavatios ya en operación y 1.030 megavatios en construcción. Para finales del 2027, por primera vez contaremos con un excedente de generación superior al 15%, lo que garantizará una mayor estabilidad y sostenibilidad y mejores precios del suministro energético. La seguridad ciudadana también ha experimentado una mejora notable. En 2022, la tasa de homicidios en nuestro país fue de 13.2 por cada 100.000 habitantes. En 2023 descendió a 11.5 y en lo que va de 2024 se sitúa en 9.9. Este índice está por debajo del promedio de América Latina y el Caribe, que según los datos de la ONU es de 17.2. Mantenemos un firme compromiso de enfrentar la triple crisis planetaria: cambio climático, pérdida de biodiversidad y contaminación, jugando un papel fundamental en la creación del Fondo para Daños y Pérdidas y alcanzando la meta del 30 por 30 en la protección de nuestro territorio marítimo. Estos cruciales temas requerirían toda nuestra atención. Sin embargo, el resurgimiento de la guerra y la violencia desbordada nos obligan a enfocar esta lamentable urgencia. Desde su aprobación en el 1945, La Carta de las Naciones Unidas nos ha servido bien, pero tras 7 décadas se han acumulado una serie de retos y desafíos que hoy desbordan su marco institucional, como lo ha enfatizado el secretario general Guterres en su discurso de apertura. Existe un consenso generalizado de que necesitamos con urgencia un nuevo modelo de gobernanza global. Uno que fomente mayor confianza y efectividad en las decisiones emanadas de este imprescindible concierto de naciones. Para la República Dominicana, el compromiso con un multilateralismo efectivo y renovado es prioritario. Este enfoque es necesario para garantizar el respeto al derecho internacional y proteger a las naciones frente a las amenazas globales que comprometen su seguridad y bienestar. Sin una acción concertada y basada en principios, los cimientos de la comunidad internacional se seguirán debilitando. Desde su formación, República Dominicana ha sido un pueblo abanderado de la paz, de la solución pacífica de los conflictos. La pérdida de miles de vidas inocentes, niñas, niños y envejecientes resulta intolerable, y por esto alzamos nuestra voz para reclamar de manera enérgica la protección efectiva de la población civil conforme lo disponen las normas del derecho internacional humanitario. Una sólida teoría postula que las democracias rara vez van a las guerras unas contra otras. Los dominicanos estamos convencidos de que la promoción de la democracia es un elemento esencial para la construcción de una paz duradera. La democracia no puede reducirse a un sistema de procedimientos mecánicos. La democracia tiene que ser una realidad viva que transforme positivamente la vida de los ciudadanos. Señor presidente, nos encontramos en un momento crucial para la democracia en América Latina y el Caribe. En las últimas décadas hemos sido testigos de un preocupante deterioro en la calidad y el apoyo a los sistemas democráticos. De acuerdo con la reconocida encuestadora Latinobarómetro, el apoyo a la democracia ha tenido una considerable disminución entre el 2010 y el 2023, mientras que el apoyo al autoritarismo aumentó en el mismo periodo. Múltiples factores inciden en este declive. Entre ellos, las secuelas de las frecuentes crisis económicas globales que se han vuelto cíclicas desde finales de los años 90. Pero otro factor igualmente importante es que los ciudadanos no perciben los beneficios tangibles de la democracia y muestran gran preocupación por el personalismo y la corrupción, la confianza en las instituciones democráticas. Frente a ese panorama, resalta la propensión a perpetuarse en el poder, que en el caso de América Latina toma la forma de la reelección indefinida. En los últimos 30 años esta tendencia ha ganado fuerza, erosionando la democracia. Tenemos el ejemplo de Venezuela, que combina la concentración del poder, la persecución de la oposición y la censura a los medios de comunicación. Sin la debida transparencia que requiere cualquier proceso electoral y sin sustento documental alguno, la crisis no hará más que agravarse. Seguiremos insistiendo en la publicación de todas las actas electorales, su verificación por instituciones imparciales y el respeto al resultado emanado de la voluntad del pueblo venezolano. Sin esta publicación no puede declararse un ganador legítimo. La alternancia en el poder es un elemento esencial para garantizar un ejercicio político responsable y genuinamente participativo. La democracia parte de un principio fundamental. El perdedor tiene que aceptar su derrota y ejercer una oposición leal y constructiva. Otro principio democrático esencial establece que el ganador tiene el deber de no avasallar ni doblegar al adversario. La democracia no puede ser ejercida únicamente por y para los ganadores. La mayoría debe garantizar el respeto y la inclusión de las minorías, que gozan de iguales derechos y deben ser tratados con equidad y justicia. Señor presidente, el pasado 19 de mayo el pueblo dominicano me reeligió en la primera vuelta electoral para un segundo y último mandato presidencial, logrando además una mayoría calificada en ambas cámaras del Congreso. Con la mirada puesta en el fortalecimiento de la democracia dominicana, presenté muy recientemente una reforma constitucional ante el Congreso dominicano que busca consolidar el límite nuevamente a la reelección presidencial de manera taxativa, 2 periodos consecutivos y nunca más. Esta reforma se propone dejar un legado de mayor estabilidad política y social a las futuras generaciones y buscar establecer un principio general de manera más clara y robusta. El poder es siempre transitorio y debe de estar al servicio de la gente. Señor Presidente, toda democracia exige un compromiso con la defensa de los derechos humanos, fundamental para proteger la dignidad y la libertad de cada individuo y brindar legitimidad al poder político. El gobierno dominicano está profundamente comprometido con la protección de los derechos humanos a nivel nacional e internacional. Este compromiso forma parte integral de nuestra política exterior, que establece la promoción y defensa de los derechos humanos como uno de sus principales pilares. Aquí no hay cálculos ni bandos, tan solo principios. Por eso, la crisis en Haití merece una atención especial. Desde hace más de 3 años, la inestabilidad en el país vecino ha generado una presión significativa sobre nuestra seguridad. Venimos solicitando con firmeza el involucramiento de la comunidad internacional en un rol protagónico y sostenido en la estabilización de Haití. Esta es una necesidad estratégica para la seguridad en mi país y en toda la región. El Estado dominicano ha asumido una alta responsabilidad ante la crisis haitiana, que va mucho más allá de lo que le corresponde, proporcionando servicios esenciales a una gran población proveniente del país vecino. En el 2023, las atenciones médicas a inmigrantes haitianos generales representaron el 12% del total de los servicios prestados a través de nuestro sistema de salud pública. Además, actualmente hay cerca de 200,000 menores extranjeros en el sistema educativo público dominicano, de los cuales se estima que más de 147,000 son de origen haitiano. Estos datos reflejan la gran carga económica y sentido humanitario de República Dominicana, pero solos no podemos más. Después de un largo batallar por la aprobación de varias resoluciones en el Consejo de Seguridad, finalmente se empezó a vislumbrar un camino hacia la estabilidad con la creación del Consejo Presidencial de Transición y la llegada de la misión multinacional de apoyo a la seguridad en Haití. Aprovechamos la ocasión para agradecer a Kenia y al presidente Ruto, que ha cargado con la mayor parte de los efectivos que apoyan a la Policía Nacional Haitiana, y a Estados Unidos, país que ha asumido la mayor carga financiera y logística. También a Jamaica, Bahamas y El Salvador, que ya han enviado sus aportes. Asimismo, a CARICOM por sus esfuerzos en favor del diálogo y la concertación en Haití. Pero hasta ahora, solo se han desplegado 400 efectivos de la MSS, de un mínimo de 2,000 requeridos para que la fuerza sea efectiva. Sin embargo, hoy día no se han depositado en el Fondo Fiduciario para Haití los recursos requeridos para lograr el despliegue pleno de la fuerza y alcanzar los objetivos de pacificación y respaldo a la eventual celebración de elecciones libres, justas y transparentes. Señores, hemos llegado a este punto con grandes sacrificios, pero a prácticamente un año de la celebración de las elecciones en Haití, aún no están dadas las condiciones para ello. No podemos permitir que los esfuerzos hasta aquí alcanzados se desplomen, pues de lo contrario, el colapso de Haití será inminente y sus consecuencias alcanzarán a toda la región. Esta misión significa una excepcional esperanza para el restablecimiento de la normalidad en Haití. Un fracaso podría implicar la necesidad de nosotros adoptar medidas drásticas para proteger nuestra seguridad nacional. Es inaceptable que a estas alturas algunos de los países que han tenido incidencia en la situación haitiana o que se han comprometido con su solución no hayan cumplido plenamente con sus promesas. Mientras la seguridad nacional de mi país esté implicada, no cesaré de reclamar por la estabilidad de Haití. Señor Presidente, República Dominicana y el gobierno que presido seguirán colaborando con la comunidad internacional de manera solidaria y comprometida para cumplir con los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible. El panorama global nos exige actuar como una comunidad cohesionada, como un verdadero concierto de naciones y con una meta común y una visión de futuro. Seremos evaluados por la historia
future.
No solo
We'll
por
be
los
judged by
discursos que
history, not
pronunciemos en
only
estos ilustres
in terms of
espacios,
the speeches that we
sino de
give in these
manera más
illustrious
importante
halls,
por las
but
acciones que
also, more
emprendamos en la
importantly, for the
práctica.
actions that we
No
undertake in
podemos
practice.
fallarles a
We
nuestro
cannot fail
pueblo.
our
No
peoples.
podemos
We
fallarle a la
cannot fail
humanidad.
humanity.
No podemos
We
fallarle
cannot
al
fail
futuro.
the future.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Ioannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, we have all gathered here, the world leaders, with the responsibility of a better global vision and the will to make it happen. There is no better and more representative framework than our 79-year-old United Nations, anchored in the UN Charter and the international law. However insecure the world is today, the answer to our problems will always be more cooperation and more solidarity. Romania will always uphold the international world order with the United Nations at its core. If we want to find the solutions, we need to have a more responsible look at our world, to understand its challenges. Let us remember what brought us here together in the first place: peace as a state of spirit, as a purpose, as a tool. Regrettably, we see around the globe that insecurity, violence, conflicts, and even war have taken a firm grip on our world. Our main challenge is finding the much-needed solutions to restore and safeguard peace. Otherwise, the international order and the international law are ours to lose. When diplomacy is the most difficult tool to use, it is precisely then when we need to use it most. Look at the dire global consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine. It has unleashed the greatest security crisis in Europe in recent history, in breach of the international law and with implications going well beyond Europe. In this context, Romania has extended a strong, multidimensional support for Ukraine and its people, and we are committed to maintain it for as long as it is needed. At the same time, Romania will continue its unwavering support to consolidate the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, the second most affected country by this war. Our security is not regional, it is global. This brutal war has already harmed nations and people across the world. Food security stands proof. My country has a crucial role in facilitating the grain exports from Ukraine through our ports on the Danube and at the Black Sea. A long-term conflict is unacceptable, and we must stay the course. Ukraine needs the resolute support of all UN member states determined to uphold the international law and the United Nations Charter. Romania fully supports the peace initiative of President Zelenskyy. It is the only approach to ensure a just and lasting peace, in full agreement with the UN Charter and the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting all civilians must remain our common objective. Almost a year ago, the heinous attack committed by Hamas against Israeli civilians has shocked the world. Against the spiral of violence that followed, our actions based on Security Council resolutions should prevail. The end of hostilities, a safe release of all hostages, and facilitation of the safe shipment of the humanitarian aid for the civilians in Gaza are imperatives no one can deny. Furthermore, we support all efforts to resume the political process based on the two-state solution, coexisting in peace and security within safe and recognized borders. More broadly, around the world, there are alarming calls to stop blatant violations of human rights under many forms and rooted in different causes. There is a sense of urgency that remains unanswered. Conflict prevention and peacekeeping are essential tools in this regard. At the same time, we must support the cooperation with regional organizations in view of their role in preventing, keeping, and enforcing peace. Distinguished audience, the impact of climate change is a growing threat to our security, and its consequences are already obvious. As these negative events increase, they impact demography, economies, energy, connectivity, and geopolitics. It is vital to further enhance international cooperation and ensure the much-needed civil protection mechanisms. Romania actively participates at the international level in the exercises, projects, and actions to provide emergency response, especially to limit the impact of wildfires. The UN system is essential to mainstream our efforts and to create synergies. We need to accelerate our work to keep the 1.5 degrees target alive. And since climate change is a threat multiplier, Romania supports an integrated approach to the climate and security nexus within the United Nations system. Green transition also includes energy transition, while ensuring energy security as an important development marker. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era when we could fully enjoy the opportunities offered by information, innovation, and connections. Nevertheless, instead of harnessing their potential to our common benefit, we see increased distrust and hatred. We see polarization and rise of extremism instead of coexistence and tolerance. Technology misuses, disinformation, and other hybrid tools are at the center of the problem with the aim of undermining our security. In such times, it has become way easier to destroy than to build. But it is now that we need to seek strength in global institutions, principles, and values, all of those which serve to safeguard human dignity. And human dignity cannot be secured without human rights. They are never optional and continue to stand as one of the fundamental pillars of the United Nations system. In this regard, international legal instruments have a crucial role. For example, in digital transition, we see that technology is a global amplifier of trends. it is up to us to decide whether it will contribute to a more effective and accessible public services. We also have to recognize the essential role of civil society, the human rights defenders, and the involvement of youth in advancing human rights. We are also following the situation of gender equality and the fight against gender violence. Romania is a firm supporter of gender equality, which we promote as member of the Human Rights Council and most recently of the Commission on the Status of Women. Distinguished audience, there is no viable alternative to the United Nations and the principles upon which the organization was built, which remain more valid than ever. Our focus is to continue the United Nations reform so that it will be fit to address current challenges and the ones looming, a more effective and more efficient United Nations, a more representative United Nations where trust can be fostered. Romania advocates for an extended Security Council where transparency and accountability are the norm, not the exception. A UN more accessible to the public and more meaningful, where youth can have a say on matters affecting them, where the voices of the civil society and other stakeholders are heard. This is why a pact for the future was so urgently required to give fresh shape and purpose to our vision for the next generations. Finally, the United Nations has a continuous aspiration for a better world, from those who dreamed of peace and tolerance to those who will never stop fighting for it. A world where sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, and human rights are respected, where each country can choose its own path with dignity and free from aggression, where every citizen is safe and free. This is our credo, and this is our call for action. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, ici représenté, c'est avec un immense honneur que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour la première fois depuis que le peuple congolais m'a renouvelé sa confiance en m'élisant pour un second mandat à la tête de notre nation.
as President of our
Ayant eu
nation.
l'occasion de prendre la parole devant vous par le passé,
to speak to
je
you
suis
before in the past,
particulièrement ému de pouvoir le faire à nouveau
to be
en
able
ce
to do
moment
it again
significatif pour notre
at
pays.
this significant moment for our
Je
country.
tiens à féliciter M.
I
Philemon
wish to
Yang
congratulate Mr. Philemon
pour son
Yang
élection à la présidence de
his
cette
election
79e session,
as president
de
of
même
this
que je rends
79th
hommage
session.
à vos prédécesseurs
And at the same time, I wish
pour
to
leur
pay
engagement
tribute
constant
to
au service
your
de cette
predecessors
institution.
for their constant commitment at the
Le
service
thème
of
de cette
this
session,
institution. The
ne laisser
theme of
personne
this
de côté,
session, leaving no
agir
one
ensemble
behind,
pour faire
acting
progresser la
together
paix,
for the
le
advancement
développement
of peace,
durable et
sustainable
la dignité
development,
humaine pour les
and human
générations
dignity
futures
for present and future
résonne
generations.
particulièrement avec nos
A
aspirations
theme
en
that
République
particularly
démocratique
resonates
du
with
Congo.
our aspirations in the Democratic
Monsieur le
Republic of
Président,
Congo.
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations
Mr.
Unies,
President, United Nations
Mesdames et
Secretary
Messieurs
General,
les chefs d'État et de
heads of state
gouvernement,
and government,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de
heads
délégation,
of delegation,
le multilatéralisme et le respect d'un système mondial basé sur des règles ont été des piliers essentiels pour soutenir la paix, la sécurité, la santé, la prospérité à travers le monde depuis près de 80 ans. Les Nations Unies incarnent ces valeurs fondamentales et demeurent un acteur incontournable face aux défis majeurs que l'humanité doit surmonter, qu'il s'agisse de garantir la sécurité, de maîtriser le changement climatique ou de lutter contre la pauvreté. Cette réalité nécessite une coopération multilatérale renforcée. Cependant, le noble idéal des rédacteurs de la Charte des Nations Unies, celui de servir d'instrument par lequel tous les pays régulent leur comportement, semble s'effacer. Le socle de la sécurité collective qu'elle a établi vacille. Nous avons la responsabilité de conjuguer nos efforts et de réaffirmer notre engagement envers le multilatéralisme, qui est la clé de solutions véritablement transformatrices face aux défis qui rongent notre monde. Comme l'a si bien exprimé Dag Hammarskjöld, ancien secrétaire général de l'ONU, dont le sacrifice en faveur de la paix en République démocratique du Congo nous rappelle la gravité de notre mission, je cite, le but de l'ONU n'est pas d'emmener l'humanité au paradis, mais de le protéger de l'enfer. Fin de citation. En cette période critique du multilatéralisme, le multilatéralisme revêt une importance cruciale. Il permet de répondre aux menaces communes, de protéger notre planète et de renforcer la société civile ainsi que les droits humains. En effet, nous ne pouvons ignorer la montée alarmante de discours belliqueux et le rétablissement indécent de pratiques d'agressions armées et de pillage des ressources naturelles affectant tous les continents. Le conflit russo-ukrainien qui persiste et continue d'affecter la région n'est qu'une manifestation parmi tant d'autres qui menacent la paix dans le monde. Le Yémen, le Soudan, la Syrie ou encore le terrible drame qui se passe dans la bande de Gaza entrent dans le lot pour lequel le multilatéralisme jouerait pleinement son rôle. Il est impératif d'agir ensemble pour progresser vers la paix, le développement durable et la dignité humaine, garantissant ainsi un avenir meilleur pour les générations futures. Ne laissons personne sur le chemin. Tel est le message clair et pertinent qui inspire la thématique sélectionnée pour orienter les travaux de la 79e session de cette illustre Assemblée. Monsieur le Président, le pacte pour l'avenir et ses annexes, le pacte numérique mondial et la déclaration sur les générations futures, que nous avons adoptés lors du récent sommet de l'avenir, soulignent l'importance d'une collaboration active pour atteindre une vision commune d'un avenir pacifique et prospère. Ces documents représentent un engagement essentiel pour mettre fin au conflit, lutter contre l'extrême pauvreté et la faim, et aborder des défis tels que les déplacements de population, l'immigration clandestine, l'insécurité alimentaire, les pandémies et les risques des nouvelles technologies. Parallèlement, le pacte mondial numérique se positionne comme un pilier essentiel dans notre quête d'un avenir prospère, au cœur de la quatrième révolution industrielle, où les technologies numériques sont devenues incontournables. Cette transformation numérique représente une occasion sans précédent d'atteindre les objectifs de développement durable d'ici 2030, notamment pour les pays les moins avancés. Elle vise à réduire la fracture numérique et à intégrer les populations non connectés dans des services digitaux à fort impact social. Cependant, pour relever ce défi majeur, inhérent à la révolution du numérique, des réformes globales sont nécessaires, impliquant une réévaluation de l'architecture financière internationale et un financement adéquat. C'est pourquoi la République démocratique du Congo aspire à attirer des investissements pour développer la connectivité en Afrique et appeler à la coopération des partenaires multilatéraux et des opérateurs de télécommunications, avec à la clé un transfert de connaissances. En effet, l'accompagnement au processus de maillage du pays est une solution prometteuse pour relier le sud et le nord du continent, ainsi que relier l'océan Indien à l'océan Atlantique. Cela comprend la formation de partenariats viables autour du projet hydroélectrique du Grand UNGA, qui vise à répondre à la demande énergétique croissante de notre continent, exacerbée par la prolifération des objets connectés. De plus, il est essentiel de renforcer la traçabilité des minerais stratégiques, indispensables aux équipements technologiques, afin d'assurer une exploitation responsable et durable de nos ressources. Par ailleurs, la pleine participation et l'engagement des jeunes, tant des filles que des garçons, sont également primordiaux pour bâtir une société durable et inclusive. Ce principe constitue le fondement de la déclaration sur les générations futures, soulignant notre responsabilité envers les générations à venir et l'importance des décisions qui garantissent leur épanouissement. Pour l'Afrique, sa jeunesse représente un atout majeur pour sa prospérité future. Investir dans l'éducation, notamment dans les domaines STEM, sciences, technologies, ingénierie et mathématiques, et créer des environnements propices à l'innovation est crucial. Il est essentiel de remédier à la déconnexion entre une population jeune en forte croissance et le marché de l'emploi en fournissant les compétences nécessaires à leur intégration. Monsieur le Président, la situation dans l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo est particulièrement préoccupante. La résurgence du groupe terroriste du M23, soutenu par le Rwanda, a provoqué une crise humanitaire sans précédent, avec près de 7 millions de déplacés internes. Cette agression constitue une violation majeure de notre souveraineté nationale. Nous appelons la communauté internationale à condamner fermement ces actes et à imposer des sanctions ciblées contre le Rwanda pour son rôle déstabilisateur et néfaste. Nous exigeons le retrait immédiat et inconditionnel des troupes rwandaises de notre territoire. Bien que les récentes initiatives diplomatiques telles que les pourparlers de Luanda soient encourageantes, elles ne doivent aucunement occulter l'urgence de cette action essentielle. La République démocratique du Congo s'engage activement à établir une paix durable dans l'est du pays et à promouvoir le développement économique ainsi que le bien-être social des communautés meurtries par ce conflit armé. Elle ne ferme cependant pas la porte à toute opportunité qui l'amènera à cette paix tout en n'aliénant pas sa souveraineté, encore moins son intégrité territoriale. Dans cette optique, elle est résolument engagée dans la mise en œuvre de la feuille de route adoptée dans le cadre du processus de Luanda, que je soutiens fermement, qui promeut un dialogue au niveau visant à restaurer la confiance entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Rwanda, tout en minimisant le risque de crise sécuritaire actuelle, que la crise sécuritaire actuelle ne dégénère en conflit régional. En outre, mon pays demeure ouvert à toute autre initiative de nos partenaires qui concourrait à l'atteinte de cet objectif noble de paix. La République démocratique du Congo réaffirme sa ferme volonté de garantir une paix durable. Sous mon impulsion, nous sommes résolus à poursuivre la mise en œuvre du programme de désarmement, démobilisation, relèvement communautaire et stabilisation, le PDDRCS en sigle, clé de notre stratégie nationale pour désarmer, démobiliser et réintégrer les combattants en leur offrant des perspectives économiques viables et durables, tout en stabilisant les zones touchées par les conflits, en assurant une transition post-MONUSCO. Nous priorisons essentiellement le rapatriement des combattants étrangers. Le PDDRCS est un levier crucial pour la paix en République démocratique du Congo et j'invite nos partenaires et amis à le soutenir. Par ailleurs, des milliers de victimes du génocide pour des gains économiques en République démocratique du Congo, en abrégé Génocost, continue de subir les conséquences dévastatrices d'un passé marqué par la violence et l'impunité. Reconnaître et traiter les effets de cette stratégie est crucial pour favoriser le rétablissement et la reconstruction des communautés touchées. Au-delà de l'aide humanitaire immédiate, une approche à long terme, centrée sur la justice, la réconciliation et le développlement durable est essentielle pour permettre aux victimes de se reconstruire et de retrouver une vie digne. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo a décidé d'institutionnaliser la journée du 2 août, journée du Génocost, dédiée aux victimes des crimes odieux perpétrés par des rebelles soutenus par des multinationales et des États de la région. Cette journée incarne une communion nationale permettant de confronter un passé douloureux pour aller de l'avant. Elle est essentielle pour renforcer la conscience historique de notre pays et affirmer la détermination de la nation à prévenir la répétition de tels barbages. Monsieur le Président, le terrorisme constitue une menace sérieuse pour la paix et la sécurité internationale, touchant toutes les régions du monde. Après avoir sévi en Asie, en Europe occidentale et en Amérique du Nord, ce fléau semble désormais s'enraciner en Afrique. En tant que membre de la coalition mondiale contre l'État islamique, la République démocratique du Congo exhorte les Nations unies à intensifier leurs actions pour mettre en œuvre les recommandations de cette organisation, notamment dans le cadre du processus d'Aqaba. Le terrorisme qui sévit dans l'est de notre pays est étroitement lié au pillage et à l'exploitation illégale de nos ressources naturelles. Ces activités criminelles alimentent l'insécurité et financent les groupes armés, exacerbant les conflits dans la région des Grands Lacs. Par conséquent, il est impératif que les Nations Unies envisagent des sanctions sévères contre les acteurs responsables de ces crimes économiques afin de briser ce cercle vicieux et de favoriser la paix, le développement durable et la dignité humaine pour les futures générations. Monsieur le Président, selon le dernier rapport d'examen national volontaire des objectifs de développement durable, la République démocratique du Congo a réalisé des avancées significatives vers plusieurs cibles des ODD grâce à des réformes et interventions majeures. Depuis 2019, le gouvernement a mis en place une réforme ambitieuse pour assurer la gratuité de l'enseignement de base, permettant à près de 4 millions d'enfants de rejoindre l'école. En outre, plusieurs mesures ont été prises pour renforcer la protection sociale, introduire la couverture sanitaire universelle et promouvoir l'égalité des sexes, ainsi que pour favoriser le développement des infrastructures et une industrialisation rapide à travers notamment la création des zones économiques spéciales. Malgré ces progrès, le rapport mondial sur les objectifs de développement durable souligne qu'au rythme actuel, la République démocratique du Congo ne pourra pas atteindre les ODD d'ici 2030 en raison des inégalités et de la vulnérabilité persistante exacerbée par des conflits armés. Face à ce défi, une feuille de route comprenant des actions, interventions et réformes spécifiques a été élaborée afin d'accélérer les progrès et de répondre aux enjeux de l'agenda 2030 avec déjà certaines mesures mises en œuvre pour que la République démocratique du Congo soit en adéquation avec les ODD en 2030. Pour cela, la République démocratique du Congo nécessite des investissements annuels de 32 milliards de dollars. Il est donc indispensable de renforcer les partenariats pour des investissements durables et de promouvoir la paix afin de permettre un développement socio-économique stable. Au registre des réponses mondiales aux défis climatiques et la promotion des énergies renouvelables, la République démocratique du Congo, qui a déjà affirmé son engagement en faveur d'une action climatique ambitieuse, souligne l'importance cruciale d'un soutien financier et technique accru afin de renforcer ses efforts pour atteindre les objectifs de l'accord de Paris. Riche en biodiversité et en ressources naturelles, la République démocratique du Congo se positionne comme un acteur clé dans la lutte contre le changement climatique. Les initiatives engagées pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre se concentrent sur 4 secteurs stratégiques: l'agriculture, la foresterie, l'énergie et la gestion des déchets. Des réformes structurelles sont actuellement mises en place pour inverser la déforestation et améliorer l'accès à une énergie propre, témoignant ainsi de l'engagement déterminé du gouvernement en faveur de la préservation des ressources naturelles et de la transition écologique. Concernant la valorisation des forêts tropicales, un tournant majeur a été franchi à Bali en novembre 2022 en Indonésie avec l'adoption de la déclaration conjointe sur la coopération autour de la forêt tropicale et l'action climatique signée par le Brésil, l'Indonésie et la République démocratique du Congo. Cette avancée témoigne d'une volonté politique collective d'utiliser les forêts comme levier pour un développement durable. L'Alliance trilatérale pour la coopération sur les forêts tropicales, créée à cette occasion, constituera un cadre pour relever les défis liés à la biodiversité et proposera des solutions pour les marchés de crédit carbone, tout en veillant au respect des droits des peuples autochtones. Par ailleurs, dans le cadre des enjeux liés à l'environnement et au réchauffement climatique, il est essentiel de souligner la tenue du deuxième sommet des 3 grands bassins forestiers tropicaux du monde, à savoir l'Amazonie, le Congo et le Bornéo-Mékong, qui s'est tenu du 26 au 28 octobre 2023 à Brazzaville, en République du Congo. Cette initiative africaine, portée par le président Denis Sassou Nguesso, vise à mettre en œuvre, dans le cadre de la décennie des Nations Unies pour la restauration des écosystèmes, la première coalition mondiale dédiée à la restauration de 350 millions d'hectares d'écosystèmes terrestres et aquatiques. Ces forêts constituent un rempart indispensable contre le changement climatique. Face à des problèmes clairement identifiés et à des solutions à portée de main, il est crucial d'agir de manière concrète. Les bassins amazoniens, congolais et de Bornéo-Mékong abritent plus de 80% des forêts tropicales et jouent un rôle crucial dans la lutte contre le changement climatique, tout en fournissant des services écosystémiques vitaux. Il est donc impératif que l'amélioration des conditions socio-économiques des communautés locales qui jouent un rôle clé dans la préservation de ces forêts soit placée au centre des priorités de la gouvernance mondiale. Pour sa part, la République démocratique du Congo met en place des instruments juridiques et des dispositifs institutionnels visant à renforcer sa position sur le marché mondial du carbone, tout en restant ouverte à des partenariats en conformité avec l'accord de Paris et ses lois internes. La prise de conscience croissante des défis liés à l'instabilité climatique et à l'épuisement des ressources naturelles, souvent à l'origine de conflits armés, souligne l'urgence d'agir sur ces problématiques. Il est donc primordial de reconnaître le lien entre changement climatique, dégradation environnementale et sécurité, afin de favoriser des actions proactives qui atténuent ces risques par le biais de pratiques durables. À cet égard, nous appelons le Conseil de sécurité à établir des mécanismes internationaux intégrant les questions de sécurité climatique dans leurs discussions. Monsieur le Président, face à un défi énergétique majeur, le monde fait face à un défi énergétique majeur. Les systèmes basés sur les combustibles fossiles sont responsables d'importantes émissions de gaz à effet de serre, exacerbant le changement climatique. Sans effort concerté pour promouvoir les énergies renouvelables, nous risquerions de faire face à davantage de crises, telles que des conditions météorologiques extrêmes et des conflits liés aux ressources naturelles, comme nous l'observons déjà. La République démocratique du Congo dispose de ressources abondantes, y compris des minéraux essentiels tels que le cobalt, le lithium, le nickel et le graphite, pour ne citer que ceux-là, qui peuvent faciliter une transition énergétique durable. Nous appelons à la coopération internationale pour développer les technologies et infrastructures nécessaires. Notre vision est de transformer l'exploitation de nos ressources en levier pour un développement durable et inclusif, tout en améliorant l'éducation, la santé et les infrastructures. L'inclusion sociale est au centre de notre stratégie, garantissant une répartition équitable des bénéfices du progrès. En nous investissant dans la lutte contre contre le changement climatique et en contribuant aux objectifs de développement durable, la République démocratique du Congo est prête à jouer un rôle clé dans la transformation des systèmes énergétiques mondiaux. Ensemble, nous pouvons bâtir un avenir où l'énergie est propre, durable et accessible à tous. Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais également aborder la question cruciale de la parité homme-femme. Bien que la participation égale des femmes et des hommes à la vie politique soit internationalement reconnue, il subsiste dans la pratique un fossé entre l'égalité juridique et la réalité dans l'exercice du pouvoir. Les préoccupations des femmes méritent d'être intégrées dans les décisions majeures qui touchent notre société. En République démocratique du Congo, nous sommes déterminés à changer les mentalités pour surmonter les barrières sociétales qui freinent l'épanouissement des femmes. Il est essentiel d'impliquer les hommes dans ce processus afin de transformer la dynamique sociale et de valoriser leur rôle dans le succès des femmes. Au niveau national, la Constitution congolaise consacre la parité. Aussi, le gouvernement a mis en place une stratégie de lutte contre les violences basées sur le genre, axée sur la prévention, la protection et la réparation des victimes. Cette stratégie se traduit par le Fonds national de réparation pour les victimes de violences sexuelles liées au conflit et de crimes contre la paix et la sécurité de l'humanité, en abrégé le FONAREV. La législation en cours vise à garantir cette protection. Il convient de souligner les progrès significatifs réalisés en matière de participation des femmes à la prise de décision, avec la nomination pour la première fois dans notre histoire d'une femme comme première ministre et chef du gouvernement. Nous assistons également à une présence accrue de femmes dans les instances gouvernementales ainsi que dans le Parlement et le système judiciaire, illustré par la nomination de femmes au poste de premier président du Conseil d'État et à la tête de la Banque centrale du Congo. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Monsieur le Président, dans cet élan de progrès, il est impératif que la communauté internationale, sous l'égide des Nations Unies, continue d'accompagner ces dynamiques en se réinventant face aux défis du monde actuel. Pour maintenir la confiance de la communauté internationale, l'Organisation des Nations Unies doit prouver sa capacité à s'adapter aux évolutions contemporaines et à les surmonter de manière efficace et responsable. Il est impératif de redynamiser le multilatéralisme par des réformes ciblées de la Charte des Nations Unies, touchant des questions clés tels que le Conseil de sécurité, le droit de veto, le chapitre 7 et le recours à la force. Néanmoins, cela ne suffira pas. La coordination et la coopération entre les différentes institutions et agences des Nations Unies doivent également être renforcées. De nombreux enjeux globaux sont souvent abordés de manière redondante dans différents forums, parfois sous des angles contradictoires, tandis que d'autres problématiques restent entièrement négligées, chaque bureaucratie internationale cherchant à défendre son existence propre. À cet égard, tout en saluant l'appui des États-Unis, je réitère avec fermeté, au nom de l'ensemble des pays africains, la requête de création de 2 sièges permanents au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies pour les pays africains. En tant que principal décideur au sein de l'ONU, cet organe doit intégrer des représentants africains parmi ses membres permanents avec toutes les prérogatives leur reconnues, notamment le droit de veto pour garantir une juste représentation géographique. Il s'agit là d'une question de justice pour un continent dont le rôle dans les affaires internationales ne cesse de croître. Nous, Africains, tenons cette exigence avec la plus grande détermination. Enfin, je ne saurais conclure sans rappeler qu'après plus de 3 décennies d'absence au Conseil de sécurité, la République démocratique du Congo se porte à nouveau candidate, soutenue par l'Union africaine et par la communauté de développement de l'Afrique australe, la SADC, au poste de membre non permanent pour la période 2026-2027, lors des élections qui se tiendront à New York en juin 2025. La République démocratique du Congo a déjà occupé cette fonction entre 1982 et 1983, 1990 et 1991, période durant lesquelles elle a œuvré pour la promotion de la paix, de la sécurité et de la stabilité en Afrique et dans le monde. Une fois élue, la République démocratique du Congo entend jouer un rôle proactif au sein du Conseil de sécurité, participant à la revitalisation de la Charte des Nations Unies et contribuant de manière constructive aux débats et aux actions qui en découlent. Mon pays sollicite donc le soutien de tous les États membres en vue de son élection. En ces temps où le multilatéralisme est mis à l'épreuve, la République démocratique du Congo réaffirme son engagement indéfectible envers la communauté internationale, prête à assumer avec honneur et responsabilité la mission de forger un avenir où la coopération et la paix prévalent sur le conflit et la division. Nelson Mandela a dit « Aucun de nous agissant seul ne peut atteindre le succès. » Fin de citation. Ainsi, nous tendons la main à chacun de vous, partenaires de longue date et nouveaux alliés, pour écrire ensemble ce chapitre crucial de notre histoire collective. Ensemble, faisons de notre monde un lieu où chaque nation, grande ou petite, peut prospérer dans la dignité et dans la sécurité. Je vous remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Secretário-Geral, Senhor Chefe de Estado e de Governo, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, permitam-me endereçar as minhas felicitações ao Sr. Philomene Yang, da República de Camarões, pela sua eleição para o cargo do Presidente da 79ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. Desejo-lhe muito sucesso num contexto internacional que é muito complicado. Felicito Igualmente, o seu predecessor, Sr. Denis Francis, pelos resultados obtidos durante o seu mandato. Ao Sr. Secretário-Geral António Guterres, expresso o nosso reconhecimento pelo seu grande empenhamento ao serviço dos nossos ideais e objetivos comuns, numa conjuntura internacional que é bastante difícil. O mundo está confrontado com graves desafios. A obrigação de cumprirmos os princípios e as promessas da Carta das Nações Unidas pesa sobre os ombros de cada de nós. Assistimos às guerras devastadoras, ao agravamento de tensões regionais e outras graves ameaças à paz e à segurança internacional. Centenas de milhões de pessoas continuam a viver na extrema pobreza, privados de meios básicos de subsistência, sem esperança de um futuro melhor. Sem nenhuma dignidade humana, tornou-se mais urgente ainda implementar reformas na governação global econômica e financeira. Para torná-lo mais justo, inclusiva e equitativa, só assim será possível articular respostas adequadas aos desafios que a humanidade enfrenta. É preciso lutar de maneira mais eficiente contra a pobreza e a exclusão social através de ações concretas, nomeadamente pelo financiamento dos programas de desenvolvimento, pela redução das desigualdades, pela proteção do meio ambiente, pela mitigação dos efeitos das alterações climáticas. Senhor Presidente, 8 décadas depois da fundação da ONU, em 1945, vemos hoje num contexto mundial totalmente diferente e continuamos a apelar para a reforma do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas, que deve ter em conta os interesses da África nos termos do consenso de Zerwini e da declaração de Sirte dos chefes de Estado do governo da União Africana. Reformar a arquitetura financeira internacional é fundamental para promover uma maior inclusão, nomeadamente da África, tendo em conta o papel e a contribuição do continente africano na economia mundial. Neste contexto, saudamos a realização da Cimeira do Futuro. Esperamos que o Pacto para o Futuro possa impulsionar esforços coletivos com vista a alcançar as metas e objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável ODS e a Agenda 2063, a África que queremos da União Africana. Como membro do Grupo de Trabalho Global sobre a Proteção Social para a Nutrição, Capital Humano e Desenvolvimento Econômico Local, do Grupo do 7+, G7+, vamos trabalhar juntos com os outros distinguished membros com vista à erradicação da fome e à realização progressiva de todos os outros objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável ODS. Senhor Presidente, o Senhor Presidente da República de Guiné-Bissau, nós estamos muito empenhados na promoção do diálogo, da reconciliação nacional, da consolidação da consolidation of democracy and the rule of law, as well as our country's sustainable development. Apesar do impacto negativo da difícil situação econômica e financeira mundial, a economia guinense continua a crescer como resultado de políticas públicas acertadas. A prática de prestação de contas tem garantido uma maior transparência na gestão econômica, financeira do Estado. Adotamos medidas que, sendo difíceis, revelaram ser necessárias para impulsionar o setor privado e criar bases mais sólidas para uma economia dinâmica e inclusiva. Estamos a promover uma maior participação das mulheres e dos jovens empreendedores. Estamos a investir na construção e no melhoramento de infraestruturas básicas, rodoviárias e outras. Declaramos a guerra à corrupção e ao crime organizado. Conseguimos restaurar a confiança nas nossas relações in our relations with international financial institutions and other bilateral and multilateral partners. We continue to place faith in strengthening Guinea-Bissau's bonds of friendship and cooperation with the world. We remain steadfast on the policy of peace building and peaceful resolution of conflicts in West Africa and in the world in general. E nesse quadro se inseriu as visitas de amizade e trabalho que nos últimos meses efetuei a Rússia, a Ucrânia, a Israel e a Palestina. E nesse contexto, reitero o meu apelo para se pôr fim ao embargo injusto e muito prejudicial a que o povo irmão de Cuba está submetido há décadas. Senhor Presidente, distintos chefes de Estado e de Governo, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, recentemente tive a honra de servir a África como presidente da Aliança Africana contra a Malária e registramos progressos significativos num contexto mundial muito difícil. Apostamos na mobilização de apoio para a posição do Fundo Global, trabalhamos com o setor privado e para promover a produção de medicamentos, vacinas e redes contra a malária. Encorajamos a transferência de tecnologia para empresas africanas e lançamos conceitos de fundo para acabar com a malária e apoiamos movimentos de jovens contra a malária. Apesar dos progressos que foram alcançados, os desafios persistem. Nos próximos 3 anos, a ALMA vai registrar um déficit de 1,5 mil milhões de dólares, o aquecimento global e as precipitações associadas às alterações climáticas estão a expandir o alcance geográfico dos mosquitos e assim expor a ameaça da malária a mais de 170 milhões de pessoas no continente africano. Aproveito esta ocasião para felicitar o secretário executivo da ALMA pelo seu serviço louvável que realizou. E agradeço ainda todos os parceiros da ALMA pelo apoio crucial que deram no combate contra a malária durante o meu mandato. Senhor Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, ao terminar, gostaria, em nome do povo da República de Guiné-Bissau, no nome próprio, reafirmar a nossa determinação de continuar a contribuir para o reforço da amizade entre os países e povos, promover a cooperação internacional, o multilateralismo, a resolução pacífica dos conflitos, do fim das guerras e sofrimento de populações inocentes a favor da paz no mundo. Muito obrigado.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Maria Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelências, inúmeros conflitos armados continuam a assolar várias regiões do mundo, com impacto devastador sobre as respectivas populações, comunidades e agentes humanitários, com especial destaque para o que se verifica no Médio Oriente, cujo potencial de escalada e risco de alastrar é por demais evidente. Vidas inocentes continuam a ser ceifadas diariamente, de forma implacável e desapiedada. Apelamos às partes envolvidas, à comunidade internacional e às instâncias internacionais pertinentes para que não sejam poupados esforços para, pela via do diálogo e em plena observância dos valores defendidos pela Carta das Nações Unidas, do direito internacional e do direito humanitário, por termo a esses conflitos e assim permitir o regresso paulatino à normalidade e a possibilidade de construir um futuro que seja melhor do que este presente de destruição e morte indiscriminada. Excelências, a nível nacional continuamos a trabalhar para cumprir os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável. A Agenda Global 2030 e a Agenda da União Africana para o Horizonte 2063. Continuamos a implementar políticas que visam o acesso universal à educação de qualidade e à saúde, bem como a plena inclusão dos jovens em todos os aspectos da vida social, económica e política, garantindo assim que as gerações futuras estejam munidas das necessárias ferramentas para enfrentar os desafios globais. Este ano, a Organização Mundial da Saúde reconheceu os resultados de todo o trabalho realizado em Cabo Verde, atribuindo-nos o certificado de país livre da malária, facto que nos reconforta e estimula a prosseguir a luta pela saúde, enquanto um direito fundamental de todos. Muitos países, sobretudo em África, continuam abraços com esta terrível doença. No entanto, com a aplicação eficiente das tecnologias atuais, temos uma oportunidade única de erradicar essas doenças, evitáveis e tratáveis, que há muito atormentam a humanidade, causando sofrimento, impedindo o progresso econômico e aprisionando milhões na pobreza. Para atingir tal meta, lanço um apelo para que durante a reconstituição do Fundo Mundial IDA 21 em Paris, no próximo mês, seja incluído um fluxo de financiamento dedicado à eliminação de doenças. Os micróbios patogênicos e a resistência antimicrobiana representam também ameaças significativas para a saúde pública global e, por conseguinte, compreender e gerir a atividade microbiana é essencial para enfrentar desafios globais como a luta contra a doença, a segurança alimentar, a conservação ambiental e a mitigação das alterações climáticas. No conturbado contexto internacional em que nos encontramos, em que múltiplas crises continuam a impactar as pessoas e o planeta, reitero o firme compromisso de Cabo Verde no sentido de continuar a dar o seu contributo enquanto membro ativo e útil das Nações Unidas e paladino incansável dos valores universais contidos na sua Carta. De entre as crises mencionadas, o impacto das alterações climáticas afetando sobretudo os mais vulneráveis, dentre os quais os sítios. É crucial que a COP29 traga progressos urgentes e tangíveis nas principais questões climáticas, e especialmente à medida que se aproxima a meta de 2030 para reduções significativas das emissões. As nossas populações, com particular ênfase nos sítios, desejam compromissos mais ousados, especialmente por parte de países com elevadas emissões, e uma implementação mais rápida de políticas e mecanismos financeiros para assegurar que a ação climática seja não só ambiciosa, como também equitativa e eficaz. A subida do nível do mar, também ela consequência das alterações climáticas, exige atenção especial. O problema é multidimensional e estende-se muito para além das populações insulares e costeiras. Afeta todos os continentes e regiões, não deixando ninguém imune a essa catástrofe em formação. Assim, saudamos a realização da reunião de alto nível a decorrer hoje sobre o tema enfrentar as ameaças colocadas pela subida do nível do mar. No ano passado, à margem da então 78ª Assembleia Geral, foi aberta para assinatura o Acordo sobre a Biodiversidade para além da jurisdição nacional, que representa um marco internacional na conservação e utilização de forma sustentável da biodiversidade marinha em áreas além da jurisdição nacional, ou seja, o alto mar, que constitui cerca de 60% dos oceanos do mundo. Apraz-me informar que o meu país assinou esse acordo logo no primeiro dia, Estamos agora a finalizar o processo de ratificação. Apelo a todos os que ainda não tenham feito para também assinar e ratificar este importante instrumento para a conservação da vida nos nossos oceanos. Cabo Verde é uma nação oceânica, com um território terrestre diminuto relativamente à imensidão do seu território marítimo. Por isso, não hesitei em aceitar o honroso convite da Unesco para me tornar patrono da Aliança da Década das Nações Unidas, da Ciência Oceânica para o Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Enquanto nação oceânica, com uma forte dependência dos recursos marinhos, o nosso papel na década dos oceanos centra-se em ações locais e globais para promover a gestão sustentável dos oceanos. Temos estado focados na importância da gestão sustentável dos oceanos, particularmente para os pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento, que são muito vulneráveis às alterações climáticas e à degradação dos ecossistemas marinhos. Por 3 anos consecutivos, já organizamos conferências oceânicas internacionais para promover parcerias entre governos, setor privado, cientistas e sociedade civil, visando avançar a ciência oceânica e criar soluções inovadoras para os desafios dos oceanos. É importante reunir as principais partes interessadas para impulsionar soluções colaborativas para os oceanos, ajudar a desenvolver capacidades de investigação para estudar o impacto das alterações climáticas, da acidificação dos oceanos e promover a partilha de conhecimento e a transferência de tecnologia para melhorar os sistemas de monitorização e observação dos oceanos. Realizou-se, em maio último, a 4ª Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre os Pequenos Estados Insulares em Desenvolvimento e regozijamo-nos com o sucesso da mesma. No entanto, para assegurar maior resiliência e sustentabilidade dos sítios, devemos com urgência começar a implementar o Plano de Ação de Antigua e Barbuda. Cabo Verde continua a jogar um papel ativo no seio dos sítios e vai acolher, no primeiro trimestre de 2025, uma reunião de alto nível da região Atlântico, Índico e Mar do Sul da China, visando implementar a criação de um mecanismo de coordenação dessa sub-região dos sítios. A quando da CIDES 4, também manifestamos a nossa disponibilidade para acolher a 5ª Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre CIDES em 2034. Como CIDES, enfrentamos vários problemas de escala que afetam o nosso sistema macroeconômico. Mesmo que destinássemos todo o orçamento do Estado ao desenvolvimento sustentável, incluindo a ação climática, tal não seria suficiente para cumprir as metas de financiamento necessárias. Na maioria dos CIDES, isso é agravado por uma grave falta de capacidade para melhorar novas ferramentas financeiras, enquanto a reforma da arquitetura financeira global evolui muito lentamente. Há também uma necessidade urgente de acelerar os processos de desenvolvimento. Precisamos aumentar rápida e significativamente a assistência técnica e a capacitação no financiamento do desenvolvimento sustentável para evitar que o Sul global seja deixado para trás. Neste ponto, saudamos a recente aprovação do Índice de Vulnerabilidade Multidimensional, que é de grande importância, especialmente para os sítios e outros grupos vulneráveis, pois reflete uma forma mais abrangente e diferenciada de avaliar as suas necessidades e os seus desafios de desenvolvimento e permite uma abordagem mais ampla para uma compreensão mais precisa de como diferentes factos influenciam o desenvolvimento de uma nação. Na minha qualidade de campeão da União Africana para o Património Natural e Cultural, e em alinhamento com as políticas governamentais de Cabo Verde nesses domínios, tenho sido incansável na defesa da proteção, promoção e gestão sustentável do rico património natural e cultural da África que é
and
muito
sustainable
vulnerável
management
às
of
alterações
Africa's
climáticas.
rich
É
natural and
fundamental que
cultural
continuemos a
heritage,
sensibilizar
which is highly
para a
vulnerable
necessidade
to
de
climate
proteger o
change.
nosso património
It
natural
is
e
essential that
cultural,
we continue
que
to
inclui
raise
diversos
awareness on the need to
ecossistemas, marcos
safeguard our
históricos,
ecosystems,
conhecimentos tradicionais
historical
e
landmarks,
práticas
traditional
culturais e
knowledge, and
materiais.
intangible cultural
É urgente
practices.
promover a identidade africana através da
It is
promoção das
thus
línguas
urgent for
africanas,
us to promote
artes
African
tradicionais
identity through the
e toda a
promotion of
pluralidade de
African
expressões
languages, traditional
culturais,
arts,
reforçando a
and all
história
the
cultural diversificada do
plurality of
continente
cultural
e as suas
expressions,
contribuições para a
reinforcing the
cultura
continent's
global
diverse
e para
cultural
o património da
history and its
humanidade. Para a África,
contributions to
mas
global
também para
culture
muitas outras
and human
regiões do
heritage
mundo,
is
é de
vital.
vital importância a restituição de
The
bens culturais
restitution of
como
cultural
artefatos,
assets,
obras
such as
de arte e
artifacts,
objetos
works of
sagrados,
art, and sacred
parte
objects,
integrante da
which
identidade
are an integral
cultural,
part of the
história
cultural
e tradições
identity,
das
history,
comunidades
and
de onde
traditions
são
of the communities
originados.
from which they
A
originate
remoção desses bens
is of
interrompeu
vital
a
importance
continuidade
not only
cultural
for Africa,
e a sua
but for
restituição
many
permite
other
a
regions of the
preservação da
world.
sua
Their
integridade
removal
cultural
has
e
disrupted
espiritual à
cultural
medida que são
continuity, and
devolvidos
their
aos
return
seus ambientes
would allow
originais,
preserving their
permitindo que
cultural
as comunidades
and
locais se
spiritual
reconectem
integrity
com seu património,
as they
fortaleçam
are
o orgulho
returned to
cultural
their
e
original
mantenham
environments,
a
thus
sua
allowing
identidade
local
para gerações
communities to
futuras.
reconnect with their
Apraz-me
heritage,
anunciar
fostering
que em
cultural pride and
2025
preserving their
realizaremos em Cabo
identities for
Verde
future
um
generations.
encontro de alto nível
I
dedicado
am
ao tema da
pleased to announce
criolidade
that in
atlântica,
2025
com a
we will
participação de
host a
académicos,
high-level meeting in
historiadores,
Cabo
cientistas
Verde
sociais,
focused on
estudiosos das línguas
Atlantic
crioulas,
Creoleness, or the
artistas,
Atlantic
escritores,
dimension of
cineastas,
Creole,
homens e
bringing
mulheres da
together
cultura,
scholars of
mas
Creole
também
languages,
líderes mundiais,
artists,
todos
writers,
representando
filmmakers, men
uma
and women of
pluralidade de
culture
espaços
and world
geográficos de
leaders.
afirmação da
They will
criolidade
represent the
atlântica,
plurality
enquanto uma
of
construção
geographical
da qual
spaces
fizeram
of
parte
affirmation
integrante
of
os
Atlantic
africanos e
dimension of
seus
Creole,
descendentes.
a construction
Esse
of which
encontro de
Africans and their
2025
descendants
procura,
were
aliás,
an integral
potenciar
part of.
os resultados
This
de
meeting in
projetos como a Rota do
2025
Escravo
aims to enhance
e a Década
initiatives
dos
like the
Afrodescendentes,
Slave
bem
Route
como a Conferência das
Project
Nações
and
Unidas
the
sobre
Decade
o
of People
Racismo,
of African
realizada em
Descent,
Durban em
as well as the
2001.
United Nations
Temos em
Conference on
vista, pois,
Racism
debater e
held in
enaltecer
Durban
a
in
criolidade,
2001.
enquanto uma
Our
realidade
intention is to
complexa e
debate and
riquíssima,
praise
resultado
Creole,
da relação
the
humana
dimension of
tecida entre
Creole,
povos
as a
dos
complex
diversos
and very rich
continentes
reality, the
periatlânticos
result
no
of human
decurso das
relationships
navegações
woven between
oceânicas
peoples of
iniciadas
the
no
various
século
peri-Atlantic
XV,
continents
visto que de tal
during the
encontro
ocean navigations that
emergiram e
began in the
perduraram no
15th
tempo
century.
novas formas
From
de
these
cultura e de
encounters,
organização
new
da
forms
sociedade,
of culture and
representando
organization
momento
of
particularmente
society
fecundo de
emerged,
inovação
and
social e cultural.
lasted over
Serão,
time,
por
representing
conseguinte,
a
dias
particularly
intensos
fruitful
de
moment
reflexão
of social
académica,
and cultural
científica,
innovation.
mas também de demonstração
These will be,
artística,
therefore,
intercâmbio e reconexão culturais,
intense days of
desde as
academic and
artes
scientific
performativas
reflection,
à
but
culinária
also
crioula,
of
ao
artistic
artesanato, à
demonstration,
música.
cultural
Serão
exchange, and
também, naturalmente,
reconnection,
dias
from the
de
performing
debate
arts to
político
Creole
estratégico entre
cuisine,
decisores
to
sobre o
handicraft, to
diálogo entre
music.
povos e
There will
culturas,
also be, of
sobre a
course,
paz
days of
e o
strategic
futuro
political debate
da
among
humanidade.
decision makers on the
Muito obrigado a
dialogue between
todos
peoples
e a
and
todas
cultures
pela vossa
and on the
atenção.
peace and the future of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Iris Samara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de esta Asamblea General,
President of the General Assembly,
Señor Secretario General
United
de
Nations
las
Secretary
Naciones
General,
Unidas,
distinguidos presidentes,
distinguished
primeros
presidents,
ministros
prime ministers,
y dignatarios presentes de
and
países
dignitaries
de esta magna
representing the
Asamblea de las
countries
Naciones
of this great
Unidas.
assembly of the United Nations.
Comparezco ante esta asamblea
I speak
como
to
la
you
presidenta
from this
de
rostrum
Honduras,
as
representante
President of
de un
Honduras,
pueblo
as the
que ha
representative
resistido
of a people
la opresión,
who have resisted
la explotación
oppression,
y la violencia
exploitation,
estructural
and structural
impuesta
violence
por siglos.
imposed against us for centuries.
Hoy estoy amenazada por las mismas
Today, I
fuerzas
am
del
threatened
capital
by the same
que hace
forces of
15
capital
años dieron un
that
golpe de
15 years
Estado
ago
al
perpetrated
presidente
a coup
Manuel
d'etat
Zelaya.
against President Manuel
Esta
Zelaya.
nueva conspiración la denuncié en
I
las
called out
calles,
this new conspiracy
en las masivas
in the streets
concentraciones
during
del
the
pueblo,
huge gatherings
el
of
14
people that
y
took place
15
on
de
the 14th
septiembre,
and 15th of
día
September,
de nuestra independencia de la
our
patria.
country's Independence Day.
Me amenazan porque he
I'm being
impulsado
threatened
cambios
because
estructurales
I have brought in
del modelo
structural changes
económico
to
y he
the economic
denunciado
model.
el injusto
And because I
régimen
have
tributario
called out
que perpetúa
the unfair
desigualdades,
taxation regime that perpetuates
alimenta
inequalities,
a los poderosos
that
y
gives
explota
to the most
a los
powerful
pobres.
and that exploits the poorest.
Nuestra soberanía es base fundamental
Our
y
sovereignty
principio
is
indeclinable de
the
las
fundamental
relaciones
basis and
internacionales.
undeniable principle of international
Pero en
relations.
Honduras
However, in Honduras,
continúan imponiéndose
they
prácticas
continue to impose
coloniales,
colonial
injerencias,
practices,
dominios
interference,
económicos,
economic,
mediáticos,
media, and
políticos.
political domination against us.
Los poderes supranacionales y algunas empresas
Supranational powers and
multinacionales
some multinational
son
corporations
productos de élites corruptas,
are
público-privadas,
the result of
que no tienen
corrupt
otra
public-private
finalidad que
elites
incrementar su
that have
capital.
no other goal than to
La
increase their
globalización
capital.
ha fracasado en su misión de llevar
Globalization has failed in its
prosperidad
mission to bring
para los
prosperity to
pueblos.
people.
Sus resultados evidencian la concentración de las
results
riquezas
Lay bare the
a los
concentration
países
of
más
wealth
ricos y a las
in the
élites,
most rich countries and
mientras
among
la clase
the
trabajadora
elites, whilst at the same
es
time
relegada
the working class
y
is
obligada
cast
a
aside
migrar y a
and
sobrevivir.
forced to migrate in order to survive.
En esta asamblea,
At
la
this
mayor parte de
assembly,
los mandatarios de
the
América
majority
Latina y del
of
Caribe
leaders from Latin America and the
hemos
Caribbean
denunciado el capitalismo
have called
global
out global capitalism
como el principal
as
destructor de los recursos
the main
naturales
factor
y
responsible
opresor
for the destruction of
de las
natural resources
condiciones de vida
and
de la
as
humanidad.
the oppressor of
La
the
acumulación de las
conditions
ganancias
of life of
económicas
humanity.
prevalecen
Accumulation
sobre el interés
of economic
humano
gain
y
prevails
el
above
rol de
human
los
interest,
organismos financieros
and the role of
internacionales
international financial
con sus
bodies
préstamos
with
condicionados
their
y recetas
loans with conditions
fiscales y
attached to them
financieras
and fiscal
solo
and financial
agravan
income
la situación de
are things
pobreza
that only
y
aggravate the
dependencia de
situation of
nuestras
poverty
naciones.
and dependency of our countries.
Las políticas neoliberales, privatizadoras,
Neoliberal
continúan
privatization policies
deteriorando el
continue
acceso a los
to
pueblos
weaken people's
a los
access to
servicios de
services
agua,
like services
energía,
of water and energy,
a la salud,
health
a la
services,
educación,
education,
al trabajo, a la
work,
seguridad social.
social security.
Los tratados de libre comercio
Free trade
impuestos a
agreements
nuestros pueblos
imposed against our peoples
vulneran la soberanía
undermine
y
our
anulan las
sovereignty
posibilidades
and
a nuestros productores
remove
de
the
competir en igualdad
ability
de
of our producers
condiciones,
to compete on an equal
provocando
footing,
cada día el encarecimiento al
causing
costo de la
the
vida.
cost of living to increase on a daily basis.
La paz, la justicia, la
Peace,
libertad
justice,
y la democracia
freedom, and
continúan
democracy
siendo valores fundacionales de
remain
nuestra nación.
foundational
Por
values of
ello,
our country.
no aceptamos su
Therefore,
secuestro por
we
parte de 10
cannot
familias
accept them being
más
held
poderosas
hostage
en Honduras
by the 10 most
que se han
powerful families
apropiado
in Honduras,
de nuestros principales recursos
who are the ones that have
económicos
grabbed
que
our
se
main
niegan
economic
a
resources
aceptar
and
los
that
cambios
are
que impulso.
refusing to accept the changes
Tenemos que
that I'm
profundizar
bringing
nuestro
in.
sistema democrático
We need to strengthen our
a
democratic
través
system
de consultas populares
through
y la
popular
participación
consultations
real,
and through
directa
the real,
de nuestro pueblo.
direct and effective participation of our people.
El proyecto internacional
The
de las
international
ciudades modelo
Model
sede,
Cities project, the
que vendían nuestro territorio a pedazos
ZEDE project,
como un
that
botín
was
para el capital
selling
multinacional
off chunks of our country
aprobado
as
por apátridas
a
en el
loot, really, for
narcorrégimen
multinational capital,
anterior ha sido
and that was something that was
cancelado
supported by
definitivamente
stakeholders
por
in
mi
the
gobierno
previous
del
narco
socialismo
regime, has been
democrático.
cancelled definitively by my
Hoy
social democratic government.
reconozco el histórico
Today,
fallo
I
de la Corte Suprema
wish
de
to express my
Justicia
gratitude to the
y el
Supreme Court of
apoyo
Justice for its
del
historic
Congreso
ruling,
Nacional.
and also to the National Congress for their support.
He denunciado el Centro Internacional de Arreglo de Diferencias relativa a
I have
inversiones CIADI,
Called out the
porque
International Center
constituye un
for
esquema
Settlement of
injusto de
Investment
arbitraje
Disputes, the
que prevalecen los intereses
ICSID,
privados
because it
por
is an
encima de
unfair
los
system
intereses de
of
los estados
arbitration
nacionales.
where private interests prevail
En
above the
estos
interests of
2
nation
años,
states.
8 meses,
Over the last 2
aprobé
years and 8
una
months,
reforma
I have
estructural
brought in
para
a
recuperar
structural
la caja
reform
única del
to
Estado,
return to a single
cancelando un
treasury
esquema
account
de
for our
corrupción
country, cancelling
construido
a scheme
alrededor
of
de la
corruption
figura
that
de
was
los
built
fideicomisos,
around the setting up
con
of
los cuales se
trusts
saquearon los
that were
recursos del
used
Estado.
to loot the resources
Gracias
of the state.
Al desmontaje de este esquema de
Thanks to us
corrupción,
dismantling the scheme of
estoy
corruption,
atendiendo
I am now
a los
able
niños
to help
y niñas en
boys and
todas
girls,
las escuelas de
children,
Honduras.
in all of the
Y
schools of
ahora
Honduras.
Reciben
And now, thanks to
merienda
that,
escolar,
they receive
matrícula gratis
a school lunch,
y llevando proyectos
free of
a
charge
las
school
comunidades
enrollment,
de
and
extrema
we are
pobreza.
also bringing new projects to
Aumentamos
communities that live in
La
extreme
producción de
poverty.
granos básicos en
We
la
are
siembra de
increasing
primera y
production of
postrera
grain,
con más de 1,5 millones
in the
y
first
medio
and
de
second
bonos
sowing, with more than
tecnológicos
1.5
a
million
que
technological
hoy reciben
grants being given to
semilla y
producers who now are
fertilizante de
receiving
manera
seeds and
gratuita.
fertilizer free of charge.
Asimismo, impulsamos
Furthermore,
créditos para
we
viviendas
are
y créditos
providing
agrícolas al más bajo
mortgages for
interés
homes and
económico
farming
en la
credits
historia de
at
Honduras,
the lowest interest rates we've ever seen in the
Asimismo,
history of Honduras.
como la organización de cajas rurales
And we are also
comunitarias.
setting up rural community
Estamos
banks.
rescatando la empresa nacional de energía
We are
eléctrica,
rescuing the National
el
Electric Energy
Instituto de
Company,
Mercadeo Agrícola,
the
IMA,
Honduran
la
Agricultural
Suplidora
Market
Nacional de
Institute,
Productos
and the
Básicos,
National Body
Banasupro,
for Basic
que fueron
Products, the
privatizadas y
Banasupro.
abandonadas durante
All of these
12 años,
institutions I just
7
mentioned
meses de la
were
narcodictadura.
privatized and were abandoned for the 12 years
Hoy
of the narco
beneficiamos a
dictatorship.
más de 800,000
Today,
familias que
we are
reciben
benefiting more
energía
than
gratis
800,000 families who now
y
receive free
subsidiamos el
energy.
precio de los
And we are
combustibles
subsidizing the
para
cost of fuel
beneficiar a
in order
todos
to
los
benefit
consumidores de
all
Honduras
of the consumers of
con los
Honduras
precios más
with
bajos
the lowest
de
prices
Centroamérica.
in Central America.
Hay una reducción de 10 lempiras por cada
There's a
galón de
reduction of 10
combustible.
lempiras for each gallon of fuel sold.
La inversión en infraestructura
Investment in
es la más
infrastructure
alta
is
en la
at its
historia
highest level
de
in
nuestro
the
país.
history of our country.
Rescatamos lo público con la aprobación
We've recovered the
histórica
public
de
sector
la construcción de
with the
8
historic
hospitales,
approval of
la
projects to build
reparación de
8
miles de
hospitals,
escuelas,
to repair thousands of
3
schools,
aeropuertos
3 national
nacionales,
airports,
construcción de carreteras,
the
caminos
building
productivos,
of motorways,
puentes, pavimentaciones intermunicipales,
bridges,
canchas
intermunicipal
multideportivas
paths,
para todo el país,
multi-sport centres for the whole of the
restauración
country.
de los 12 estadios
And we
nacionales.
have also refurbished the
Y no
2
puedo
largest
dejar
national
de
stadia.
mencionar el
I must also
proyecto
mention
más grande
the biggest
y
project
más
and the most
ambicioso en la
ambitious
historia
project
de
in the
Honduras,
history of Honduras,
que es el plan
which is the
de la
plan
construcción
to build
del ferrocarril
a railway
interoceánico
between
entre Puerto
the two
Castilla
oceans. It will
en
go
el
from Puerto
Atlántico
Castilla on
y
the
el
Atlantic
puerto
coast
de Amapala
to
en
Puerto
el
de
Pacífico.
Amapala on the Pacific Ocean.
En estos 2 años, 8 meses,
Over the last 2 years and 8
hemos
months,
reducido la pobreza
we
en
have
12
reduced
puntos
poverty
porcentuales.
by 12%.
Y con el plan de solución contra el
And
crimen,
with the plan
confirmado
to
por la Secretaría de
deal
Seguridad,
with crime,
con la cooperación de las Fuerzas
confirmed
Armadas,
by the Secretary for
hay
Security with
una
the cooperation of the
disminución
armed forces,
histórica
we're
de
seeing an
15
historic
puntos
reduction
en los homicidios,
of 15
la
points
mayor
in the murder rate,
reducción
which is the
en
largest
los
reduction
últimos
that we've
20
seen
años.
over the last 20 years.
Mi programa de cero
My
deforestación
zero
para el año
deforestation
2030
program for
ha logrado
2030
resultados
has
históricos
achieved
en la
historic
conservación de las áreas
in the
protegidas
conservation
de
of
los
protected
bosques
areas
y los ríos de Honduras.
of Honduras's forests
La
and
utilización
rivers.
de los fondos públicos
The use of public funds
en la caja única del Estado
in the state single
de forma
account
honesta y
in an honest and
patriótica
patriotic way
es
is being
para
done
beneficio
in order
del
to
pueblo
benefit
hondureño.
the people of Honduras.
Pueblo del mundo,
People of the world,
quiero alzar la voz
I wish to
ante el
raise
asesinato
my
de Juan
voice to
López,
speak out regarding the
líder
murder of Juan
social y
López,
político
a social
que
leader
denunció
and
permanentemente el modelo
politician
de
who
explotación
constantly
extractivista.
called out the exploitative,
Repudio y
extractive
condeno
model.
el vil asesinato
I absolutely condemn
y he
this vile
ordenado
murder.
que se utilice
I have
toda
ordered
la
the
capacidad
use of
de las
the
fuerzas
full
del
force
orden
of
y de los
law
organismos
enforcement
operadores de justicia
and
para
the justice system
investigar,
in order to
identificar,
investigate, to
capturar
identify,
y
capture,
condenar a los
and
autores
to
intelectuales
prosecute
y
the
materiales de
intellectual
este
and
crimen.
material perpetrators of this
Mi
crime.
solidaridad con su familia,
I extend my solidarity to his family, to
y con
his
sus amigos.
colleagues and to his friends.
Soy la presidenta pro tempore de la
I am the
Comunidad
pro
de Estados
tempore
Latinoamericanos y Caribeños CELAC.
President of the Community of Latin
Somos
American and
33
Caribbean
estados.
states, CELAC. We're 33
Como
different countries there.
presidenta de Honduras,
As president of Honduras,
mi primera acción fue
my first
alzar mi
action
voz
was to
para denunciar el genocidio en
call
contra
out
del pueblo
and
palestino.
condemn the genocide against the
Ya
Palestinian
son
people.
más de 40,000 personas
Already,
inocentes
more than
asesinadas por un bombardeo
40,000
al que
innocent
algunos
people
países
have been
han
murdered by
premiado con su
bombing.
silencio.
And in response to that,
De aquí elevo
some countries have
también
remained
mi voz,
silent. I also
exigiendo
must raise
el
my
fin
voice
de este genocidio.
and call for an end to this
El
genocide.
Líbano no debe de convertirse en otra
Lebanon
franja
must
de
not
Gaza.
become another Gaza Strip.
Exigimos el cese inmediato
We demand
al
an
fuego
immediate
en Líbano.
ceasefire in Lebanon.
El pueblo haitiano
The Haitian people
demanda de nuestra cooperación y solidaridad como
are calling for our
organización de países
cooperation
de
and
América
solidarity
Latina y el
as
Caribe.
an organization of countries in the Latin America and the Caribbean.
Es la primera patria
Haiti
liberada del
is
colonialismo.
the first motherland to have been freed from colonialism, and it deserves our full attention. And so, in the next few days, I will convene the presidents that make up CELAC to show our commitment to Haiti.
Asamblea General ha
This
rechazado
General Assembly,
durante 30
for more than
años
30
con
years,
una abrumadora
with an
mayoría
overwhelming majority,
el inhumano
has
embargo
rejected
contra el
the
pueblo de Cuba.
inhumane embargo imposed against
Este
the people of
infame
Cuba.
bloqueo comenzó
This
en
terrible embargo began in
1960
1960,
y a partir de 1992 esta
since
Asamblea
1992,
General
this General Assembly
ha emitido más de 30 resoluciones
has
para que Estados
sent out more
Unidos
than
ponga
30
fin a
resolutions
este cruel
calling for the United
bloqueo.
States to put an end to this cruel embargo.
Mando que se ponga fin al
I also
injusto
call
bloqueo
for an
contra el
end to the
hermano pueblo de
unfair
Nicaragua y
blockade
de
imposed
Venezuela
against the kindred peoples
y
of Nicaragua and
exigimos que se
Venezuela.
retire a Cuba
We also call
en el listado de
for
los
Cuba
países
to be removed
terroristas.
from the list of terrorist countries.
Ayer entregué al
Yesterday,
secretario general
I delivered to
Antonio
the Secretary
Guterres
General, Mr. Antonio
el
Guterres,
convenio que formaliza
the agreement that
el
formalizes
apoyo de Naciones Unidas
the
para
UN
luchar
support
contra la corrupción.
to fight
y la
against corruption
impunidad.
and impunity.
Agradezco a esta asamblea
I thank
que
this
aprobó
Assembly
nuestra solicitud a favor de la
who
creación
approved our
de este
request
mecanismo
to create this
para el
mechanism
combate de la corrupción
in order to combat
público-privada.
public and private corruption.
Y como dijo nuestra mártir
As
Berta
Berta
Cáceres,
Cáceres, our martyr,
mujer
said,
valiosa,
she was a brave woman
defensora
and
de nuestros recursos
defender
naturales
of our
y de
natural
nuestros
resources
pueblos indígenas.
and of our indigenous peoples.
Despertemos humanidad.
Let us wake
Todavía
up, humanity.
estamos a tiempo.
We still have time.
Que este sea un llamado
May
de nuestra
this be
generación.
the appeal
Muchas gracias.
and the motto of our generation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency, Philemon Yagan, President of the 7th and 9th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, and esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address the 79th regular session of the United Nations General Assembly for the first time as President on behalf of the government and people of Liberia after a smooth back-to-back democratic transition. Liberia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yagan on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, you can be assured of Liberia's support as you steer the affairs of the General Assembly. I extol His Excellency Dennis Francis for his astute leadership during his presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and commend his determination to inspire and rekindle hope globally. I deeply thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the remarkable and visionary leadership he continues to provide in pursuit of our collective mandate. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the summer of 1945, Liberia joined other nations in San Francisco as one of the original signatories to the United Nations Charter. On that fatal day, the world, having suffered the scourge of war, was full of hope and determined to reverse the past. Nearly 80 years on, and reflecting on the preamble of the United Nations Charter, which declares our commitment to promote social progress and better standard of life and larger freedom, we ask the question, has our reaffirmation of faith in the dignity and worth of human person made 8 decades ago, had been realized? We must admit that the world has changed and the frontiers that we now embrace are different. In it, greed, insensitivity to the poor, the international drug epidemic, money laundering, dynamics of climate change, and the impact of social media must compel us to rethink our approach to global peace and security. Our beloved United Nations must undergo the institutional and philosophical reflections required to respond to the new age. As we assemble under this theme, unity in diversity for advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere, it is important to recognize the shared values and collective efforts that come from our unity with diversity. We must acknowledge these as essential for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and the inherent dignity of every human being worldwide. By doing so, we can build a better world where no one is left behind. Like many nations gathered at this assembly, Liberia recommits to the Sustainable Development Goals. Since the end of the country's conflict, we have strived to follow a development path that will lead to building a capable state. 12 years ago, we dared to dream of a future within the realm of possibility, harboring core national aspirations to transform the future. Named Liberia Rising or Vision 2030, it has been the driving force behind all of our planning efforts. The building of blocks and the tenets of Vision 2030 are significantly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our government's Arrest Agenda is a comprehensive approach developed to address the economic and social needs of millions of Liberians, especially the youth, who account for 60% of our population. With emphasis on agriculture, roads, infrastructure, development, justice, and the rule of law, education, sanitation, health, and tourism, the agenda had mainstreamed the SDGs as it's designed to take Liberia to the finish line of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The fight against poverty, the promotion of human dignity, a steadfast commitment. Despite our progress, poverty remains a significant challenge, with over half of our population living below the poverty line. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to eradicate poverty in all forms by 2030, ensure social protection for the poor and vulnerable, improve the access to essential services. Liberia is dedicated to assessing the levels and the causes of poverty and implementing strategies to reduce it and promote shared prosperity. My government also acknowledges pressing need to address maternal and newborn mortality by implementing robust monitoring and evaluation of health services in the country to accelerate the reduction of maternal and newborn mortality. We are particularly blessed and pleased with the United Nations HC Joint Mission to Liberia this year, which concluded a commitment to combat the high burden of increasing newborn deaths. We welcome the United Nations General Assembly's decision to declare July 25th as the International Day of Women and Girls of African Descent this year. This significant milestone acknowledges that women and girls of African descent have unique opportunities, but they also have challenges that the global fight against slavery and racism is necessary to achieve gender equality. Liberia credits its credentials by producing the first woman president of the United Nations General Assembly, Angie Brooks Randall, and first female president of Africa, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Liberia has witnessed and continues to witness the immense contribution of women and girls of African descent in politics, culture, and every area of societal development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Liberia has enjoyed uninterrupted peace for almost 2 decades, following the 14 years of civil conflict. During this time, we have held 4 democratic elections, with last year's election marking the 4th since the return to democratic order in 2006. In January this year, Liberia achieved a historic milestone by peacefully transitioning from one democratic government to the other. This progress is significant because before the 2018 transition, the last democratic transition occurred in 1944, about 74 years earlier. We are gradually fostering and solidifying our democratic culture, ensuring that democracy is here to stay in Liberia. Now it is time for our people to reap the democratic dividends. The rule of law is fundamental for peace, justice, strong institution, and dignity for human person. Liberia is taking significant strides towards openness, transparency, and accountability by empowering and supporting transparent institutions. Our government is committed to implementing audit recommendations by the General Audit Commission to restore public and donors' confidence in the governance system and improve regional and international cooperation. In addition, the country has taken a major step in confronting its conflict past to ensure accountability and justice for crimes and other human rights violations committed during the war and promote healing and national reconciliation. A significant development in our transitional justice process was the signing on May 2, 2024, of the Executive Order 131 to create the Office of Establishment of War and Economic Crime Court for Liberia, a key recommendation from the Truth and Reconciliation process in Liberia. Our actions align with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, joint follow-up on impunity, and past human rights violations. As we embark on the process and acknowledge the enormity of the task, my government seeks the support of the United Nations, partners, stakeholders in the pursuit of justice for victims, peace, and reconciliation. Liberia is facing a drug crisis that is affecting our youth and jeopardizing the country's future. This epidemic, driven by international criminal enterprises and their networks, poses a severe threat. In response, we have not only declared the drug epidemic a health emergency and a national security threat, but we have also been taking steps to address this issue by establishing a dedicated national body to tackle drug abuse in Liberia. I urge international community to join Liberia in addressing this escalating drug crisis. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing numerous crises, including global threats such as disease, security, and climate change, as well as food and resource shortages. Our vulnerabilities are evident, and we need to use a collective knowledge to find solutions that will preserve the planet for future generations. Climate change is undeniably real, and its threat to our environment and the way of life is becoming increasingly apparent. We must take urgent action to address this threat, including cooperative efforts to implement Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Liberia, as the most forested country in West Africa, with over half of the land covered by forests, plays a vital role in biodiversity and environmental sustainability. As a result, our country is taking important steps to lead conversation on climate action. My government has called on our legislators and stakeholders to begin looking at the Paris Agreement, particularly under Article 6, to help advance actions towards establishing Liberia's nationally determined contribution to combat climate change. While we take these actions, we are mindful of the need to build capacity and invest in critical areas of our economy, such as using alternative financing for investment in the blue and green economy and technological transfer to support these climate actions. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the goals we set for ourselves and the future are better served on the foundation of peace and security. Having enjoyed peace for over 2 decades following a long-running conflict, we aim to promote peace and stability at home, in the region, and globally. The threat of conflict to our shared world underscores the importance of collaborative efforts to foster regional and global stability and peace. Therefore, we support all the UN's effort to address peace and security issues worldwide. Liberia is concerned about escalating security challenges in the West African region, including terrorism and economic and political instability. These pose significant threat to regional peace. So we urge full dialogue and cooperation among West African nations to address these issues effectively. Meanwhile, Liberia firmly stands with the rest of West Africa in a resolve to maintain our 50-year-old Regional Economic Commission, ECOWAS, intact. We oppose efforts to disintegrate our union and will not accept the region being used for proxy conflicts. We look at the AU and the UN to support us in keeping the regional body united. Similarly, at a global level, we call for an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East to provide civilians and essential humanitarian relief. We urge both Israel and the Palestinians to engage in negotiations towards lasting peace, including a two-state solution. Additionally, we see the ongoing conflict in the Ukraine as a threat to global peace and security. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a peaceful resolution that also respects Ukraine's territorial integrity. Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's Assembly is a pivotal moment for Liberia's bid to ascend to the African non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council 2026. We have proudly announced our candidacy. We look forward to the support of the member states to vote Liberia overwhelmingly to the seat of the Security Council. We can work with Council members to promote peace, justice, and security. Liberia is dedicated to promoting sustainable growth and ensuring human dignity for all. Liberia is prepared to work together with the United Nations and global allies and international community to accomplish the sustainable development goals, establish a fair, peaceful, and sustainable world. The commitment to unity is deeply ingrained in Liberia's history as a founding member of the United Nations and a post-war international institution, as well as regional and sub-regional organizations. It also affirms our strong belief in multilateralism and international rules and based world built on shared values and principles are crucial to the future. The future of a more peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world must be all-encompassing, fair, and dignified for everyone worldwide. One United Nations, one world. Thank you, and thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mokwitisi Eric Keabetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to start by extending my congratulations to you on your election as President of the General Assembly at its 79th session. You can be assured of Botswana's full support as you steer the work of this august House. Mr. President, this Assembly continues to meet on the backdrop of an age of multiple and interconnected crises which were triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical tensions between major powers. These crises have been further compounded by the Israel-Hamas war, which erupted shortly after we concluded last year's high-level week. The attacks on innocent civilians on both sides are unacceptable and thus stand condemned. In the same vein, we wish to express our deep concern of the situation in the Gaza Strip, where the war has resulted in catastrophic humanitarian crises and unprecedented fatalities for civilians, children, and humanitarian workers. I should also register Botswana's concern regarding the loss of lives of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Northeast, UNRWA personnel. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to UNRWA personnel and all humanitarian workers and their commitment to deliver aid, save lives, and alleviate suffering in Gaza and elsewhere. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and they deserve our full protection. Botswana also abhors attacks on UNRWA installations and condemns disinformation and misinformation campaigns against this life-saving General Assembly mandated agency. Botswana firmly supports the work of UNRWA, which entails providing humanitarian and development assistance and protection to Palestine refugees pending the just resolution of the question of the Palestinian question. In this regard, Botswana is proud to be among the countries that joined the Statement of Shared Commitments on UNRWA, which reaffirms support for the agency, its mandate, its staff, and highlights its indispensable role during this difficult time. Mr. President, we wish to reiterate the centrality of the two-state solution in resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the attainment of a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. We therefore urge parties to commit to a political process that will pave the way for the realization of the two-state solution in which Palestine and Israel live side by side in peace and security based on the pre-1967 borders. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine also rages on, with no indication of an end in sight. We continue to underscore the need to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. We also call on parties to give diplomacy and dialogue a chance and to seek a peaceful resolution. In Africa, the guns still have not gone silent. We continue to grapple with armed conflict, terrorism, and potentially explosive geopolitical tensions. We commend the African Union, sub-regional bodies, as well as the UN for their efforts in addressing these challenges. In this vein, we welcome the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2719 of 2023 on the provision of support by the United Nations to AU-led peace support operations on a case-by-case basis and look forward to its operationalization. Mr. President, I must add that this time of escalated armed conflicts, violent crime, and humanitarian crisis requires intensified efforts and more vigilance to protect human rights, advance humanitarian action, and promote the accountability in line with the UN Charter, international law, international humanitarian law, as well as relevant principles such as the responsibility to protect, or R2P. Mr. President, it is evident that peace is under strain across the world. It needs to be revitalized. However, that task can not only be left to multilateral and regional bodies. Governments have a responsibility to create conditions that enable peace to thrive within their countries. Key steps that governments should take include, among others, building effective institutions, committing to good governance, protection of human rights, and upholding democratic values. As many are aware, Botswana has a long track record of commitment to these democratic principles. The implementation of recommendations from our recently concluded constitutional review process, as well as our upcoming general elections on the 30th of October 2024, provide opportunities to deepen our democracy and strengthen our good governance credentials. Mr. President, regrettably, while on the one hand, the scourge of war rages on the other hand, the promises of sustainable development is in great peril. It is deeply concerning that with only 6 years before the 2030 deadline, sustainable development goals are way off track. We learned from the latest Sustainable Development Goals report that only 17% of the goals are on track, while the rest range from moderate progress to stagnation and even regression. There's a lot of work to do. We must take inspiration from and build on the success achieved in the reduction in global child mortality, prevention of HIV infections, attaining girls' parity with boys in education, increased access to energy and the internet, while also scaling up action and investments in areas which are lagging far behind, particularly poverty eradication. The levels of extreme poverty remain disturbingly high, but we cannot attain sustainable development without eradicating poverty in all its forms and manifestations. Poverty eradication is the sine qua non of sustainable development. A comprehensive approach will be required to move the needle in the fight against poverty. We therefore endorse the call for comprehensive social protection systems and inclusive economic policies. Pro-poor policies should also be complemented and reinforced by policies which spur inclusive economic growth and create sustainable employment. Policy interventions that aim to leave no one behind ought to be matched by adequate SDG financing. In this vein, my delegation reiterates the call for predictable, sustainable, and sufficient development finance to developing countries from all funding sources. In addition to livelihood issues, progress should also be accelerated in addressing other forms of inequality within countries, especially gender inequality. Meaningful action is needed to empower women and girls in areas where they are left behind and to combat harmful cultural practices and gender-based violence. Mr. President, extreme weather events and related natural disasters continue to remind us of the severity of climate crisis and the urgency of mitigation and adaptation. In our sub-region, Southern Africa, the El Niño phenomena induced drought and floods, which resulted in devastating consequences on livelihoods and a humanitarian situation that affected over 61 million people. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Southern Africa Development Community (SADC) regional humanitarian appeal of at least $5.5 billion aimed at augmenting domestic resources of the affected member states, including efforts to resource mobilization from national, regional, and international partners in response to the impacts of El Niño-induced drought and floods. I cannot overemphasize the need for adequate climate finance for effective climate action. We continue to remind developed countries of their annual $100 billion commitment in climate finance for developing countries until 2025 and call for a more ambitious goal thereafter. Mr. President, efforts at attaining sustainable development ought to be redoubled in countries in special situations, in particular small island developing states, SIDS, least developing countries, LDCs, and landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, which are disproportionately affected by development challenges. Botswana, as an LDC and current chair of the group of LLDCs at the UN, is deeply concerned by enormity of challenges faced by LLDCs in their effort to implement the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. With no direct territorial access to the sea, LLDCs struggle with international trade, connectivity, and economic development. Our countries are cut off from the global marketplace and without the means to develop adequate transport and logistics infrastructure, and inevitably face significant challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The forthcoming third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs 3, from 10th to 13th December in 2024 in Gaborone, Botswana, under the theme Driving Progress Through Partnerships, will provide an opportunity to effectively address these challenges in an ambitious, action-oriented, and forward-looking program of action. I therefore invite transit countries, development partners, and other stakeholders to join us in the beautiful and vibrant Gaborone as we shape the future for our 32 member countries. Mr. President, as you rightly observe, it is only when we act together that we can effectively deliver meaningful progress for people, planet, prosperity, and peace while leaving no one behind. Without a doubt, the United Nations-led multilateral system remains an indispensable platform for the effective global action that this moment demands. It is therefore of paramount importance that the multilateral framework remains fit for purpose. The onus is on us as member states to ensure that our intergovernmental processes enable rather than stifle effective multinational action and international cooperation. We must not allow the current geopolitical tensions and great power rivalries to get in the way of progress. Our shared values, norms, and interests, as expressed in the UN Charter, the 2030 Agenda, and other relevant frameworks, should remain the North Star that guides our engagements. The spirit of consensus and solidarity ought to be at the front and center of our actions. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Botswana's commitment to working constructively on all agenda items before the General Assembly during this session. This session offers opportunities to turbocharge action for peace, sustainable development, and human rights for the benefit of present and future generations. Let us seize the moment. I thank you. Good afternoon.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General
Mesdames et Messieurs
Assembly,
les chefs d'État et de
heads of state
gouvernement,
and government,
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres,
ministers,
Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs,
ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen.
je m'exprime ici au nom
I'm
d'un pays
speaking
qui
here on
n'oubliera
behalf of a
jamais
country who
ce
will
dont les
never
nations sont
forget
capables
of what
quand
nations
elles
are
sont
capable
unies.
of doing when they are united.
La liberté,
Freedom.
et la France vient de
And
rendre
France
hommage
has just paid tribute
cette année aux
indeed
peuples
this year
d'Amérique,
to the
d'Europe,
peoples of
d'Afrique,
America,
d'Asie et
Europe, Africa,
d'Océanie
Asia and
qui lui ont
Oceania,
permis de se libérer de
who allowed
l'emprise
us
nazie
to
voilà 8
liberate
décennies.
ourselves from the Nazi grip.
Le progrès et la paix.
Progress and peace also.
Libérée, la France a fondé avec ses peuples une communauté
France,
d'États
with its
libres et
peoples, have
souverains,
created a community of
capables
free
de s'engager
states,
les uns
sovereign
envers les
states,
autres et de
able to
s'entendre
engage
sur
with each other
l'essentiel,
and to understand
et l'espoir,
what is essential.
comme celui
Also,
que nous avons
hope.
encore vu ces derniers
Much
temps
like we've
lors
seen
des
in
Jeux
recent
olympiques
times
et
during
paralympiques
the Paralympic and
accueillis cet
Olympic
été par la
Games
France dans la beauté,
that France
l'enthousiasme
hosted
et
this
la
year
concorde des peuples.
with beauty, enthusiasm
Pourtant,
and the support of the peoples.
Malgré cette liesse,
Despite this,
la trêve olympique unanimement voulue
The
ici même
Olympic truce that
est
we
restée
wanted
lettre
here
morte.
did
Pourtant,
not come to life.
le danger
However,
d'une
the
parole
danger
sans effet
of words
et
without
d'une
action
diplomatie
and
impuissante
impotent
sont là chaque
diplomacy
jour devant nous.
are before us every day.
Pourtant,
However,
notre organisation
our
affronte la plus
organisation
grande convergence de
is
crise
facing
qu'elle
the
ait
biggest
sans doute connue
convergence of crisis
après
possibly
ces 8
ever
décennies d'existence.
after its 8 decades of existence.
Et le sentiment d'une perte
And
de
the feeling
contrôle
of a loss
grandit
of
face aux
control is
guerres, au
growing
changement
when faced with
climatique,
wars, with
à
climate
l'accroissement des
change,
inégalités, des
increasing
injustices.
inequality, injustice.
Et chaque jour,
And
l'humanité
every day,
semble se
humanity
fragmenter
seems to be
davantage,
more fragmented,
alors que les
at a
circonstances
time when the
exigeraient de trouver des
circumstances
réponses
would
communes,
require us to find
fortes,
common responses, strong, effective responses.
Pour redonner à ces
To
deux mots, Nations Unies,
These
leur
two
puissance
words,
d'espérance,
United Nations, need to embody
nous
hope
devons
once again. And
nous
what must we
retrouver,
do
comme
for
jadis,
this?
sur un
We
socle
need to
essentiel.
find
Et c'est
this
de cela
essential
dont je voudrais
bedrock
dire
of
quelques
this, and
mots.
that's what I wanted to touch
D'abord
on
et avant
briefly.
tout,
Above
il faut
all, first
restaurer
and foremost, we
les
need to
termes de la
restore
confiance et
the
du respect
terms
entre
of
les peuples.
trust and respect between
Et je les
peoples.
vois
And
s'estomper
here I can
dans
see
les
them
débats qui
often
sont les nôtres.
trampled in our
Pour ce faire, nous
debates.
devons en
To
effet
do
montrer
this,
une
we need
égale
to
attention à
pay
ceux qui
equal attention to those who are
Je
suffering.
l'évoquais ici même
As I
il y a
mentioned
2 ans,
here 2 years ago, in fact.
conjurant la
Let's
possibilité
stave
d'un
off the
double standard,
possibility of having a double
une
standard.
vie égale une
One
vie.
life is equal
La
to
protection
another.
des civils est
The
une norme
civilian
impérative et doit
protection is
rester
an
notre
imperative norm and
boussole,
must remain
alors
our
même que
North
nous
Star
célébrons
at a
cette
time
année
when this year
le
we are
75e
marking
anniversaire
the
des
75th
conventions de
anniversary
Genève.
of the Geneva
Et
Convention.
ne laissons pas
And
s'installer
let's not
l'idée,
let the
un
idea
seul
take
instant,
root for
que
a
les morts de
moment
l'Ukraine sont
that
ceux du
those
Nord,
who died in
que
Ukraine
les
are
morts
from
de
the
Gaza
North,
sont
that
ceux du
those who
Sud,
have died in
et
Gaza
que les
from
morts
the
des
South,
conflits au
and
Soudan,
those who
dans la
died in
région des
conflicts
Grands
in
Lacs
Sudan, in the
ou
Great
en,
Lakes region,
ou en Birmanie
or in
seraient ceux
Myanmar, would
des
be
consciences
those
qui, trop
whose
seules, s'en indigneraient.
consequences who are alone
Reprendre le
ignored.
contrôle et
Let's
restaurer cette
regain
confiance
control and
implique
restore
donc
this
de partout
confidence
chercher
and
la
trust,
paix,
which means that we
de
should
n'accepter
look for peace
aucune
everywhere and not
différence
accept
à
any
chaque fois
differences
que la dignité de
at
la
a
vie humaine est
time,
en
or
jeu,
indifference at a time when human
de
lives are at stake.
n'accepter aucune
Let's not
différence
accept any
à chaque fois que
difference when
l'intégrité territoriale, la
difference being
souveraineté
made when
des États
territorial
est en
integrity
jeu.
and the sovereignty of states is at stake either.
Ces conflits aujourd'hui
These conflicts today
interrogent notre capacité même
call into
à
question
faire
our very
respecter notre charte des
capacity
Nations
to
Unies.
ensure that
Et
our
quand je
UN
vois
Charter is
certains
respected. And when I see some people
vouloir proposer la
want to
paix
propose
en
peace
demandant la
by
capitulation,
asking for
je
capitulation,
m'étonne qu'on puisse même soutenir
surprising. We can't even how can we could
Je veux
support
ici
any
redire
idea
combien la
like this. I would
protection
like
des
to reiterate
civils,
here how the
de
protection of
l'ensemble des
civilians,
travailleurs
of all
humanitaires, de toutes
humanitarian
celles et
workers,
ceux
of all of
qui
those
œuvrent à nos valeurs
who
communes
are
est
working to defend our
indispensable
common
dans
values
chacun de
is
ces conflits.
crucial in each and every one of these conflicts.
Ensuite,
Next,
nous devons apporter une
we
réponse
must
commune aux grands
provide a
défis
common
que sont
response
les
to
deux
the
guerres
great
qui touchent
challenges, the two
l'Europe
wars
et
that
le
are affecting
Proche-Orient.
Europe and the Middle East.
La Russie, en effet,
Russia, indeed,
mène en Ukraine une
is
guerre de
waging
conquête
a
territoriale
war in
au
Ukraine for
mépris des
territorial
principes les plus
conquest,
fondamentaux de la vie
scorning the most
internationale.
fundamental principles of international
Elle est
life.
coupable de graves
It
manquements
is they are
au droit,
guilty of
à l'éthique, à
legal
l'honneur.
of violating the law,
Rien dans
ethics
ce
and
qu'elle fait
honor.
ne correspond à
Nothing that
l'intérêt
they're
commun
doing
des
is in
nations
line with the
ni
common
aux
interest of
responsabilités
nations, nor
particulières
the specific
qu'elle assume
responsibilities that
dans
they
cette
shoulder
organisation.
within this organization.
Le sort de l'Ukraine
The fate of
engage la
Ukraine
paix et la sécurité
is a
en
question of
Europe
peace and
et dans le
security in
monde.
Europe and around the world.
Car qui pourra
Because who
encore
could
se
still
croire protégé de
believe
ses
that they are
voisins les plus
protected
forts,
from their bigger neighbours,
les plus violents,
the
les plus
violent
avides?
neighbours, those avid
Si nous
ones?
laissions la
If we
Russie
let
l'emporter
Russia
comme si de rien
win
n'était,
this as if nothing happened,
personne.
no one could do that.
C'est donc bien notre intérêt
It is
commun,
therefore in our
l'intérêt
common
commun des
interest
nations
and the
que
common interest of
l'Ukraine soit
nations that
restaurée au plus
Ukraine
vite
be
dans ses droits
restored
légitimes
in its
et
legitimate
qu'une paix
rights as soon as
juste et
possible, and
durable
that just
soit
and
bâtie.
lasting peace be built.
La France continuera
France will continue
de faire tout ce qui est en
to
son
do
pouvoir pour que
everything in its
l'Ukraine
power
tienne
so
bon,
that Ukraine
se
can
mettre
hold
hors de
strong,
danger
be
et
out of
obtienne
danger
justice.
and obtain justice.
Elle continuera de lui
France
fournir
will
des
continue to
équipements
provide it with
indispensables à
the
sa
equipment
défense
that is necessary for
et
its
avec ses alliés et
defence,
partenaires
and with
les
its
plus
allies and
proches,
partners that are
la France
closest to them,
soutiendra
France will
la
support
remarquable
the
résistance du peuple
remarkable
ukrainien
resistance of the
et
Ukrainian
s'engagera
people and
pour
will
qu'il obtienne une
commit
sécurité
for
durable.
to their lasting security.
Cherchons la paix.
Let us look for
La
peace.
France saura joindre ses
France
forces
will join
à
its
celles de tous les partenaires
forces with all of
sincères
those will
pour construire
sincere
une paix
partners
solide
to
pour
build
l'Ukraine
solid peace in
et pour
Ukraine, for Ukraine and for Europe.
Je sais que pour beaucoup d'entre
I know
vous,
that for
l'essentiel
many
est
of us,
toutefois ailleurs.
the key issues
Dans
are
la trop longue
elsewhere.
liste des
There's
guerres oubliées,
a long
des
list of
victoires
forgotten wars,
injustes, des
unjust
résolutions
victories,
mal négociées,
badly
ou
negotiated
parfois
resolutions,
jamais mises en
or
œuvre.
perhaps resolutions that
Je
are
n'en
never
oublie aucune,
implemented.
même si
I
je
am
ne peux
not
ici
forgetting
les évoquer
any
toutes.
of them, even if I can't
Le
list them
président
all here.
Tshisekedi me
President
précédait à
Tshisekedi,
cette tribune
who
il y a
spoke
quelques
earlier
instants,
at this
et
tribune,
la situation des
said
Grands
that
Lacs,
the
je
situation
reviendrai
of the
avec
Great
lui et le
Lanes,
président
and I will
Kagame
go
dans
back to
quelques
him and
jours,
President Kagame
nous
in a few
préoccupe.
days. We'll
Et en
cover
Arménie,
matters of consensus
Monsieur
as
le
well.
Premier ministre,
And in
aux côtés
Armenia,
de laquelle
Prime
la France se
Minister,
tient fermement
which
face aux pressions de
France
l'Azerbaïdjan
stands
et aux
strongly
tensions
shoulder to shoulder with the
territoriales,
pressure
la
from
communauté
Azerbaijan and territorial
internationale doit
intentions.
être
The
là
international community must be
pour que les
there
négociations
so
de
that
paix
the peace
aboutissent
negotiations are
et que
successful.
les frontières
And so that the
internationalement
internationally
reconnues soient
recognized
préservées.
borders are preserved.
Mais je sais que
But
pour beaucoup d'entre
I know
vous,
that for a lot
l'essentiel
of the people
au-delà
here,
de ces guerres est aussi
the
aujourd'hui,
essential issue
et
beyond
il
these
est pour nous
wars is together,
également,
and it's also
à
for us
Gaza,
together.
là où le destin
Here
du
in
peuple
Gaza, where the fate of the
palestinien
Palestinian people
est présent
is currently
et pèse sur chacun de nos débats.
present and heavy over all of our debates.
Je voudrais, sur ce sujet aussi
On this
complexe,
topic
redire
of
avec
such a
la plus grande
complex
clarté
topic, I'd like
la
to say
position de la France
clearly
depuis le premier jour.
France's position from day
Nous
one.
condamnons avec
We
fermeté
condemn
l'attaque
strongly
terroriste
the terrorist
terrible et sans
attack, which
précédent
was terrible and
décidée et
unprecedented,
menée par le Hamas
carried out by Hamas
contre Israël
against Israel
le 7
on the
octobre.
7th of October.
Le terrorisme est
Terrorism
inacceptable,
is
quelles qu'en soient les
unacceptable,
causes,
whatever the
et nous
causes may
pleurons
be.
ici
And
les
here
victimes
we
de l'attaque
mourn
du
the
Hamas du 7
victims of
octobre
Hamas's
dernier,
attack on the
parmi
7th of
lesquels
October. This include,
48
include
citoyens français.
48 French citizens.
J'adresse mes pensées de
I
compassion,
express my
d'amitié
compassion,
à toutes les
friendship,
familles
and
qui vivent dans
to
la
all of
douleur
those
d'avoir perdu
families
des
who
enfants,
have lost
des parents,
children,
des amis
parents,
le 7
friends
octobre.
on the 7th of October.
Nous demandons
We ask
également à nouveau
also
et
once
solennellement
again and solemnly
que les otages
for
soient
the
libérés.
hostages to be released.
Parmi eux,
They,
plusieurs de nos
amongst them, there are
compatriotes
also
français demeurent.
several French
Et je veux ici saluer les
compatriots
efforts
too. And
des
here I wish
États-Unis
to commend the
d'Amérique, de
efforts of the
l'Égypte
United
et du
States of
Qatar
America, Egypt
pour
and
y parvenir.
Qatar to
Cela
achieve
demeure une
this.
priorité
This
pour nous
remains a
tous.
priority for us all.
Israël, face à cette
Israel,
attaque terroriste, a le droit légitime de protéger les siens et d'enlever au Hamas les moyens de l'attaquer à nouveau. Et aucun d'entre nous n'aurait subi les coups reçus le 7 octobre sans en tirer des conséquences. Pour autant, la guerre qu'Israël mène à Gaza n'a que trop duré. Les dizaines de milliers de victimes civiles palestiniennes n'ont aucune justification, aucune explication. Trop d'innocents sont morts et nous portons aussi leur deuil. Et ces morts sont eux aussi un scandale pour l'humanité et une
outrage for
source
humanity and a
dangereuse de
dangerous
haine,
source of
de ressentiment,
hatred,
qui menace et qui
resentment,
menacera la
which
sécurité de
threatens and
tous,
will
dont celle d'Israël
threaten
demain.
everyone's security, including that of
Il faut
Israel
donc que cette
tomorrow.
guerre cesse
So
et
this
que le
war needs to
cessez-le-feu
stop,
intervienne
and
au plus
a
vite,
ceasefire needs to happen as soon
en
as
même temps que
possible,
les otages
at
soient
the same
libérés
time as the hostages are
et que l'aide
released,
humanitaire
and
arrive massivement
humanitarian
à
assistance needs
Gaza.
to arrive en masse in
Cette
Gaza.
position, nous la tenons
This
depuis
is a
octobre
position that we have
2023,
held since October 2023.
poussant des résolutions avec nombre d'entre vous, tenant la première conférence humanitaire pour Gaza dès novembre 2023 à Paris. C'est aujourd'hui une question de volonté politique au vu de la destruction des capacités militaires du Hamas. Il est impératif qu'une nouvelle phase s'ouvre à Gaza, que les armes se taisent, que les humanitaires reviennent, que les populations civiles enfin soient protégées. La France participera à toute initiative qui sauvera des vies et qui permettra d'assurer la sécurité de tous. Le déploiement d'une mission internationale doit ouvrir la voie à la mise en œuvre de la solution des deux États. Il revient au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies de se prononcer à cet égard. Et il faut aussi que soient prises sans plus attendre les dispositions nécessaires pour préserver le lien entre Gaza et la Cisjordanie, pour restaurer l'autorité palestinienne dans ses fonctions et pour assurer la reconstruction du territoire et rendre à nouveau possible la vie, tout simplement. La France s'engagera pour que tout soit fait afin que les Palestiniens disposent enfin d'un État vivant côte à côte avec Israël. Les conditions d'une paix juste et durable sont connues. Il reste à en ouvrir le chemin et il doit être le plus court possible. La France tirera donc les conséquences de son engagement pour la solution des deux États et renouvellera son action pour qu'elle advienne enfin au bénéfice des peuples pour répondre à leurs aspirations légitimes. Faire advenir un État palestinien, donner toutes les garanties nécessaires à Israël pour sa sécurité, bâtir des reconnaissances réciproques et des garanties de sécurité communes pour tous dans la région. Nous y travaillerons au cours des prochaines semaines avec Israéliens et Palestiniens comme avec tous nos partenaires régionaux et internationaux. Et dans l'immédiat, au moment où nous nous parlons, le risque principal est celui de l'escalade. Mes pensées fraternelles vont au Liban et au peuple libanais. Le Hezbollah prend depuis trop longtemps le risque insoutenable d'entraîner le Liban dans la guerre. Israël, quant à lui, ne peut sans conséquence étendre ses opérations au Liban. La France exige le respect par chacun de ses obligations le long de la ligne bleue. Nous agirons donc pour faire émerger une voie diplomatique indispensable afin d'épargner les populations civiles et empêcher une explosion régionale. Il ne doit pas, il ne peut pas y avoir de guerre au Liban. C'est pourquoi nous appelons avec force Israël à cesser l'escalade au Liban et le Hezbollah à cesser les tirs vers Israël. Nous appelons avec force tous ceux qui leur en fournissent les moyens à cesser de le faire. Nous avons demandé que le Conseil de sécurité puisse se réunir dès aujourd'hui à cette fin, et je m'en félicite. Et le ministre français se rendra en cette fin de semaine au Liban. C'est la même unité dont nous devons faire preuve face aux grands défis régionaux et aux défis mondiaux qui sont les nôtres. Car au-delà des conflits que nous connaissons et que je viens d'évoquer, il nous faut ensemble continuer d'assurer le respect de la souveraineté de chacun, de bâtir des solutions régionales et internationales face aux défis. C'est tout le sens de la relation que nous voulons avec l'Afrique. Un nouveau partenariat. Et c'est ce que depuis 2 ans, nous œuvrons à faire. La France a beaucoup fait ces dernières années pour le continent africain. Elle a beaucoup fait ces dernières décennies, mais tout particulièrement au Sahel, où les armées françaises ont combattu avec succès le terrorisme, côte à côte avec leurs partenaires régionaux et internationaux. Toutefois, les coups d'État militaires dans la région nous ont conduit à en tirer des conclusions légitimes. Mais l'Europe et l'Afrique ont devant elles un destin commun qui exige un partenariat large. Partenariat de paix et de sécurité qui suppose d'en renouveler les termes
of
plus
which
de
the
formation,
terms need to
plus
be
d'équipement,
renewed, more training, more
plus de
equipment,
respect réciproque.
more mutual respect.
Partenariat également
Also, there's partnerships
reposant sur l'économie,
that is underpinned by
l'énergie,
economic,
le
energy,
sport, la
sport aspects,
culture,
as well as
la
cultural,
mémoire.
memory
Qu'est-ce qu'avec le Bénin, le
aspects.
Sénégal,
And also with
le
Benin,
Cameroun,
Senegal, Cameroon,
l'Algérie, le Maroc et
Algeria,
beaucoup d'autres
Morocco, and
pays,
many
nous
other
avons
countries. This is what
patiemment
we
construit ces
have been
dernières années
patiently
et que nous
building over
continuerons de
recent
mettre
years,
en
and
œuvre.
something we will continue to do.
C'est la même philosophie
So this is
qui
the
depuis
same
6 ans
philosophy
maintenant
that
nous
for the
conduit
last 6 years we've been
à bâtir un
embodying
partenariat
in order
inédit
to
avec
build a
l'Indo-Pacifique,
partnership with the
où la France a
Indo-Pacific
pour
region, where
ambition de
France
contribuer au respect
has
du droit
an ambition to
international,
contribute to the respect
sans
for
lequel il ne
international
saurait
law,
y avoir de
without
prospérité.
which there'll be no
Dans cette
prosperity.
région qui a connu
In
un
this
essor
region which has
exceptionnel au
seen
cours des dernières décennies,
recent
certains ont la
years
tentation de s'affranchir
much
des règles, voire
development, a lot of
d'imposer leur
people
volonté
try
par la
to
force.
trample on rules and
La
impose
France
their wills
propose une
by
alternative,
force.
non pas
France is
pour se
proposing an
substituer à
alternative, not to
quiconque,
replace anything,
mais pour redonner aux
but
États de la
to
région
give
la
states in the region
possibilité de
once again
choisir
the
leurs
possibility to
partenaires,
choose their
projet par
partners
projet.
on a project-by-project basis.
Les territoires français de l'Indo-Pacifique
French
disposent d'une
territories in the
expertise
Indo-Pacific
unique
have
dans la lutte
unique
contre le changement
expertise in the fight
climatique, la
against
protection
climate
de la
change,
biodiversité,
protection of
le
biodiversity,
développement des énergies
the
propres ou la
development of
lutte
clean
contre les menaces
energy, or the fight
transnationales
against
et notre
cross-border
vocation à
threats.
cet
And
égard dans la
our
région
vocation
est
is
de coopérer
this in the
davantage
region,
avec
and it is
tous
to
dans leur
cooperate
environnement.
with
Vous
all
l'avez
on
compris.
the environment.
Cette
As
logique
you've understood,
partenariale, c'est celle
this
qui vise à
partner-based
bâtir de
logic
nouveaux
is one that seeks
équilibres,
to build new
à refuser
balances,
la fragmentation du monde
refuse that the
ou les
world be
grammaires anciennes,
fragmented,
mais à
where
chercher
old
dans un respect
rule
réciproque
books
à bâtir
are
les
thrown
chemins de
aside, we
stabilité et de paix.
respect each other, we build the paths towards
Au-delà de
peace and
cela,
stability.
le défi
So
qui est le
beyond
nôtre,
that, the challenge
percuté
that we
par
have is
évidemment les conflits
of course affected
que
by
j'évoquais
the
à l'instant,
conflicts
serait
that
de
I
perdre le
mentioned.
fil
But we might not
de notre agenda
not lose
multilatéral,
sight of our multilateral agenda
de perdre
because of
l'efficacité
all
à
of this.
laquelle nous sommes
Nor should we
attachés.
lose the
Et après avoir
effectiveness that
vécu
we've
la
committed to.
pandémie
And
qui nous
having
avait
gone through
rappelé
the
avec
pandemic,
tant de
which
force
reminded us so
l'importance
blatantly of the
de certains de ces
importance
défis
of
communs,
some of these common
d'oublier
challenges,
qu'il nous faut
we should not
poursuivre ce fil.
forget that we need to
Je crois
bear all
profondément
of this
que
in mind. And
le
so I
multilatéralisme
believe
efficace n'a jamais
profoundly that
été aussi
effective
nécessaire qu'aujourd'hui et
multilateralism
doit
has
conduire
never
à des
been as
résultats
necessary as
en
today.
matière de
It
développement
must
et de
give
lutte contre
results.
les
It must
inégalités,
give results for
d'éducation,
development,
de
fight against
santé,
inequality,
de climat et de
education,
biodiversité
healthcare,
et de
climate,
technologie.
biodiversity and
Sur
technology.
chacun de ces piliers,
On each
nous
of
avons
these
besoin
individual
d'unité.
pillars, we need
Et nous avons
unity.
besoin,
And
là
we
aussi,
need also
de tout faire pour éviter la
to do
fracture entre le
everything
Nord et le
we can
Sud.
to avoid a divide
C'est
between the North
exactement
and the
la
South.
philosophie que nous
And
avons
that's
développée
exactly the philosophy that
dans le
we
pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la
developed in
planète
the
que plus de
Paris
60
Pact
États
for People and
ont
Planet
désormais
that more than
rejoint.
60 states have already
D'abord,
joined.
s'assurer que
Firstly, we
jamais
need to
nous ne
ensure
poussons
that
un État
never
à choisir
we
entre
will
ces
push
objectifs.
a state to
Pourquoi
choose
des États
between
du
these
Nord iraient
objectives.
donner
Why
la
would the
leçon à des États
states
du
of the
Sud en leur
North
expliquant
teach
que
lessons to the states of the
ils
South
devraient
and try to
respecter le climat et
explain
donc
to them that they should
renoncer des
respect
opportunités
climate and
économiques.
therefore
Ils devraient faire ce que certains
renounce
d'entre
on
eux au
very
Nord n'ont pas fait il y a 20, 30 ou 40
economic
ans.
opportunities. This is some things people
C'est
did, we did
irrecevable et
do 20,
inaudible.
30 years ago.
Il nous faut
It
donc
would be
bâtir un
unacceptable.
agenda qui
Therefore, we
permette
need to
tout
build
en
an
même
agenda
temps
that allows at the same
d'avancer
time progress
dans la
to
lutte
be
contre les
made
inégalités
in
et
the
le
fight
développement
against
économique,
inequality and for
pour
social
l'éducation,
development, for
le climat et la
education, for
biodiversité
climate and
et la santé
biodiversity,
mondiale.
and global health.
Ensuite, les solutions
Then,
doivent se faire
solutions need
et
to be
être basées
made, and these solutions
par des propositions des
need
États
to be
eux-mêmes.
based
C'est ce
on
que
the
nous avons,
proposals
par
of the
exemple,
states themselves.
commencé à bâtir
And this is
avec
what we, for example, started to do
nos partenariats pour les
with
transitions énergétiques justes.
partnerships for a just energy
Ne pas avoir une
transition.
seule solution
Not
pour
having
tous ou des
one
leçons données depuis le
size fits
capital
all
où, en quelque sorte, on vient
solution for
inspecter
all
des
from
pays en leur
capitals
demandant
where
de
we go
tous
to inspect
suivre
countries and
la même
ask them
recette.
to all follow exactly the same
Il y a un chemin
recipe.
singulier pour chaque pays.
Each
C'est la clé
country
de la
has their
souveraineté.
own
Et
path.
ensuite,
That
il
is
faut un
the
choc
key to sovereignty.
financier
Now,
public
then we need a
et un
public
effet de levier privé
financing
supplémentaire.
arrangement and also
C'est ce qui nous a
leveraging
ainsi
the
permis,
private sector
il y a
à 3 ans de soutenir, d'œuvrer à l'augmentation des droits de tirage spéciaux du FMI et d'obtenir la réallocation effective de près de 100 milliards de droits de tirage spéciaux au profit des pays qui en ont le plus besoin, tout particulièrement en Afrique. Révolution silencieuse, mais indispensable. C'est pourquoi aussi, fort de ce pacte, et nous étions avec plusieurs des membres à l'instant, sous l'autorité efficace du président Macky Sall et avec le concours des Nations Unies, de l'OCDE et des organisations concernées, nous voulons poursuivre ce cycle de réformes et mener une réforme profonde des banques multilatérales, de nos institutions financières. Nous avons lancé cet objectif de finances en commun. réunissant
shared
les
financing,
banques
bringing
de
together
développement de toute la
development
planète,
banks from across
y
the
compris de
world,
ceux dont les agendas ne sont
including
pas
those
alignés.
whose agendas aren't quite
Il nous
aligned.
faut œuvrer
We need to work
sur cet agenda de finances en
on
commun
this
pour
common
pouvoir tenir les
financing agenda
objectifs
so
que
that we
j'évoquais.
can
Et il
meet the
nous faut
objectives that I
ensemble,
mentioned. And we
je l'espère
together,
dès les mois qui
and I
viennent,
hope in the months to come,
réformer
soon
en
as then,
profondeur
we'll be
la
able
Banque
to carry
mondiale et le
out
Fonds
this
monétaire
reform
international, d'abord
of the
pour en
World Bank and
renouveler
the IMF, firstly to
les membres.
renew the members,
Ces institutions ayant
membership.
été conçues à une
These
époque
institutions were
où
built at
tant
a time
d'entre vous ici
when many
n'étaient
of
pas
you
indépendants.
weren't independent.
Il faut en renouveler la structure
So,
du
the
capital pour lui
structure
donner
of
plus de
capital
force.
needs to
La
be
Banque mondiale
restructured
et le
to
Fonds
make it
monétaire
stronger.
international ont
The World
été
Bank and the
conçus,
IMF
pensés,
were only
calibrés
conceived,
à une
balanced,
époque où les défis n'étaient pas les
calibrated at a
mêmes,
time
où
when the
l'économie
challenges were
mondiale
very
n'avait pas cette
different,
taille, où la
when the
démographie
global
n'avait
economy
rien à
wasn't
voir.
as big, where the
Il
population
nous
was
faut lever les
completely
tabous
different. So we need
absurdes,
to lift these absurd taboos,
des blocages posés parfois par les
blockages
plus grands
caused
qui
sometimes by
empêchent
the
les autres de
biggest
remettre
countries
de
which
l'argent de peur d'être dilués.
prevent others from receiving money
Il nous
because
faut
it could
donner
be,
les
they could be
capacités d'agir à
diluted.
ces
We need to
institutions
give the
pour
capacity
financer
to act
les
to these
projets
institutions so
dont
that
les
they
pays
can
du
then
Sud ont
fund the
besoin.
countries of the South
Et
need.
cette réforme est
And
impérieuse
this
pour notre
reform
crédibilité
is
collective.
of imperious necessity
Et je le
for our
dis aux
credibility
États les plus
as a
riches
whole.
et à ceux
And
qui,
I'm
aux
saying
côtés
to
de la
all of
France,
the
sont autour de
richest
la table,
countries and those who
décidez
are
de ne
around
pas le
us at
faire.
the table, if you
Et vous
decide
verrez
not
dans
to
les
do
années
that,
qui viennent
well, you'll
émerger
see in
un
the
ordre
next few years,
alternatif.
you'll see an
Il
alternative
viendra
order
d'autres qui n'ont pas
emerge.
votre agenda.
They will
Décidez de ne pas le
forget
faire.
your agenda.
Et
If you
vous serez
decide
voué
not
aux
to do
gémonies,
this, and
accusés
then
de
we will
cynisme,
be
et
accused of
peut-être pas à tort.
cynicism and hegemony, and perhaps not
Cette
wrongly.
réforme du
This
multilatéralisme
reform
financier
of
est
financial
indispensable
multilateralism
pour relever
is
ces défis.
indispensable to address these
Il nous faut aussi
challenges.
poursuivre
We also
notre agenda
need
en
to
matière de climat,
pursue
de
our
biodiversité.
climate, biodiversity agendas
Les COP à
too.
venir sont des
The
rendez-vous
COP that we have
importants et
upcoming
la France
COPs,
y jouera
very
tout son
important,
rôle,
all of them, and
en
France will
particulier
play its part,
en organisant
particularly
avec le
through,
Costa
with
Rica
Costa
pour les
Rica
Nations Unies
convening for the United
une
Nations
réunion
an
importante pour
important
les
meeting
océans.
for
Nice, en
oceans
effet, en juin
in
2025,
Nice,
accueillera
in
la
June
conférence des
2025.
Nations Unies sur
Here we'll
l'océan.
have the UN Oceans
Et
Conference.
nous poursuivrons ce faisant
And we will
notre
continue
travail. Et j'espère que
work
nombre
on
d'entre
this.
vous
And I
pourront
hope that a lot
ratifier
of you
à
here
cet
will be
égard
able
les
to
acquis
ratify
des derniers mois,
what
en
we've managed to
particulier le
achieve
traité sur la protection de la
over
haute
recent
mer,
years, particularly the treaty
indispensable.
on the protection of the
Et
high
nous
seas.
continuons à
This is
avancer
crucial.
aussi
And
sur
we're
la
also
question de
continuing
l'eau,
to
si
make progress on the question
indispensable,
of water.
avec le
That's
nouveau
also
sommet One
indispensable
Planet
with the
sur
new
l'eau,
One Planet
aux
Summit
côtés du
on
Kazakhstan
water.
et de
This is
l'Arabie
alongside
saoudite. Je ne
Kazakhstan and
n'égrènerai
Saudi
pas
Arabia.
ici tous les sujets
I won't go into detail, of
nécessaires,
course, on all of the
indispensables,
topics that are
mais je veux aussi rappeler
necessary,
combien
but I do
l'intelligence
wish to recall
artificielle
that how
suppose que dans notre
pressing an issue
enceinte, tous les États
artificial
ici présents se
intelligence
coordonnent.
is. It's important for all states
Nous avons
here to
besoin
coordinate on
de
this.
favoriser
We
l'innovation.
need to foster
Nous avons
innovation,
besoin de
of
nous
course.
assurer que
We need to
l'innovation de
ensure that
l'intelligence
the
artificielle
innovation and
sera
artificial
accessible à
intelligence
tous les pays et
is
les
to make sure
peuples
it's
de la planète
accessible to all
et qu'elle ne
peoples and
vienne pas
countries of the
nourrir de
planet,
nouvelles
and so it
fractures et
doesn't
de nouvelles inégalités.
fuel more
Mais
division
nous
and
avons besoin
inequality.
que tout
But we
ceci se
also need
développe
all
dans un
of this to be
cadre
developed
éthique,
within an
démocratique,
ethical,
pensé par les
democratic
peuples de la
framework
planète
created by
et
the peoples of the
concerté.
planet.
Et nous ne
that is
pouvons pas
resolute.
laisser
We
quelques-uns,
cannot let
a fortiori
some people,
des acteurs
a
privés
few
qui sont aujourd'hui à la
private
pointe de
actors
ces
who
innovations,
are on the cutting edge of this
penser
innovation
pour
at the
nous et pour
moment
nos peuples
think
l'avenir de celle-ci.
about the future of this
C'est
for our
pourquoi
peoples.
la France organisera en
This is why
février
France,
2025
in
le
February
prochain
2025,
sommet
will convene the
d'action
next
pour
action
l'intelligence
summit for
artificielle, mais vous l'avez
artificial
compris.
intelligence.
L'objectif est de
I'm sure you've
construire ce
understood
cadre
the
commun
aim is to build
et
this
je me
common
félicite des
framework,
travaux qui ont
and
été
I
conduits
welcome the
et
work
coordonnés
that's
par
been
le
done
secrétaire
and
général et
coordinated
du
by the
pacte
Secretary
numérique
General
mondial
and the Global
bâti
Digital
avec les meilleurs
Compact,
experts
which
qui
is built using
porte
the
totalement
best
cette
of
philosophie
expertise,
dans
and it
laquelle nous nous
enshrines this
inscrivons.
philosophy which we subscribe to.
Pour finir mon
totally.
propos, mesdames et messieurs,
To conclude,
ayant
ladies and
conscience
gentlemen,
que
and I'm
j'ai
aware,
oublié
of
là
course,
tant de
that I've
situations
forgotten
difficiles,
so many difficult situations.
du Venezuela
From
au cœur de l'Afrique,
Venezuela
en
to the
passant
heart of
par
Africa,
tant de tensions océaniennes. Je
and
voudrais
so many
conclure
other
en parlant
tensions
de nos
in Oceania.
institutions.
I
J'entends
want to
beaucoup
talk
de voix
about our
s'élever
institutions. I hear
pour
a
dire qu'au
lot
fond, les Nations
of
Unies seraient à
people
mettre à la
say
poubelle.
that what
Ça ne sert
what we
plus à
need to
rien,
do
vous
to
voyez
the
bien,
UN is
on
just
n'arrive
throw
pas à
it in the
régler
bin.
les conflits.
There's no point in it. We can't resolve
Ayons en
conflicts.
la
Why do we
matière
have it? So
une impatience
here,
constructive.
let's show
Ayant de
a
l'impatience, je l'ai avec
constructive
vous, on ne
kind
peut
of
pas se
impatience.
satisfaire
And
de
we
ne pas savoir
can't
régler les choses.
just be satisfied
Mais
with not
soyons
being able
clairs,
to resolve
les
things.
responsables
But
sont là.
we know who's
Tant que nous
responsible.
aurons un Conseil de sécurité
While we
qui est
have a
bloqué,
Security Council that has been blocked,
je
that is
dirais de
blocked
manière réciproque selon les intérêts par les uns et les autres, on
according
aura
to
du
each
mal à
other's
avancer.
interests. While that's still the case,
Est-ce qu'il y
we'll
a un
be able to
meilleur
make
système?
progress.
Je ne le
Is there a
crois pas.
better system? I don't
Et donc
think
rendons
so.
simplement ces Nations Unies
let's
plus
make
efficaces.
the UN more
D'abord,
efficient.
en les rendant peut-être
Firstly,
plus représentatifs,
perhaps
c'est
making them
pourquoi la
more
France,
representative. And that's why
je le redis ici, est
as I
favorable à ce que
reiterate
le
here, is in
Conseil de
favour
sécurité soit
of
élargi.
the Security Council
L'Allemagne,
being
le Japon,
expanded.
l'Inde, le
Germany,
Brésil
Japan,
devraient en
India,
être des
Brazil
membres
should
permanents,
be permanent members,
de même que 2 pays
much like
que l'Afrique
two,
désignerait pour la représenter.
countries that Africa will decide
De nouveaux membres
to
élus devraient
represent
aussi
them.
être
These
admis
new
en son
elected
Mais la réforme de la composition du Conseil de sécurité ne suffirait pas à elle seule à lui rendre son efficacité. Et je souhaite donc que cette réforme permette aussi de changer les méthodes de travail, de limiter le droit de veto en cas de crime de masse et de se concentrer sur les décisions opérationnelles que nécessite le maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. C'est cela que nous devons avoir le courage et l'audace de faire, et qu'avec les membres permanents actuels, nous devons porter. Près de 25 ans après le sommet du millénaire, le moment est venu de retrouver de l'efficacité pour mieux agir sur le terrain, auprès des États comme de la société civile, et au-delà des Nations Unies. Nous devons ouvrir une nouvelle ère dans chacune de nos institutions multilatérales, comme je viens de l'évoquer. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, les quelques mots que je voulais avoir ici devant vous aujourd'hui. Dans un moment grave de notre ordre international, là où tant de conflits semblent ne pas se résoudre, je veux dire que la France continuera d'essayer de porter cette voix exigeante, fidèle à ses valeurs, qui refuse les simplifications du moment et qui continuera de se battre pour les principes simples qui nous ont toujours portés. La dignité humaine, le respect des principes de la Charte, et qui, au-delà des conflits et de l'actualité, a vocation à continuer à bâtir avec vous un ordre international plus juste et plus efficace. Telle sera notre voie toujours singulière, aux côtés de nos amis, nos alliés, mais libre aussi, parfois de dire non, quelquefois de refuser le cynisme du moment ou les évidences qui n'en sont pas. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 10th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.